live and direct in the Hill City. It is part 2 of this Jack M. Tom's Invitational right here on Jack M. Tom's Track. You're watching the Lynchburg Hornet Sports Network, and we have had a lot better weather than we expected in Lynchburg so far. The rain has subsided from last night. We've got somewhat clear skies as the sun's trying to peek through the clouds. We're so glad you're joining us. We have an entire day of track and field. It's one of those days at this point of the season where it's just a time to really set some PRs, try to get some good standards. You know that Nationals and all the postseason has really gone away, so you're at the point now where it's just about posting a time, trying to do something special and set the table for the remainder of the season. So we are really glad that we have about 27 schools in attendance for this meet. That number has fluctuated up and down, so don't know the official stat, but we are so glad that you're joining us. My name is Evan Gates, going to take this thing wire to wire, and we know that in a track meet, obviously you've seen it in the indoor season, it is so many combinations. You got the sprints, the jumps, the distance, but we're seeing it all today around the oval, and we know that last night was a really good start to what we expect to be a good day too. We had the distance events last night. Didn't know about the rain and what would happen this morning. Originally, we were slated to start at 10 a.m., but now we're just about ready for the steeplechase. That will be the opening event and slated to start at 11 a.m., might be a few minutes after. If we stay true to the schedule today, should be done around 7:30. We know track meets and the nature of things always seems to get a little off, but we are super excited to get started in this opening heat of the men's 3K steeplechase, just one heat. 21 athletes will toe the line, as you see on your screen. And Antoine Aflalo, the high seed, 8:59, coming into this contest. The steeplechase is obviously an event only contended in the outdoor season, and so it's really interesting to see that technique early on. We mentioned the rain already. You almost have 2 water pits you have to maneuver through with how the water barrier is set up. Some of the water on this track is flooding down to one little area. You will see it on your screen momentarily, but as we get set for the opening event, we mentioned Antoine Aflalo. This is his first career steeplechase. 4:12-mile PR during indoor, so we know a lot of these athletes who are steeplers are very versatile. They can do different events. You kind of have to, because the steeple, as we said, is only an outdoor event. So we get set to take you through the entire field. Ian Sherlock, another guy from Shippensburg, seated right over 9:01, and he has been very impressive as well. A 9:01 PR at the Bison Outdoor Classic, last outdoor season. Very impressive indoor season as well, second in the mile. And the conference championships, third in the 3K. Do want to mention it's not just Division III competition here at this meet. You have D2s, Liberty, a D1 representative. Always just special too, because in an opportunity like this early in the season, you will see a lot of people who are running their first steeple, or maybe it is just the first of the season, but it's very different, a different feel just in the sense that you have to keep jumping. And it's sometimes that simple. It doesn't always look that way to the spectators, but we know this. It is one of the hardest events in track and field. You take this distance 3K that is an indoor event, and you essentially just put all the barriers in their way, trying to make sure that it is a free-flowing race. We're going to see a lot of competition. Expect the top to be set right around the 9-minute mark. Lynchburg found a lot of 3K success in the indoor season, but that is, as we said, a very different event. No Hornets in this heat for the steeple. Jan Thews, the 3rd seed from Davison Elkins, ran a 9:12 PR at the West Virginia Last Chance meet last year. 83rd in the D2 Cross Country National Championships as well, and so you see a lot of this distance success. Very difficult too, because when you're trying to have a measuring stick, you think about standards for D3. It looks a little bit different at other divisions. But these schools have been able to find success at a yearly rate. Some of the distance programs represented in this meet are continuing to rise. We know we've talked about Shippensburg. If you saw some of the events yesterday, you got a pretty good sample size. Still just moments away from the opening gunshot from this meet, the Jack M. Toms Invitational, a yearly event here at Lynchburg. Always earlier in the schedule, too. We do have 3 meets on campus this season. Next weekend will be the next edition, the Hornet Open, a new one for Lynchburg. Dennis Craddock is always the big event, the exclamation mark. That will be in April, always highlighted by that night one. You get a good mile, a good distance set of events, and then you go into the next day for a lot of the sprints action, a lot of the climactic finishes on the straightaway. That's really similar to what we're doing this time with how the rain has shifted things. So still just waiting to get underway. Flalo, as we said, out of Charleston, will be the high seed. Facility record for this men's steeplechase is 9:18, set in 2000. The Lynchburg record, if you remember, Connor McCroy, very steady success as a Hornet. 9:08 was his mark, graduating last year. They always mention the old adage, 1 foot wet the entire race. Today that might not really matter because the track is still pretty damp from some of the rainfall and the previous hours, but either way, you just have to adapt and go out, run your race. I don't think any of the athletes are looking at water and saying, oh, I can't run this race anymore, because that is all that you work on. You don't get many reps at the steeplechase either during practice. It's not exactly the type of event where you go out day to day and get over barriers. So it's all about using this opening race, especially if this is the first of the season, and really capitalizing on that opportunity. Think about the distance season. You go back to indoor. They're just very different approaches for those events. You understand that from a hurdle standpoint, it's pretty limited around the indoor oval. You don't have that 400 hurdles like you do in outdoor. Final warm-ups. We know this is the time of the year as well where it just feels like spring sports have really begun spinning. There's just always something going on. We just keep rolling, and it's been so fun to see some of these spring sports teams find success on campus. Schellenberger Field, the home for the Lynchburg lacrosse teams. So you don't always see many games on this field other than lacrosse during the spring. So it's pretty cool to bring track and field back to Lynchburg, this time with 3 meets on the slate. Temperature in Lynchburg, 54 degrees. We'll have to see if wind is a problem a little bit later with some of those sprint events. A lot of the races from Allen County, the opening meet for Lynchburg down in Myrtle Beach, were deemed illegal with the wind standards. That's obviously on the sprint side, so we'll have to wait and see if that will be the case today. You want to post some nice times now while you still have that indoor fitness as well. Some of the explosive starts from that 60-meter can be so crucial. Throughout the entire meet, if you want to get results, also some of those field results. We know throws going down at Moon Field. Also have your jumps. You can find it at Blue Ridge Timing. They will have all the action covered from a stats standpoint. Looks like we're just about ready to be underway in this opening event. Schedule for today, it'll be the steeplechase followed by the 4x100 meter relay and the open 1500. Talked about those 1500s last night That was the Invitational heats, and it was a very impressive finish as well. Frank Sorba gets it done for the Lynchburg men. Just about a second off a facility record, but guess who got it? Allie Zeeland from the Pacers. Continues her success, a national champion in the 2-mile at the high school level. So impressive to see what some of these athletes just continue to offer as we are off and away. The only lap you don't have the water barrier. And as they round the opening curve, we are underway right here on the Lynchburg Hornet Sports Network. We have the entire meet covered. Ian Sherlock of Shippensburg will take the lead right away. A pack of 4 separated pretty quickly. You don't always see that. I think the steeplechase is tough too, because for some of the athletes who it might be their first event, you get really hesitant in those opening barriers. So what can you do just to keep your confidence? Sometimes you got to be baptized by fire. You get into the mix and just learn from there. I think a lot of coaches want to have a few reps done in practice before you get to that stage. This will be a race that likely yo-yos a lot back and forth. We'll just see what happens up front. Sherlock is one of those guys we talked about. He has been really solid. Already steeplechase experience. And the opening water jump. Little stumble already. This is an event you don't want to get tired early. It just feels like it begins multiplying. The exponents come out when you realize there are a lot of jumps left. Thews is in the lead. As we said, 83rd at the D2 National Championships in cross country. He's run a 14:53 5K. He's really solid. With a lot of these guys up front, you see the length, the athleticism. Always helps to have a better build for this event, just because some of those jumps, they don't feel like they're taking as much out. But in the end, it is a form event through and through. A little bit of separation on that back straight. Super appreciative of all the camera workers throughout the day here at Jack M. Toms and the other track meets this season. I'll tell you one thing, these meets are not an easy thing to come out and work or volunteer. A lot of the Lynchburg Hornets on the track team assisting with that. Up front, that was a really nice water jump. You see that 1 foot, you try to get out far, but not extending too much. Cool, calm, and composed with separation up front. Talked about 4 and 5. That's Gavin Sweeney and Henry Schmidt. Sweeney running unattached. 9:30 at Liberty Twilight last May. And then Henry Schmidt representing Davis and Elkins, an 8:33 KPR. This is a very solid time when you look at that indoor slate. There's some of the middle of the field. We'll try and keep our eye on the entire field, and let's go ahead and introduce them for this race. We talked about Sweeney and Schmidt, 4-5. Ryan Blackwell is hip number 6 from Charleston. Samuel Euclid, Virginia Tech. Jake Farrell of Moravian. Noah Kane and Connor Rafferty of Virginia Tech. Paul Lankoff of Davis and Elkins. Christian Jenksarix of Moravian. Noah Johnson of Slippery Rock. Christian Crawley of Virginia Tech. Jerry Watson of Virginia Wesleyan. Tyler Houston of Virginia Tech. Andrew Tickle of Concord. Liam Glavin of Virginia Tech. Wes Holcomb of Concord. Grayson Crouch of Ferrum. Severin McNulty of Randolph. That's your 21-man field. Again, you can find all that info on Blue Ridge Timing throughout the race. Some instructions given up front to Thews. He's got a solid lead. If you're in a spot here as a coach, you're just saying trust this pace. You get drawn out in the beginning. Sometimes you think you're doing something wrong. Sometimes it's just because you've got the speed. You have the fitness. As we said, a lot carries over from this indoor season. You want to keep as much as you can from some of those reps. And good opportunities to do so. It's very difficult to see from the camera angle or anywhere that is not right on the track. Those barriers are not exactly short. We'll put it that way. The guys' height moved up a little bit from the women's, but you go out there, it is just so impressive to see these athletes time and time again rolling through. You just try to get in a routine. It's almost a good thing to have this race be monotonous, but you do need to make sure you have an injection of pace, as we have seen from Gavin Sweeney. Comes in seed time of 9:27. Under 1,200, as you hear PA announcer Daniel Cutright. You'll hear him a lot today. Super glad we have everybody in the house. Lynchburg alum. We've got a lot of great faces and alumni who come back for these meets, and you just think about everybody in a collegiate setting. You don't always guarantee that you keep everybody around, or at least in the area code, and so it's always cool to see these opportunities to come back. Just 3 more water jumps to go. So far, it has looked impressive. There you go. About as close to 1 foot wet as you're going to get. Back of the field, too, in a spot like this, sometimes it gets really tough because you want to make sure that you're not slowing down, but you don't want to go outside on the curve. Make sure that you're using enough. There's a battle for second right now. That's going to continue developing. Sherlock and Sweeney. 2 laps to go. You can tell there's a heightened sense of urgency now. Will Thews up front be all alone? That's the question that he will have to answer. When you get out there, it's so tough to know. You hear your coaches, you see other teams' coaches. Sometimes it just feels like your mind allows people to be closer. The race strategy is always interesting in this event as well, because how quick are you willing to go out? Far side, it'll be about 600 left. The trio tearing it up. We'll see what happens. We'll keep our eye on the clock as well. The 9-minute mark was what we were anticipating coming into this race. There's the move from Sherlock. Maneuvering into first place. In this spot, if you're Thews, you just have to use those people behind you. Keep the pace. Gavin Sweeney also on the move. Who wants it the most? This is the lap that matters. Heading into the final oval. 8:02 on the clock, so it's going to be a little over 9. Sherlock just looks comfortable now. He has set some distance ahead from the rest of the field. This is a spot where you really trust what you've done. Don't overthink the jumps. You've done almost the entire race. That is the most tiring feeling you might experience at a track meet. As you see down the back straight, does not look like anyone is going to stop Ian Sherlock. He made his move very decisively. Now, just one final water barrier. Sometimes the water feels a little bit deeper, but he makes it like clockwork. Here he comes down the final curve. Ian Sherlock, a look of the watch, and he is going to be all alone. Thews will settle for second. He has held his ground. He will have to survive maybe a late sprint from Sweeney behind, but Ian Sherlock will put a nice time down right around 9:16. Wow, Thews for 9:21, Sweeney 9:23, or will be 9:19, excuse me, there you go. And so an impressive finish on the podium. Andrew Tickle of Concord came through in 9:25. And 9:28 for Henry Schmidt of Davison Elkins settles into that 5 spot after being seeded 5th. And so an opening steeple event that certainly delivered. Ian Sherlock was just cool, calm, and composed the entire way. He stayed in the mix. That's when you really trust coaching. You know that you can wait and still afford to come back in the end. Experience is so key in an event like this. And Sherlock locks up the opening victory of the day as we get set for a women's field that will feature only 11. So a little bit easier to focus on the full field. We will get all those details to you momentarily. Last night, as we talked about, had the events on LHSN. It was super fun just seeing a night for distance. You don't always get that, just like some of those sprint events. 1,500 was a field that you knew was going to be quick, and a lot of the time it is always a field at Lynchburg that you know is going to attract some attention. What Jake Reed has done with the distance program is nothing short of spectacular. Took home his national champion DMR squad, the first piece of hardware for a national championship that he has been able to garner. It was very impressive, just not always being in the moment. You know, as a program, you not only have to get the talent, you don't just get personnel and expect to win. It requires some time and repetition and trust that when you get to the big stage, you can still deliver. And it was the veteran leadership on that DMR squad. Think about Frank Sorba and Sam Laneza. Some faces who have been around Lynchburg for a really long time. And Jacob Hodnett and Jason Hunt, the newcomers, got it done. It was a very fun, climactic finish. You can find the stream on NCAA website. It's our final finishers get set to roll through. We talked about it, the steeplechase, maybe the toughest event in track and field. That is a very subjective conversation because I think you ask people from different events, they're likely going to lobby for theirs. But it is still just a mix of everything. You think about the 400 hurdles as well. It's another event where it just feels like there's so much going on. The mind is so strong in that race with the competitors where you have a sprint mentality, but you still need the endurance to get through. So you can see that's a pretty good angle of the track too, some of the water. It has been very damp, rained starting last night during the 10K. The women were on the line and really didn't have much time to read and react because it was starting to pour. Not enough rain to cancel anything or postpone the event, but obviously it makes things a little bit more difficult when you got to maneuver the conditions. But we do think about 10K athletes, and I'd argue that they would prefer the rain over somebody in a sprint or high hurdles event. Heard some conversations this week from some of the Lynchburg coaching staff just talking about what it would look like if you have rain or you don't. What events are you participating in? Don't want to put your athletes in to the fire right away. You don't want to have any injury opportunities. Feels like there's enough chance for injury as it is. Final finisher will come around the curve. Looks like that is Grayson Crouch of Ferrum. So in this women's field, touched on the 11-person heat, will be led by Anna Iggums of Slippery Rock. 10:39 PR from the Bison Classic last year. She's going to be the one to watch. A time that is very impressive. Just about 50 seconds ahead of the second seed. And so you wonder how this race unravels, what she's going to have in the tank early on. Rest of the field will be Rachel Goodman of Moravian, seeded at 11:30. She ran 11:42 as her PR, first in the Landmark Conference DMR back in the indoor season, 5th in the 3K, so you know that she is formidable at this distance. Amber Ponictera of Moravian, another one who can get it done, 11:34 PR coming into this race. We will keep an eye on Moravian and what they can be able to accomplish. We have seen throughout this meet, they're another school at that Division III level who can get it done. Good mix of everything from a division standpoint. Few D3s in attendance. Lynchburg, Randolph, Ohio Wesleyan, Moravian, the list goes on, but good representation at that level. Sophia Knurr of Kutztown, 11:33 PR. She is hip number 4. Marie Scarpa of Slippery Rock will be hip number 5. Morgan Dennison of Slippery Rock is 6. Amanda Brent of Charleston is 7. Sammy Maglot of Ohio Wesleyan is 8. Emma Filkowski of Virginia Tech. And Noah Johnson Diaz of Virginia Tech, and Bella Hardaway will be hip numbers 9 through 11 as they get ready to step onto the track. It's not like cross country where you have a race, at least when you've had rain that has already had a layer on the track. But you think about cross country, sometimes these racers will get out there for the first or second race and it kind of makes a difference, especially at those meets with heavy volume. If you get a rainy day, the course is going to be a lot muddier compared to the opening affair. But steeplechase, and especially on the track, it doesn't exactly matter as much. So a few groups in this one. Slippery Rock with 3, Virginia Tech with 3. Moravian has a pair. A lot of races like that, coaches very intentional about it. You want to make sure that you have the partnership. You have enough people who can get you to the pace you need to be at. Final strides down the back stretch. How many events do you have a hurdle involved in the stride? Not many. See that a lot during the high hurdles. You can just tell it is so calculated. Their approach. More variables in a 3K because you're taking more steps. You don't exactly get to time every single one. Also helps when you don't have to worry about lanes. If you watch any event from a hurdle standpoint where it is a lane assignment, you know there is only a certain way that the hurdle can fall before disqualification. We'll have to get some officials up here and talk to them about the ins and outs. There are so many. We don't want to speculate and pretend that we know the entire rule book. I think that's in every sport. Leave it up to the powers that be, the ones who are trained to judge. The NCAA championships, we had the opportunity to go to Virginia Beach for the Division III championships, and there are just so many officials, so many people who know their stuff. Pretty awesome when you consider this Division III running community and what spotlight has been shined on them in recent years. D3 Glory Days does a fantastic job of really keeping everyone updated with all the information, all the heavy hitters, and there are many. The Division III level. Wisconsin lacrosse walked away with the crown in the indoor season. Just so deep. Track and field is very interesting when you score it because some will say it's a numbers game. I think it just requires the right mix of people. Lynchburg was 7th on the men's side, but what was so entertaining is the idea that there was a decent number of distance athletes, but you see lacrosse and the way that they function. They are just good at everything. Every category. Ethan Gregg on the distance side, obviously the name that you might expect But lacrosse has a fair share of athletes who have just continued to arrive on the big stage ready to go. A lot of stories out about their performances, some injuries along the way. I think every team in America is trying to maneuver that. Those conversations are so tough. How do you make sure that your athletes are quote unquote good enough? You don't want to put them in any spot where it prolongs their outdoor season or maybe even summer training. For these sprint athletes, a little bit different, competing in 2 seasons. You get that fall to really tune things up. Sometimes it might put some more pressure, those opening events in December. But everybody has been ready to go. So you see the jumps in the D zone, the long jump and the triple contested right side of the track. Moon Field is the site for the throws competitions. A lot of tents down there, as well as you see on your screen in the background. You'll see a few throughout the day. Always interesting when you host a meet because you go through campus, you see it one way, and everything just looks a little bit different. Since yesterday morning, really, and that was way before the meet started. The opening event yesterday was at 6:30. You saw some people doing pre-meet, testing out the track if you're from out of town. A lot of northern squads have made the trip down to the Commonwealth. The women's steeple. 11 athletes after a 21-person field got the ball rolling. For the men, it was Ian Sherlock who walked away with the victory. 9:16 final time. Pretty good view of the infield. A lot of warm-ups going on. We hope the weather gets that memo. We want to make sure it's not too cool. There's got to be a good temperature to please everybody in track and field. I'm not sure if we've found it yet because sprinters and distance athletes, it just feels like everybody has his or her own preference. You don't always know. Sprinters will want those warmer temperatures. Makes things a little bit easier. You're not going to lock up. Distance athletes tend to prefer cooler. You see those marathons. Think back to Eliud Kipchoge's sub-2 attempt. They manipulated all the conditions. That almost told you the whole story of what you want or what you should expect in a distance event. I think it was around 40 or 45 degrees, so maybe that is a temperature that's optimal for these distance events. Still just waiting. It's really tough in a spot like this because you understand you got to stay warmed up. You don't want to expend too much energy, though, and we know a lot of teams will have warm-ups that already go for about 50 minutes, maybe an hour, just trying to get loose. These meets early in the season, really interesting dynamic, too, because you're not paying attention too much to the team scoring. You do want to have everybody on the same page, but it doesn't exactly matter if you're losing those points to other teams. You just want to be the best at your own events that you can be and hope to piece the puzzle together with maybe a little bit of coaching. Eyes still on our steeple field, moments away. There's another Division III school on your screen, Colby from the NESCAC. That's a conference that is locked and loaded. Those northern conferences do not mess around in Division III. The ODAC, the Old Dominion Athletic Conference, Lynchburg's conference here in Virginia. It's really interesting because I think with different sports, you get a really different look whereas some of those other conferences, it's pretty consistent across the board. The ODAC certainly has enough contenders, whatever event it might be. Hampton-Sydney in the men's basketball championship fell to Trine, but that's a pretty good picture because guess what? They beat Guilford in the Final Four. So you had two ODAC teams in those semifinals. So you do have a pretty large representation here in the Commonwealth. Whatever school you're at, the pipelines are so different because you just don't understand what you want when you look for recruits. It takes a lot of mistakes before you can figure it out. I think coaches have a good approach. They keep it consistent, but it's not a one-size-fits-all type of category. Athletes lined up, gun fires, here we go. We anticipated some separation early. We'll see what happens. And these 7.5 trips around the oval. First event of the day. Second race, if you saw Ian Sherlock's men's steeplechase affair. Getting set, we'll see what the pace is at through the opening 200, and then from there, the barriers will be in play. The expectation early is finding your spot, just learning where you want to be at the remainder. 46-47 through the line, and now here come the barriers. So you can see on your screen some of the puddles. Not really going to have to worry about your feet getting wet or staying dry. Rest assured, by the end of this race, you're going to have some damp spikes. High seed Anna Iggums, as we said. Expect her to try and lead this thing coast to coast. 10:39 PR in the steeple. Ended the indoor season with 3 consecutive PRs. How many times do you get that across 3 different events? The mile, 3K, and 5K. That's a really good approach for a steeplechase athlete too, because then you're just preparing for a little bit of everything. So that first water jump can always cause some problems, just trying to get your approach down. First race of the season, you feel like it's maybe a couple feet deeper because it just takes some familiarity. Most schools do have a steeple pit in practice. It's not always like high school where you don't have the resources, but it does involve a little bit of chest to get rolling. 2:14 was Iggum's time. Continuing to just keep it solid and consistent. The chase pack will be an interesting question as this race unravels. Just looking clinical. You see that form, keeping it steady. When you're in a spot like that, it just requires a little bit of coaching, knowing your splits, knowing where you should be before you make the rest of the moves. And Hannah's spot, you have to imagine she doesn't want to make too many moves. So you saw behind in that chase pack, that was second and third seed. Rachel Goodman, Amber Ponectera. 2 to keep your eye on. PRs differentiated by just 8 seconds, so expect them to hang pretty tight. When you're the one with 8 seconds behind, in that case, it's really nice because it gives you somebody to chase, but not out of the question to be able to hang the entire way, maybe string together something special. 3:39, 3:38 through the opening 2.5. Barrier still looking pretty steady. Goodman and Ponectera, teammates at Moravian, so we talked about that 8-second PR difference. Well, they've probably gotten used to working together in steeplechase training. We'll see what they can do to hold on. Seeds are always interesting at these meets because you see a lot that coaches will put in. The expectations, will they match the blueprint, can get a little chaotic when you sort things out. But understand this from a coaching standpoint. There are so many athletes on a roster in track and field compared to those other sports. And so it's a lot easier to try and get people going. You hope momentum will really carry more than just a few people. Sport like basketball or baseball and you're starting 9, starting 5. If you have somebody who's not shooting well, somebody who's having an off day, that is a significant struggle. Not to say that can't happen in track and field. You get to the postseason, a lot of athletes up front really start to matter, worth their weight. But you do know that there are faces behind them, and the depth can really complete a roster. Mile to go up front, 5:06 on the clock. Still clinical. Goodman, Bonnick-Terra, and the 4 seed, Sophia Knurr of Kutztown, lead that chase pack. So your seeds are exactly in order. Meet will just continue to have more people throughout the day. Infield will be your spot for all the warm-ups. So as you watch the races, you might get to see someone you're waiting to watch in the next race. Got a full slate. Starting off with the steeplechase is a very fun, interesting way to get things rolling. It is an event that, as we already insinuated, it involves a little bit of everything. No question right now for Anna Iggums, who is just rolling. 10:39, the seed time. This is maybe the part of the race where being alone gets a little bit tougher. Your legs start to get a little heavier. Mind starts trying to win the battle. With 3 laps to go, though, she is still looking steady. Maybe a chance to break that PR. She would need under 4 minutes in these final 3 laps. Looks easy right now, but as we said, maybe the toughest trips around the oval are from this steeplechase. If you haven't watched a track meet before, this is an event to get acclimated with. It is so fun. It is an Olympic year, folks. Paris is coming in the summer, and so you just wonder how many Americans will be tuning in. Track and field, one of those sports that feels like starting to take off. Have to get your TV and broadcast ratings to figure that one out. But I'll tell you one thing, you don't need many numbers to know this has been an impressive performance. There's that chase pack right now. Moravian, the Greyhounds working together. Goodman still sits in front, just trying to pull Bonnick-Terra along. I'd argue that's a good approach, too. You don't want to necessarily be side by side going over those barriers because you immediately have to go over the curve, and so it's a lot of inside out. 2 laps to go for Iggums. She was at around 7:59 through the line. Free flowing up front. Every jump is just another question mark in this race. The great ones find a way to just glide through and leave no question about it. This pack, you're trying to keep your eye in a track meet on as many personal bests as you can, everybody. Is it going to be on a spot? They want to just solidify something special to get things started. A lap and a straightaway to go for the leader. 9:05 on the clock. And just a few more barriers. As you see, it is still cool, calm, and consistency. PR will be right on the mark, maybe a little bit behind it. We'll see what this final lap has in store for Anna Iggums of Slippery Rock. This is a spot where you start rolling, you just trust every jump. It's not like another race where you can just take off and it's going to be smooth sailing. You got to know where your steps are going to line up, and when you start speeding up, that rhythm might get pushed down a little bit. And so how can you use the rest of the field to get through the line right now? This is a great example of how just putting one foot forward sometimes is the way to go. Water jump will be the big one. A little bit left to go. Final water barrier. It's clean. And just one more. This one is going to be a no doubter. The clock at 10:30, so it will likely be a little over that PR, but still a solid performance to get things rolling for Anna Iggums of Slippery Rock. There's the speed down the straightaway. And an impressive performance. You stack efforts to end indoor, 3 PRs. A good start to the season with this steeplechase, and now it's just about the battle for second. So we see Nur with a little bit left. This is going to be a big result. We look up and down. PR of 11:33 coming into this event. She will narrowly miss it. The steeplechase is maybe the toughest event to come out and earn a personal best to get things rolling. Liberty represented in third place. The Greyhounds of Moravian come through in fourth and fifth. So as we said, doesn't look like there will be as many personal bests. There will be some athletes likely competing in their first steeplechase, as we mentioned throughout the two sections. But overall, a solid start. And maybe the most different event on the track is going to take place next. In the 4x100 meter relay, as this steeplechase concludes. Sherlock of Shippensburg got it done as the 2 seed in that opening section. I believe Antoine Aflalo was not present for that race. And then Iggums the one in the women's side. Believe that will be a PR for Amanda Brent, who just rolled through. Seed time was set at 12:58. And so as we get ready to move on, it is a good start. Great day in Lynchburg from the Jack M. Toms Invitational. Anytime that you have dry weather, you're excited to get things rolling. Talked about the schedule earlier. It's the 4x100 meter relay followed by the open 1500 and then back to the 100 meter dash. And so a lot of these sprinters might be doubling, not exactly having a super long gap. Doubles and triples are tough at this time of the year. You want training, so you do want to see some athletes who are doubling, but you also understand that there is a risk-reward scenario with everything, every coaching decision. women's steeplechase. It was a fun affair as both the men and the women have concluded. So we're just about ready to get things rolling with the 4 by 100 meter relay. We're going to take a quick break on LHSN. We'll be right back with the relays on the other side. The 4 by 100 meter relay is just about to get set, and it promises to be a good one. The facility record 41:08 set by Christopher Newport in 2007. Lynchburg's record is 41:21. So if you want to keep your eye on that, this first section will have 3 Lynchburg squads. Was supposed to have 3 Lynchburg squads, but as you get ready to see it on your screen, looks like just one team will be represented. Lynchburg will have their first athletes of the day on the track. They're wearing the grays today. Unconventional look for the Hornets. It is a pretty cool color scheme. See a lot of schools nowadays, the uniform hype is real. You got your first set, your away set, your alternates, everybody trying to get on board. But it will be an anticipated 3 teams in this first section. Coming into this race, your lineup was Shippensburg, Colby, Lynchburg. Excuse me, folks, that's the wrong list. Denison, Lynchburg, Shippensburg, Colby, Ferrum, and Kutztown. There we go. A lot of numbers, a lot of different things going on at a track meet. This section from Lynchburg features a freshman who is going to be very special to watch this season. We don't want to go ahead and get too far into it. We have a long meet today. He will be running a little bit later on, but Alex Brent, you talk about talent, and you want to bring in some of the best, but Alex has been incredible. The brother of Nick Brent, mid-distance runner for this Lynchburg squad. Battled injury during the indoor season, so this is really our first look for this outdoor season. Teams have started moving on to the track. You see there are those gray uniforms for Lynchburg. They will have another team represented in lane 2. Relay is always a fun event because just like the steeplechase, it feels like a lot of things have to go right to have a successful outcome. Got to get the handoffs. Timing matters. The starts matter from this opening leg, and then just having the pure speed to power through. That's why you get to nationals or a conference championship, whatever that postseason picture looks like. It's not exactly clear cut who will take home the hardware, and not in any event really, because track is very up and down, but it is more predictable compared to other sports. You get someone in there who has been there before, who has run a certain time. There's not much discrimination. As we get set, event number 2, a little bit behind schedule. So if you're just joining, maybe anticipating the 1500 or a little early for the 100-meter dash, we will get there. Thumbs up, looks like we're just about ready. Jack M. Tom's track, Jack M. Tom's Invitational. Day 2 after what was a really fun way to kick things off yesterday. Under the lights, don't always get that in track and field. See these Saturday meets, and especially at the high school level, feels like that is the expectation. Runners in their blocks. Shippensburg in 4, a 40.53 PR. Air lane not occupied, so it will be Colby with 41.87, the high seat. One shot, clean start. As the athletes come around the opening curve, everybody looks in a good spot. This is a handoff. Looks like Alex Brent for Lynchburg pulled up. So 4 in the section now. Final curve will tell the full story. Handoff on the outside looked really nice. Potentially Kutztown will be in a spot where they can deliver. Don't rule out Ferrum yet. This is going to be a big final leg, and the Panthers have a few feet, but it looks like Kutztown might make it interesting through the line. Very tight finish, and looked like it was around 42 in that range. 41.88 will win it for Kutztown. They narrowly beat out Ferrum in second, 41.95. Colby rounds out the podium with 42.02. So that was a very stellar performance from the outside. Kutztown wins it from lane 8. That is such a tough position to be in, because you just understand that you are working more distance really the entire way. Just psychologically can really mess you up, but no problem. Michael Fellon, James Washburn, Steele Wrigley, and Deron Higgins get it done for Kutztown as we transition into the second section. Averett will be represented in lane 1, Virginia Tech Running Club in 2 and 3, Randolph in 4, Moravian in 5, Virginia Wesleyan 6, Ferrum 7 around the starting blocks. We just touched on the fact that Alex Brent had been battling injury. It looked like he pulled up before that first handoff, the opening leg for Lynchburg, so you hope everything's okay in that regard. Sprinters tend to have those happen more often than not. You don't see many distance athletes pull up. Now, the question will be, though, was it related to anything previous or not? We've touched on injuries and the fact that this is not the time of the year you want to be messing with anything extracurricular. Blocks occupied 2 through 7. Looks like lane 1 will be vacant, so the Cougars of Averett not competing in this one. Fast seed coming in is Randolph, 42-40. They have a guy by the name of Eric West, who you should come to know because he has been sensational as a freshman for the Wildcats. Won the 400 and the ODAC Indoor Championships. Someone who is always looking to fly. He has been incredible, and for a school just down the street from Lynchburg, Randolph looking to continue their success, continue building here on this sprint side. Second section of the men's 4x100. Here we go. We will see those middle lanes. Expect some separation. Moravian has a nice leg in lane 5. Handoffs will tell a lot of the story. It was a very clean handoff in front. And now the Greyhounds looking to pounce. 42-5 was the seed time. Handoff stay clean. Randolph is in the ballpark. Don't rule them out yet. Lambert working around. Here's the final leg. This is the opportunity. Who will pull away? Handoff not clean for the Greyhounds. They're out of it. Randolph's Eric West is rolling home. He will be through the line right around 42-4, 42-5. That was impressive. We'll go 42-7-4. Eric West gets it done. Virginia Tech Running Club in second, 43-3. Virginia Wesleyan rounds out the podium in 43-8. Eric West once again shows us the capabilities of this Wildcats squad. And Moravian was in that race for a very large portion. That could have been a fast time. They had some great handoffs before that final opportunity just gets lost. And so that will finish the men's 4x100s. Another chance to see Lynchburg in the women's side. This will be a fun race. Facility record for the women's 4x100 relay is 46-8, set by North Carolina A&T in 1999. Lynchburg's record sits at 47-7-8. It was set just a few years ago, 2022. They're looking to break it this year. Got the personnel to do it. Maybe this will be the opportunity. They are splitting the squad for this one. 2 Hornets teams in this section, so you know that they will be just trying to get people rolling, trying to figure out the right personnel down the stretch. Let's go ahead and introduce you to the rest of the field. Denison is in lane 1, Lynchburg in 2, Kutztown 3, Shippensburg 4, Slippery Rock 5, Lynchburg in 6, Virginia Wesleyan in 7, and Colby is in 8. View right now looks like all 8 are in attendance, so we are ready to roll as athletes make their way back to their blocks. Fast time is Shippensburg with 46-33, and they have some very impressive performers. You're going to see them a little bit later in the 100. Leah Serrano, Leah Graybill, Kayla Dahlhaus, and Sarah McKean, the Shippensburg squad that looks to bring the baton around the oval. See, Lynchburg will be in a spot where they're just trying to figure some things out. It looks like in lane 2, that will be the squad that you could say or deem as the A-team. No such thing in the relays, though. There are so many things that have to happen. As Betsy Monkern stands over the blocks, she had a really solid performance. The NCAA Indoor Championships, finished 11th in the 60 hurdles. She's somebody who can get it done on the sprint side. So we just wait for confirmation of timing services as we get ready to roll. See the water that is sat in lane 3. It is almost perfectly away from lane 2 in the start position for these staggered events. Can't tell from here. You might have a little bit of water coming up. That'd be a pretty cool picture. Get everybody a reaction. See, people don't always like those rain races, but it is always a cinematic affair as everyone will get down in their blocks. Lanes 1 through 8 occupied. This should be a fun one. Here we go. Around the oval, Slippery Rock has a nice first leg in 5, but Shippensburg stays right there. The middle lanes are going to be the ones to watch off the handoff. Here they come down the second leg. And looks like Shippensburg will have the leg up heading into the third, but it was a slow handoff. And Slippery Rock all of a sudden is out in front alone. This could be a very close finish. Time at 34 as they roll down the final straightaway. Opportunity, here we go, 4 and 5, neck and neck. Who wants it more? And Shippensburg will have a few steps in front. Wow, an impressive finish, 46-9-2. That will be a very solid performance. 46-9-2. We got the facility record and Lynchburg record messed up. We gave you the men's times, and so they narrowly miss a facility record. It was 46-8-0, as we said, or maybe we got it right. Both races underway. It's going to be a long day, folks. We're trying to keep everything straight from an information side. So they barely missed that record, 46-9-2 for Shippensburg. Slippery Rock, a solid performance as well. As we move into Section 2, if you're just joining us on the Lynchburg Hornet Sports Network, we are very happy you are spending your Saturday with us. We are trying to keep things as transparent as possible around the oval. So many different events, so we don't want to make anything more chaotic than it needs to be. We've got all the running events covered on LHSN. Currently in the women's 4x100 meter relay, a little bit behind schedule. The second section, after Shippensburg walks away with the first, will feature Virginia Tech Running Club in lane 2, Ferrum in 3, Randolph in 4. They have the fast seat of 57-2, Averett in 5, Virginia Tech in 6. Shippensburg in that last race, that handoff was very slow. The second one, they had the lead really going into that one, and they still find a way to come back. That is just really good resilience. Something you hope to get uncovered now as those handoffs, so that when postseason comes around, you're ready to go. Here's Section 2. Off and away we go. Randolph, as we said, in the yellow uniform. The team to keep your eyes on. Maybe a chance to go under 51. 57-2 the seed, and here they come rolling down the backstretch. Jaden Turner for the Wildcats will have smooth sailing. Right now they just have to get the handoff off. Those arrows in the exchange zones can come up a lot quicker than you expect. Randolph in a very sound position. They just have to get the final handoff. Here they go. Wildcats all alone down the final straightaway. Tatiana Langston will finish right around 50, and the Wildcats will walk away with the Heat 2 victory, 50-3. Ferrum finishes second, 54-9-9. Virginia Tech Running Club 55-7-2. Impressive solo effort, really, from that opening leg. Randolph just found their spot and went with it. Requires a lot of attention, though. You still have to get the handoffs. And we saw that really from the opening handoff. They just had the confidence to carry the momentum. Good time to start experimenting with the relays. We have finished the 4x100 meter relays, and we transition now to another set of 1500s. We say another because last night was the invitational sections. Frank Sorba and Ali Zealand, your champs from that contest, but especially in these opening men's races, a lot of these guys were really close to having a time that would have put them in an invitational section. That 4-minute barrier, the one to watch. The opening section of 6 for this 1500 will have 14 athletes. This is the time to really start working, really trying to get to a spot to build confidence down the stretch. We're going to say that a lot today, and I don't want to overuse that narrative too much, but you do understand that in track and field there are so many things that have to go right in a season if you want to end up in a spot to write some more history. It's always a great time to get things started. As we get things started, let's go over our facility record again for the men's 1500. 341 will be your facility record set in 2007. Lynchburg's record set by Sam Laneza, 345. Frank Sorba last night, 5-second PR. Moved from 355 to 350. He is more of an aerobic giant for Lynchburg. So we get ready for this section. It'll be Wyatt Thomas, the high seed from Virginia Tech Running Club. A lot of their numbers and stats are tough to find coming into this meet. We know with some of those running clubs and affiliates not using TFers, you got to maneuver some things, but the seed time for Wyatt Thomas is set right at 4 minutes, so you have to expect he will be on that mark. Port Havilar of Kutztown comes in with a seed time of 4:01:50. 4:32 mile PR this indoor season at the Fast Track Invite. Samuel Yakowas of Virginia Tech Running Club is hip number 3. Harrison Assay, Virginia Tech Running Club, is 4. Henry Kimbrough from Formula Track Club is represented, as well as Martin Lucas, Luca Palaminti, Taj Turlau, Gabe Conder, Andrew Bennett, Aaron Getty, Luke Demos, Will Cunningham, and Lucas Weaver. That is your 14-man field. Great camera shot there of everyone in the action. You see the hip numbers. The Hokies are out and about, ready to roll. Here right now over the PA system, Jim Sprecher, the director of track and field here at Lynchburg, does a fantastic job. Representing some of the alumni back on campus. We talked about it at Lynchburg. It is so special to have some people back. So you hear some of the inductees in this year's class for Lynchburg. So glad to have them back. Coach Jim Sprecher speaking with family members and representatives, some friends in the house. Always fun to have the Hornets back in the Hive as we move into this 1500. You heard some of Coach Sprecher's remarks, and as always, fun just to see alumni at any program, any school, any team. Really the people that found the program, the people who have brought success. And Lynchburg has a lot of success in the past. Talk about a squad that is obviously having a renaissance in recent years, working to be at the national level from a competition standpoint. But you understand it's not exactly a new thing. Lots of other schools at this meet can say the same. What's cool about this meet, too, and we have seen this in the past, is that you have some sprint powerhouses, you have some distance programs, some good throws teams, just a little bit of everybody. Those specialties ready to come out as we move into section 1 of 6 for this 1500. 12:15 our current time if you're watching this back or waiting for some of the events to come. But we're on the line, and away we go. Virginia Tech going to be the ones to try and control the narrative in this one. In front from the gun, Lynchburg's Luke Demos. Demos wearing hip number 12, a 405 result at Jack Tom's last year. Already some separation. You have to imagine that is a bit of coaching to get his confidence up. He has been battling really just some struggles with levels, and vitamins, and iron, you know, a little bit of everything that distance athletes have to deal with. And so a confidence booster would certainly be what the doctor ordered. As Demos works through the opening 300, you can tell he is ready to go. 46 split. So 4-minute pace for the mile. And that opening 300. The question is now, does he draw out the rest of this field? And we'll see how long he's running alone. You have to expect now through 400 at 104 that he will have some company. This first section, so crucial to get the ball rolling. And Demos continues to hold the lead. Last race was the Joe LaRocco Invitational from indoor. As you see that move initially. Martin Lucas, one of the Senators who is getting it done. Davison Elkins in the lead. Henry Kimbrough also sitting second. Luke Demos looks comfortable in third. We'll see what the movement looks like. They're going to come through right around 152 with 800 left. Still anybody's game, anybody's race to claim, but Martin Lucas is looking a little bit more confident. Strong striding along the curve, 209 through 800. got some separation now. Middle of this pack is also shaping up to be a good one. Virginia Tech trying to work into the mix. Now you watch Henry Kimbrough. You don't know if he has a move in store, when it's going to happen. We've talked about this the entire meet. Do you make them think a little bit longer? Because then you might fall victim to a kick in the final lap. And right now, I'd argue that Martin Lucas still looks comfortable. Kimbrough passed for second. That is Samuel Yakulis of Virginia Tech. Striding neck and neck. We're going to see what happens in this final lap. Big opportunity to post it to start the season. 2:58 with 400 to go. This is the time to go. Martin Lucas still a few meters from second and third. The kick is starting for Henry Kimbrough. You can see those arms swinging a little bit more. This might be the time. And with 200 left, the conventional last lap for indoor, we're going to see what happens. Clock says 3:30 as you see on your screen. A chance to break 4. This was really the section you had to imagine it could happen. And this might be a tight finish. Here comes Kimbrough. Final 100 meters. And the straightaway will tell the final story. 3:48 on the clock. He might get it. Martin Lucas striding home. The battle for second was a really good one. Virginia Tech has moved into the lead. 3:59 and 4 minutes is broken. This was the section we were not sure. Results will say Tides Churlau walked away with the victory. 3:59. Always tough with the hip numbers sometimes, figuring it out. And was Tides Churlau the 8, not the 6. So sorry, folks, or fans at home. That was an impressive result. Confidence. Tell you one thing, it translates from the indoor track to the outdoor. And as we get set for section number 2, you got to keep in mind this is the open section for these races. We also had those invitationals yesterday. Churlau walks away with the victory. This was a tight finish. It's what the 1500 is all about. It feels so much shorter than the mile sometimes, and it's really just a curve less. But you start on the straightaway. Better position to be in striking distance, and this will be a fun one as well. Lynchburg represented. Everyone represented the 14-man field. Jaden Holstein, the first seed for Concord. He's running 4:45 mile PR, freshman this year. Chase Maders for Lynchburg in the mix, but right now this race belongs to Ben Filippi of DeSales, sitting comfortably in front. Right around 49 for that opening 300. Filippi has been solid, a 4:05 PR, third place in the DMR, and 4x800 at the MAC Indoor Championships. Now just trying to keep smooth sailing. This pack is still very close. Tightly contested. The 1500, as we mentioned last night, is not an event that is easy to find splits for because the 800 is on the far side of the track. So you have to just make sure that you are staying intentional. Here's some movement up front. Field still all in one bunch, so essentially it is anyone's game. No one falling off yet. Final 2 laps will be the ones to determine who walks away with second section. Sear of Denison The white uniforms for the Big Red controlling the narrative. 157. That is not the 800 split. Remember, 100 meters to go. Dennison sitting in one. Don't forget Chase Maders out of Lynchburg. We've talked about him and his performances. Had a really good indoor season. 4:32 mile at the Liberty Open. This is his first collegiate 1500. A lot of people in that category as a 2:15-800 split is shown on the clock. Concord has moved into the lead. We talked about Noah Sear for Dennison. Still inside, but movement up front. Final lap will be an interesting one. Watch the clock as they come around. Last time out, it was a sub-4 result that was the one to win. Expect this one will be a little bit lower. Maders looking to make his move on the outside. Braden Ward of Concord sits in front. 4 are in the mix. The move on the outside going into the final lap. You can see the clock on the bottom of your screens. This is going to be a big opportunity and a lot left in the tank. What a result this could be for Jackson Gutkunst of Shippenburg. Here he goes. He is all alone. The battle for second is the one that is starting to wake up. 200 left. 3:35 on the clock. A chance to split something special. First 1,500 for the freshman of Shippensburg. A 2:01-800 PR. He is looking like a seasoned vet coming through the final straightaway. Battle for second. It's anybody's game. Concord making moves. Ward and Gutkunst to the line. 4:05 will win. And it looks like it was Braden Ward on the inside. 4:05 for Gutkunst. 4:07.38 for Ward. 4:07.49 for Holstein. And so the teammates battle it out for second and third. Concord, a good pair of results. We have seen their distance program continue to compete at a high level. Second section, that was a good result. 4:09.24 for Chase Maders in his opening 1500. The outdoor oval, obviously only once a year do you get to compete, and even fewer times here at Lynchburg, but a good opportunity to get things rolling. Chase Maders has been in a spot where you think about Coach Jake Reed's squad, they certainly have the confidence. Now it's just putting it together and making sure that everyone is on the same page. Moving quickly as we go into the third section. Joseph Cayano of DeSales. It's the high seed, 4:12.74. His PR in the mile is 4:32.96. We mentioned Ben Filippi of DeSales, that third place DMR at 4x800. Well, on there with him was Cayano. Movement up front. You see Virginia Tech well represented once again. They are always well represented at these meets here in Lynchburg. The Hokies, a great running club to complement their normal squad. You're going to see a few of those athletes we anticipate at Dennis Craddock later this season. They normally have a few in attendance. 1:04 through the first lap. Virginia Tech sitting comfortably in the lead. Luis Nucarne of Virginia Tech, 4:15 seed time. And here comes a little bit of movement. DeSales also in the mix. We talked about Cayano. Tech just rocking and rolling up front. will not be Cayano for DeSales in second. It is hip number 9, Tim Cano, 4:15 seed time as well. Cano is another guy out of DeSales program. We mentioned DeSales and what they've been able to really start building some of these squads that in a different sports schedule you don't always get to see here at Lynchburg. So track meets are always fun opportunities to welcome in new faces. 2:12, 2:13 through the 800. The lime spikes, maroon uniforms. Tell you what, that is a pretty look. Stands out for the Hokies. Right now, you got a standout up front. We'll see how this race unfolds. But running with a lot of confidence, sometimes that can be a warning sign in this 1500 because you expect in the final lap there might be some extracurricular activity. Here is Connor Murphy of Kutztown trying to arrive on the scene. Quadruplet moving into the final lap. They're going to be right over 3 minutes. Anybody's game as the bell rings. This is it for the third section. Kutztown's Murphy on his way home. What a big spot this would be. Talk about confidence. These types of races, the come behind affairs, they make you a better runner, and they both have a little bit more in store in the final 200. Who can sprint faster in the final curve? It's Murphy's race to lose, but he certainly has company. And now rolling with just 150 left. The clock at 3:49. An opportunity for Murphy to put a stamp on a solid effort. Cayano is giving chase. Murphy doesn't want to let go. He is going to smooth sail to the finish line, or so we think. It's going to be a tight one. 4:05, 4:06 for the victory. Wow. Joseph Cayano made that a race. I think there were 5 or 6 different guys who led that race at one point. How many times do you see that? Who wants it more? Connor Murphy was comfortable taking it. Section 3 proves to be another good one. Kutztown, a squad that we have not seen at least last year, and has been a few years since they have been in the picture, or maybe this is the first time appearance for Kutztown. We might have to get some clarification on that, but another team arriving on the scene from up north. Section 4 will have 14 athletes just about ready to go. Spencer Hahn of Alvernia is the 1 seed in this race, a 4:20 seed time. See some results from 4:20 into the 4:30s in this race. But for Hahn, 155, 800 at the MAC Championships for 4th place. 3 events and the top 10 results for that meet, so you have to know he is ready to go. Alvernia, well represented in this section. They have 3. Virginia Tech has a few as well. Daniel Murray is the 2nd seed, but for Lynchburg, they've got Armando Nahira and Colin Ashby. 3-4. This is a pretty special affair for Colin Ashby. His first race for Lynchburg. If you look at Tiefers, this is the first official result. He has run a few time trials. Armando Nahira in the mix for the Hornets right now. Coming around the turn, it is our 1 seed who leads it, Spencer Hahn. We'll just see what he can do to keep this time as smooth as possible. First lap will tell you a lot about strategy. It will not tell you much about the next 3. 51. Virginia Tech going with him. Does not look like Colin Ashby is in this field, so it might have been a late scratch. Some athletes in this meet only competing in one event, so you overbook and then make decisions the day of. 109 through 400, and right now it is still Spencer Hahn. Let's talk about Armando Nahara for Lynchburg. If you're joining us, we want to make sure that we're trying to cover everybody equally at this meet, because obviously this is not a straight up Lynchburg display, but we do, for the Lynchburg Hornets fans at home, want to cover bases. Armando Nahara has been really impressive in his sophomore campaign out in Naples, Florida. He's sitting in third right now. 435 PR at Dennis Craddock, 441 mile PR at Odax, and so he has certainly improved. Look at that stride, though. It looks so comfortable for the leader. Not trying to do too much. It does not look hard-pressed. 2:02. We will wait for the 800 split. Field still pretty tight. Not a lot of separation. I kind of like it when you have these open races, because you look at 6 sections and some people will say, oh, the wait is so long, the next race isn't until X, Y, or Z. But that means that for these races, they are going to be very tight, very competitive. I love those types of races that you never know who's going to come away with it. We've seen it in the last few. Will there be another one? It's been wire-to-wire stuff from Spencer Hahn. A lot of first 1500s for some athletes in these meets. Think about freshmen, or you think about people just who typically don't contest this event. You have a lot of 800 runners who will move up, a lot of 5K runners moving down. There's going to be company. Daniel Murray wants to take this one. The last lap will decide it. Tight heading into the final lap. What is the coaching decision is the question. Sometimes coaches will wait until that final lap before they let him go. It looks like it will stay right in the pocket. We'll see what Murray has in store. He looks like he is on the prowl, and he's going to make his move coming out of the curve. Good work to hold him off, though. They are neck and neck. There's Daniel Murray. He makes the move. Waited until the straightaway. That is just clinical stuff. The fundamentals on display. He's going to roll on. 200 meters left in this one. Here we go, the final curve. Don't think there are going to be any surprises in the air. Around 4 minutes, a look at the watch. Here he comes. Murray sitting in first. There might be company in second. Hahn has it for now. James Henry also making it interesting, but a 4:16 result for first place. Daniel Murray, 4:16.46. Hahn finishes second at 4:18.09. Henry, third, 4:18.64. Clinical stuff. Armando Nahara, 4:23.83. We talked about his PR coming in. We knew it was a little outdated. 4:35. Comes in a very good spot. He had a good field to do it. Nahara, as we touched on, to end Odax, ran a 4:41 miles. So the translation, I'd say that's about right. With the 4:23, might have to get the mathematicians in the house for that one. We had Pi Day, a broadcast for our lacrosse game just a little while ago. You know, we still are accepting help for mathematicians, maybe on the Lynchburg Hornet Sports Network. We might need some people to keep us straight in the booth. We're trying to handle all the numbers ourselves. Here is Section 5, highlighted by Ben Darden, Quinn Sihon, and Andre Kaiser of Virginia Tech, your 1 through 3 seeds. You get the trio up front. That really helps your confidence because you trust that they are going to try and pack this thing. You imagine with the same seed time, that has been the coaching decision. Now it is just up to the racers up front. pace is pretty pedestrian. Nobody really making the move right away. Ryan Dennison of Alvernia is okay staying in front. The Pacers do have a representative. Coach Jake Reed here at the University of Lynchburg has a high school homeschool team for runners, and his super cool program has allowed a lot of people to have the opportunity to not only run track and field, but also compete at collegiate events. Think about Allie Zeeland last night. Talked about as a national champion at the high school level. She is committed to Liberty to run next year. Pretty special opportunity. 115, 116 through 400. Trying to keep those splits ready to go. The sun has started to peek out finally. This is such a good start to this meet. By the end, you look back at some of the replays and you see what the track looked like in the morning. You're thinking, goodness gracious, it is a very different setting. Rolling around right now, Virginia Tech's Andre Kaiser sits in front. Don't forget, folks, if you are sticking around for the 100-meter dash, we are a few minutes behind. That will be the next event on the calendar. Followed by the high hurdles, 400 and then 800. Got the entire slate of action. It's turned out to be a pretty ideal day for the high hurdles. Don't want to be messing around with anything that will get you hurt, but it does look like it's going to be a good setting. 2:26 for the leader through 800. Tech sitting strong. They are in first, second, and third. This one's going to match what we had in plan.
We got one more person with the brain trust coming later on. He might be able to fix it.
The Hokies, such a deep squad, and it goes straight onto their track team, not just this running club. Always still competing. They get a lot of cool trips as well. If you know people in the Commonwealth who are competing at that level, it is always impressive. See some of the opportunities. Kaiser in first. It looks like Darden is in second, and third from Ferrum is Josh Mills out of Franklin County High School. A lot of local kids staying in the Old Dominion Athletic Conference. That's what's so special. Ferrum is a member. And you think about a lot of the competition, it spills over from the high school level into collegiate meets. Just a little bit left, 300 as they roll around. Kaiser has kept his handprint on this race really from the gun. Giving chases Darden and Campbell, but 200 left, 3:57 on the clock for Andre Kaiser. Fifth section of 6 here in this men's 1500. Here comes Kaiser, just one straightaway. He might have a little bit of competition. We'll see if Darden makes this thing interesting. Kaiser just trying to get to the line. The Hokies are going to be going at it as they approach the clock. Kaiser had a second surge, and it's by 6 that he will hold the lead. Andre Kaiser walks away with the victory. 4:26.80 for the victory. Darden in second was 4:26.9, so just a tenth of a second off. 4:33 for Cademan Campbell. Impressive results, and we move into the sixth and final section for the men's 1500. There will be 5 sections for the women. So we get set. Really an all-day affair here in Lynchburg. We are so glad you're joining us. The Lynchburg Hornets Sports Network. So you see the sixth and final section. Jordan Gallo of DeSales is the high seed, slated at 450.31. Gallo ran a 450, 1500 PR, 142, 600 PR last race in the indoor season. A lot of outdoor debuts happening this weekend. We've touched on the fact you want to get your athletes started in the right spot. You don't want to overload in a meet that might be too big where it just feels like there are so many personnel that you almost lose sight of what you're trying to do. You want to be intentional. I think Lynchburg is a good middle ground because this meet isn't too big, but you also have enough faces in the heats in the crowd where you can have some competition. Here's a good look at the entire field. A few pacers in the mix as well. Richard Mast wearing hip number 3. Lots of different jerseys represented. That's any track meet, but the colors today feel especially different. You have a little bit of everything. That's what we love to see. Makes it easy to keep everybody apart from one another. Randolph's Jackson White will look to make this thing interesting. He's hip number 2. 450.87 is his seed time. Comes in with an official PR of 5:10. Have to imagine that will go down. He's run 5:14 in the mile, so that might be the better stat to use and analyze. But right now, it is hip number 14, Luke Sigmund of Bluefield State, out in front. Sigmund, no time coming into this race. Sometimes those athletes that are entered without a time are the ones that will come out with the victories because you don't always know what heat they're going to be in. Typically pocketed into that final section. So sometimes if you have experience from high school or if it's only your first race for a particular event, you'll see that a lot. There is a pretty big gap between Sigmund and the rest of the field. Jackson White still leads that chase pack. Clock on your screen again. See a lot of warm-ups for the 100. The 100 is always one of those events that will get people watching, one of the highlights of track and field at any level. You know people tune in to watch. Comfortable striding right now for Luke Sigmund. When you're in the lead, you always have almost every set of eyes on you, and so it's uber important to make sure you're in a spot that you can finish and deliver. We know that these competitors in the field are not going to have any mercy these final few laps. You want to make sure that you can make it close. This section, one that will likely end up around 450. We'll keep our eye on the leader. About 220 for Sigmund through 800. So certainly in a good spot. Now it's just how much do you have left? Final section of this men's 15, 5 in the women's. First section, the question will be, can they break 5? We talked about the men's races. The 4-minute mark was the one to keep an eye on. We know that the women will have a very tightly contested race. Jaden Parrish of DeSales moves into the lead on the straightaway. No hesitation. And now he's going to start rolling. 3:18. Didn't look like it was just a move to slow down the pace or to take control. He wants to roll. And now soaring into this final lap. Wow, he waited until the right time. And now it's just going to be a question of how quick can he finish. 3:53 on the clock. Mentioned that 4:50 was the highest seeded time in this heat. Two athletes without a time recorded coming out and rolling. Here's Parrish down the final straightaway. It's just him versus the clock at this point, looking to have a really nice time inside 4:30. And Parrish, with about 4:50 to go, made the move, committed, and never looked back. 4:28. The battle for second also heating up. Looks like it will end up going to Sigmund. Parrish a 4:28.34 for the victory. Believe our second place athlete was not entered. We'll have to double check. Sometimes those late entries. It was Grayton of Concord. According to our final results, and Sigmund of Bluefield State gets third. They were both at 4:33. Again, you can find all your results online at Blue Ridge Timing throughout this meet. That was the final men's 1500. So we transition our attention to the women's races. This opening section is going to be one that certainly will not disappoint. Evelyn Tipper is going to be the one to keep your eye on from Virginia Tech Running Club. She ran 4:56 at the 1500 last season at Dennis Craddock. Impressive stuff when you look at these races at Lynchburg, because the comparison is there. Numbers, as we have said, don't discriminate. That's the great thing about track and field. You kind of know where you're at just because you're either running the time or you're not. But Tipper has been solid, looking to extend. She will have some company. Haley Estes, another one to keep your eyes on from DeSales, hip number 2, 450 PR, 526 mile during the indoor season for a personal best. This will be a fun one. 14 athletes in the opening section. Pace will get out hot. You want to just keep your eye on the splits as you roll around. Some athletes will check it every 100 meters. There are others that don't want to look at the watch the entire race. It's more just about competing. So many different flavors to track and field. You just don't know if it's a coaching decision, if it's an athlete standpoint. You know, sometimes a little bit of both. This field is staying very close. The facility record here at Lynchburg's Jack M. Toms track is 4:39, set in 1995. Lynchburg record 4:29 by Natalie Deacon, 2017. She's now an assistant with the Lynchburg women's soccer team, so staying in town. Virginia Tech has stacked a pair in front. 102 at the 300. Again, this is the sub-5 heat. If that men's race was maybe a sub-4 narrative we were keeping our eyes on, you know, a lot of athletes in this section have already broken 5 minutes. Evelyn Tipper, one of those. Right now, Fiona Martinelli of Denison is sticking in the lead, but obviously she has company. Martinelli, 5:27 mile PR. That was at the North Coast Championships where she finished 10th. Around the curve, starting to have a little bit of separation. There's your 1-2 punch up front. Estes staying in a good spot. Tipper knows the drill. She's just going to see how long she can draft in second. Estes, quick, compact strides. Not breaking it at all. Looks very comfortable right now with an 800 to go. Tipper will stay close And this question now is the rest of the field. These are where a lot of those PRs will come from. If the rest of the field just hangs around long enough, that bridge between second and third is always the question. At different spots, different positions. You also see Deandra Young of Kutztown in the mix, but pretty evident that Estes wants this thing to keep speeding up. Deandra Young, as we talked about, 4:58 PR from the Coach Pollard Invitational. 2:23 for an 800. That was ninth at the Indoor Championships conference level. Here comes Estes. She's ready to move now. The question is, will Tipper go with her? Straight away, starting to separate the two from the pack, but they're still striking distance. Don't rule out Slippery Rock. Might be a dark horse in this race. 3:44 with 400 left. This thing could get interesting quickly, but I think Estes is still in a comfortable spot. 4:50 the PR watch. We'll see if she has a shot. Have to imagine it will be a little bit under with the current pace, but what do these last 300 meters hold? Tipper might start speeding up as well. You can tell a little heightened sense of urgency down the back straight. Young of Kutztown just trying to enter the party. Door has not closed yet. Estes, 200 to go, 4:25. She holds 5-minute pace, would be right over that 5-minute mark. Here comes the move from Young in second. Can they catch up to Estes? It's going to get a very tight finish. Here's another move into lane 2. It's a 4-person affair, but down the straightaway, it'll be Natalie DeCrizio who finishes with a head of steam down the final straightaway. Wow. It looks like she broke 5 minutes. We're going to wait. 4:59.2. Wow, DeCrizio of Shippensburg somehow found a way to wait long enough. Makes that race very interesting. Young of Kutztown finishes second, just over 5 minutes, 5 and 81 hundredths, and Estes falls to third. If you would have asked about the result with 200 left, we would have had a very different image in our mind of what was going to transpire. That was just bread and butter material from a sit and kick perspective. Think about some of those races that just does not finish when you want it to. Seems like a race never expires when you have full control. It was the entire way down the final 200 meters. A race we just did not have an entire puzzle put together. The pieces were still forming, and a great result from Shippensburg. Second section. 13 athletes. That straightaway, as we have talked about, is a very good way to get separation early. You'll see a lot of athletes who just want to claim first, and they have the ability to. You don't have a waterfall line, other variables where you have to wait. It is completely in your power if you want to go and take the lead. First section was tight. Might have another tight affair in this one. Angelina Klein of DeSales is the high seed coming in, as we see a pair of DeSales athletes up front. Caitlin Zachary also sitting in first. DeSales and Shippensburg, very similar uniforms at this meet. Looks like vertical stripes for DeSales. That navy and red combo, the U.S. colors, they're looking very smooth. You see a lot of schools, think about Shenandoah and the ODAC. It's becoming a more popular color scheme, 118 through 400. Temperature has warmed up to 63 outside, so it's just about as close to optimal. If you've stuck with us for the entire broadcast, congratulations. It has been a fun meet so far, but we talked about it in really the opening minutes. It's hard to determine the best weather for sprinters and distance athletes. There's got to be a happy medium. We haven't figured it out. Maybe 60, 65 is as close as you're going to get, where neither party is exactly head over heels, but satisfied. We'll put it that way. Pack staying close. DeSales still in the mix. Still dominating a lot of these distance events from the start, as right now it is still Zachary holding on. We'll see how long it takes for that first move. Don't want to put it past anybody. If you watch that last race, you never know when the moment will strike, and it's very rare that you see it all unfold in the final 200. Normally people get antsy. You want to go early. That was not the case in that last 15. Patience is a virtue. 247 through 800. Shippensburg, there's a good angle. The entire field. Front pack on your screen right now. 7 athletes. Almost looks like the bowling pins. Got the little pyramid going on. We'll see who wants to be in front by the end. These races, read and react style of racing, it is so fun because it does not matter what's on the clock. You have to find it within yourself, within your style, to go out and write the narrative yourself. 500 to go. Opportunities manifesting. A tight one now. Shay Zietler of DeSales. Ava Wysong of Shippensburg. Bell lap is going to come right around 3:51. Looks like Jenkins also in the mix. Don't forget, you can find all your heat sheets and information online at Blue Ridge Timing.
Zoom out here, Faust. Perfect.
Margot Kenyon of Colby making the move. There's the move back the other way. We knew it could be climactic, and down the back straight we have another tight one, but this one might be out of reach. Wow, 4:30 with 200 left. Now just trying to sail home. Concord has been well represented the entire meet. They have had some strong competitors, some very quick finishes, looking to add another to the tally. Emma Jenkins is moving home. 5:15.38 seed time, and she will roll through well under. The battle for second has heated up as well. Alexis Verdell of Denison was able to sneak through. Jenkins 5:06.54. Verdell in second with 5:10.28. Zabos of Virginia Tech 5:10.78. That is your podium. Another race. We saw Kenyon was in the mix. Zietler, Zachary, so many who were in a spot to contend. That's the 1500. It is almost the balance of paces. How long can you stay in it before the wheels fall off? That's why these races at the beginning of the season are fun, because I think people are trying to figure out what type of fitness they're in. You get a pretty good picture of how fit you are, but you're not always going to know until you go onto the track and figure things out yourself. Second section heating up in this women's 1500. Don't forget the 100-meter dash after this. Many heats of this 1500 and lots of action throughout the entire day. We have seen it start to heat up already. We've had some fun finishes, some tight ones, a few just impressive performances. Obviously, we know lots of friends and family will be tuning into this meet from abroad. Always appreciate the support, not just of this meet, but of track and field in general. It is really a community that is special. When you look at the rise and what it is trying to accomplish, it is really different than any other sport. And the unity of it seems like if someone is going out for a fast time, it doesn't matter what uniform they're wearing. You want something special to happen. Trying to defy the limits. That is the name of the game. And Melandri. And that will be Kirsten Klinger, of Moravian, sitting in the lead. Melandri from that last section. Approaching 400. The third of 5 1500 sections on this women's side. It has been a busy time for spring sports, and I think that is across the board. Any athletic institution, it is so tough to be able to balance everything, and to have a track meet on a Saturday as the only event going on is pretty cool. It was not the original blueprint here at Lynchburg. There were a lot of other contests that were supposed to happen, but with the rain and maybe the right decision with last night's pouring in the Commonwealth, it was a safe bet to move softball and baseball to tomorrow. And so this is the only competition on campus. Molly Hayden looking to make a move, just sitting right behind Klinger. Klinger now in a spot where coming up on 800, you're almost too far out in front to do anything different than hang with the pace. Have to trust that she will have an opportunity to do so. Coming into this race, there were 6 athletes with a 5:30 seed time. Right now, it is Molly Hayden's race to lose through 800 at 2:49, 2:50.
Okay, ready, one, take one.
Molly Hayden, Lila Drager, Amanda Brent, Allison Henry, Susie DiLorenzo, Andy Hollander, Erica Ekanamu, Kylie White, Kirsten Klingner, Rachel Birch, Amy Straka, Haley McMurdy, and Lillian Verschell. That's your third section. Hayden right now coming around the curve. Lots of isolation. A chase back has developed. You got 4. That's good for personal best. Here comes Hayden. She's going to be all alone. Her versus the clock. Right around 3:42 right now. A few steps to go until she gets to the line, to the bell. Great opportunity. 3:50. Everything in front now. It is an open track. Who wins that second pack is the question that we will have to answer. 5:23 was the seed time for Molly Hayden. Here's one of those chase packs that you see forming. Allison Henry, Virginia Tech in a good spot. So on the track, Jake Reed, the distance coach here at Lynchburg, always coaching somebody, right? We talked about his homeschool squad. He also has to coach the Lynchburg Hornets. He is the Lynchburg Hornets coach. And very special when you see people going the extra distance. Molly Hayden is doing so now with 100 meters. Time at 4:53. Should be no concern at this point that she will break that seed time, going well under. 5:23 was that expectation. Now she's going to roll through right around 5:12. Molly Hayden has to feel good about that one. Battle for second. Looks like Henry will come away with it. 5:12.68 for the win. Then Molly Hayden gets it done. 5:21.87 for Henry. Birch of the Pacers got third. 5:22 rounds out your podium. Would be very interesting before a track meet. You see all these seed times, you know it's early in the season, so a lot of those seeds are just coaches' projections. You're not exactly sure where it's going to finish. I wonder how many one seeds win in a track meet. One would think it would be the majority, or at least they would be in good spots to compete. That's not putting down anybody who's a one seed or who isn't, because that is just luck of the draw, the way that these heats are formed. Races can feel so different, being the last in one heat or the first in the next. Some people like a little bit of both. If you're the first in your heat, you know that you have the speed to take it. Good confidence booster if you can come away with a victory. But when you're last in another heat, then essentially you're just chasing and trying to draw another PR. It is the easiest way to do it when you're surrounded by people faster than yourself. At least from a statistical standpoint, that's always the question in track and field. Going back out, proving it time and time again, this sport is one of the toughest to train for, to practice. The track does not care what you did yesterday. You have to wake up ready to go. If you don't have your A+ stuff, it is a rude awakening that can transpire. That's why those postseason races are so tough. You have to be ready to go. We have seen it from an array of contributors, not just at Lynchburg, but across Division III, across the NCAA. This fourth section of 5 rolling around the track. Right now, Gabrielle Griffin of Averett has the lead. Can tell that that pack is not content to move along yet. You want to hold it along together as long as possible. Seven in the mix. This might be like one of those first sections that we saw where it really didn't unravel until the final lap. Chance now in these later sections, it's just about the consistency, especially from a seed time standpoint. You don't always have that tightly knit group that you do in the first and second, and so it's using someone. That's why to have a section in a pack that is this close in the fourth section, that is always a sign that if you're a coach, eyes are lining up. You know what could happen if you keep everybody together, especially if the pace is on. Trying to keep you updated with splits as much as possible. We also know we got the clock on your screen. Concord and Averett will be battling it out. Just approaching the 800-meter mark. Here's a little bit of our first separation. Coaches might go and urge their athletes to move with 800 left. It's a good measuring stick, a good time to know. If you watch those bigger races, especially with more faces in the crowd, it's harder to coach because it is on the fly. If somebody moves, you can't just stay true to the style if you're going to be thrown out the back. You have to trust what you're doing. Here's a little bit of movement that line up front.
Matt, when they
Hope
turn this
Werner
corner,
of the
you can
Pacers
come
sitting
to
in
the
second
show.
in that red uniform. Her sisters Kayla and Kristen running for Lynchburg right now. Pacers are that homeschool team, and it's really cool when you have that line continuing. But let's focus right now on Sarah Turner. 5:48:33 seed time as she came into this race. She's going to have a little bit of company as Werner moves into that final lap. You see some instructions being urged to all the different athletes at this point. Now moving along nicely, and you can tell Turner
All the way
just
out.
turned it up a little bit,
Okay. Now get
working in this final lap, trying to make something
just
special.
stay there. I'm going to be on you to see everyone come.
Early in the season, you want to have that time glaring back at you for the remainder. You don't want to go into March
And then
not feeling confident, just trying to figure things out for the 2 months. The outdoor season, despite maybe feeling like the center of attention, goes by quick.
oh, big moves. Big moves.
Here's the move from Averett's Gabrielle Griffin. 200 left. She's sat for long enough. There's another move like that first heat that we saw. 200 to go. You're so accustomed to running indoor, and that is that lap that is a little bit different. Griffin is looking steady now. You feel confident when you make the move yourself that you are controlling the race. Turner is still sticking in second, but she is not going to catch Griffin, who rolls all the way home. 5:36 was the seed time. She will dip under.
Matt, you can start zooming out now. And
A few surges here and there. She makes the competition pay as they wait too long. A nice job from Gabrielle Griffin. 5:27. Still nice efforts, too, from Turner and Werner in second and third. 5:30, 5:32, respectively.
Matt, I'll get you a breather in a little bit when Josh comes back.
This is what's tough. You get past like that, you almost try and
You're working till 2.
figure out your pace again because you're not sure what you're supposed to commit to. That was good resilience, good persistence as we round out that fourth section.
Take 2.
Well, folks, we've had lots of invitationals. We have had the Open 1500, the men's and the women's. We are at the final section of this women's 15. It is led by Durant Parker Ash of Virginia Tech. 6:05 is the seed time. You see it on your screen. This is essentially a Hokies scrimmage. Few other schools represented. How will the pack form is the question, though, and that's where if you're from another school, you have 6 athletes or 7 athletes without a time coming into this contest. You just have to find your group sooner rather than later. You don't want to commit to something and then have the final lap turn into a nightmare. Here's the move, and the Hokies right away are not afraid. This is what's interesting about this 1500 too. You've seen it many times by now, but when you have athletes starting in lane 7, lane 8, it's like, what time is the right move to make? Because there is not a consensus answer. You're not going to have everyone tell you the same thing. So crucial to know your style. If you're just joining us here on the Lynchburg Hornet Sports Network, my name is Evan Gates, taking you through all the action. It has been a fun day, a great start. We have already been treated to some very fun finishes, and this one might be the exact same. Manoa Johnson-Diaz is in the mix for Virginia Tech, along with Julia Zielinski. A pair of Hokies sit in front. Two of those athletes with no time. If you're unfamiliar with track and field, we've talked about the final heat of many events having athletes with no time. They all get collected into the final section, and so it's almost going to be a mixed bag every single time you see it, because you have those athletes who maybe just haven't posted an official time, but they have ran in time trials before.
Ready, one, take. One.
We'll see what it looks like in the end. Tech hanging strong up front. Technically 2 Division I representatives at this meet. Seen some athletes from Liberty, some from Virginia Tech's club team. Tech now sitting in front, but they do have company from Davis and Elkins. This could be a fun finish.
Oh, making a move on the inside.
Somehow works her way along the inside. You don't see that every day. The Senators just have an open lane, and they will move into the lead with 800 left. We got the move back from Virginia Tech. It's a little bit of yo-yoing as we go into the final 2 laps. We haven't seen that many times. The move in this 1500 has normally been pretty dominant, and it might be now. Did you wake up a sleeping giant is the question by going inside, because now Virginia Tech is starting to stroll down the back straight. Davis and Elkins not out of it yet. When you have a tag team, a dynamic duo, it makes life a little bit easier. .600 to go. 15 in this final section. For all the athletes, all the heat sheets, as we said, Blue Ridge Timing, as you covered, you can figure out when people are competing. Right now, Johnson Diaz looking strong. That move on the inside really just got her activated and calibrated. Here she comes with the bell lap approaching. 3:40 on the clock right now. Johnson Diaz came in without a time, as we said. Davis and Elkins sitting second and third. 3:47 with 400 left in our final 1500 heat of the day. Here they come down the back straight. You see pretty view of the board and Lynchburg right now. A great time of the year to come, because in about a month, if you return for the Dennis Craddock Coaches Classic, campus will look a lot different. Starting to warm up in the Commonwealth, but it doesn't exactly give you that vibe. If you look at the trees, still not fully covered. It's turf on the infield, so grass is not that green in Virginia yet. Johnson Diaz has found the green light, and now she is just sprinting down the final straight. You could tell a switch turned. Here she comes. Maybe seeing the clock and finding that realization. 4:56.
All right, Matt, zoom out slowly once you get to the finish line here.
Easy work as she will stroll through right around 5:05 for Johnson Diaz. We saw that second lap proved to be the difference maker. 5:05.46. 5:15 for Taylor of Davis and Elkins and second. This is absolutely faster than the times that we expected coming into the section. We said it is the mixed bag. You're just not really sure what you're going to get. Jacobs of Davis and Elkins in third, 5:25. Sierra Taylor and Brooke Jacobs, the 2-3 for the Senators. So we make it through the women's 1500. No high seed won a race. Again, we don't want to paint it that that's the expectation, that if you're wearing the 1, you're always going to win. Lots of different times at this stage of the season. Indoor is very different with a lot of different events. PRs might not translate. Some runners just enjoy the indoor season or outdoor season better than the other. Easier to race. As this concludes our 1500, we will get set for the sprint events. Promise some very quick finishes, and we know that it has been a solid day so far. Opportunities are always rising. There's just so much that goes on and goes into a track meet that you realize when you get that moment, whatever it may be, whatever event, you have to capitalize, and the sprints are certainly that. With wind standards in the outdoor season, you don't know when you're going to have a legal time again, and so if that should be the case today, we will have ourselves a treat. Myrtle Beach for the Lynchburg Sprints team gave some times that were wind assisted, so they were not legal. Look at that, 2 miles per hour as the standard. Myrtle Beach and sprints, it feels like they wouldn't mesh well together, but you do know that there are times when that wind will die down. It is warmer down in South Carolina. Sometimes you'll have certain events that do qualify for a legal time and others that don't, so you just don't know what to expect. So transitioning into sprint events momentarily. You've seen the hurdles on the infield really the last hour. Everybody has their own set of warm-ups. It's kind of cool to see different coaches and different teams, how they approach the races. Had some conversations with Coach Jake Reed at Lynchburg. He'll say the warm-ups and the intentionality to detail, that is the type of stuff that really will tell you if you are trending in the right direction or not. You see certain coaches that just absolutely know what to do at the right times. So we will take a really quick break on LHSN. We have had lots of fun so far from the Jack Toms Invitational. The sprint events on the straightaway, they're coming on the other side.
My name is Davion Washington Jr. I have the honor of serving as the student body president. I have 5 little siblings. I'm the oldest of 6 siblings, and they look up to me. I'm setting the tone. I get to develop myself, make myself a better individual, but also I'm helping future generations, not even my family, but just future generations in general. I found my passion here. I found, the love for what I want to do. I just really had an amazing time here. It's changed, my outlook on life. You don't have to be famous to change lives. You don't have to be on the big screen or whatever. I change lives now, and I hope to continue to do that. Just same way that the University of Lynchburg has changed my life for the better.
Welcome to the Campus Recreational Department at the University of Lynchburg. We believe in a student-centered approach to recreation, making sure that all students have fun and engaging activities that promotes wellness, personal growth, and community building.
Our team works to provide a variety of recreation opportunities for all our undergrad and graduate students.
Let's take a look at the different areas of campus rec.
Campus recreation covers all outdoor recreation. Our team offers dozens of trips per semester, maintains recreation facilities on campus, and offers outdoor certificates and leadership training.
Intramurals is open to all students who wants to play on a team. We have men's, women's, and co-ed leagues for each sport we offer.
Those looking for next level competition can join club sports. These are student-led organizations.
Welcome back on the Lynchburg Hornet Sports Network, the Jack M. Toms Invitational Men's 100-meter dash. We are just about underway. This is going to be flaming, an exciting heat. As we get set, it'll be a very quick one. We expected it to be a quick one, but when you have 14 heats, it only helps things out. Javon McKay of Moravian and 1, Michael Felon of Kutztown and 2, Jalen Jones of Lynchburg and 3, AJ Verrata of Slippery Rock 4, Eric Kirk of Shippensburg and Maurice Whittle of Shippensburg 5, 6, Trevor Gray and 7 from Moravian, Zion Evans of Averett and 8. Expect some flaming times. Here they go. Look at 4-5 as they stroll down right now. Michael Felon has a few steps on the field. He's going to try and hold this one out. We'll wait for the time. Verrata gets him by 300ths, 10-7-6. Felon was in second from Kutztown, 10-7-9. Whittle will settle for third, 10-89. Wow. The lean at the line from A.J. Verrata. He has a 10.54 personal best. Last time out, 10.78. And continues to perform. The consistency on display. Verrata got out and really just had to settle until the back half of that 100. That was such an impressive finish. Jalen Jones ran 10.96. Your Lynchburg Hornet in that heat. He has been trying to figure it out. 10.86 at the Allen County Invitational in Myrtle Beach. Jalen Jones, we know when he is on, he is ready to go. We'll move into the second section of 14. That was a very climactic finish. We knew Verrata would have a chance. 4-5 are typically your fast lanes for the 100. That's where the high seeds will be placed. Just helps, especially knowing that you have your opponents on both sides. We'll move into section 2. Logan Berner of DeSales is in lane 1, 10.96 PR coming into this race. Nick Raya of Lynchburg is in lane 2. He has been very solid throughout his Lynchburg career. 10.99 PR. He is just clipped under 11. Lane 3 will be vacant. Lane 4 is going to be Damon Morgan of EMU. Jamari Blackburn of Ferrum in 5. Justin Mosley in lane 6. Adam DeFosse of Virginia Tech in 7. And Zach Jacobs slotted to be in 8. That lane will be vacant. 4 athletes. Looked like a quick jump. Can't tell if the starter misfired. I think it might have just been a straight false start. We'll wait for confirmation. Yellow card. These meets early in the season, you're going to rarely see disqualification unless it is a really blatant false start. Even some officials will have grace there. So 4 athletes in the field. That was on Morgan. He is the fast seed in the section, 10.83. Ran a 22.200 at Boston on the nose. He was very solid, a part of this Royals program continuing to elevate. This starts off clean. And we see Morgan running in lane 4. Watch in the middle. Blackburn might give him a challenge. It's going to be lane 1, Logan Berner, who finds his way in. You see it on your screen, 11:06 for the victory. So no one able to clip under 11 in that section. Really sporadic with the lanes as well. Had a few people not in that heat. Berner 11:06 as you see on your screen. Jacobs an 11:27. He had an 11:01 PR at Allen Connie. He will also be running in the 400. Section 2 will become Section 3, and let's go ahead and introduce him. Tim Gutzeit of Charleston, 11:11 PR, will be in lane 1. Jack Short of Alvernia is in lane 2. Jaden Fodderl of Concord in 3. Herb Quarterman of Shippensburg in 4. Quarterman by just 100th has a fast seed in the section at 11:03. Zachary Parsons of Charleston is 5. Connor Smith of Ohio Wesleyan in 6. Joel Adade of Ohio Wesleyan in 7. Jordan Edwards of Randolph in 8. Athletes in their blocks, just about ready for the third of 14. It's a clean start. Watch lane 2, Jack Short of Alvernia. It's going to be a really tight finish across the line with Parsons. Will be Edwards of Randolph, who gets it from lane 8, 11:22 as you see on your screen. So snuck in really at the final second to have an opportunity. Wow, lane 8 is so tough, especially on this track. You're essentially running next to a wall where the stands and bleachers are all elevated. So that was an impressive finish from Edwards. Randolph continues to get it done. Middle lanes obviously have treated people well, but you're always going to see an anomaly here or there. Impressive stuff. Now section 4 features Elias Simpkins of Ohio Wesleyan. Jacob Fenstermaker of Moravian is in lane 2. Liam Haley of Virginia Tech running club in 3. Joaquin Bila of Ohio Wesleyan and Dylan Liggett of Ohio Wesleyan in 4-5. Will Harrison of Virginia Tech is 6. Terrell Hood Simeon of Colby is 7. And Ryder Gatenby of Virginia Tech is in 8. Section 4. These times, especially in a meet like this, when you have 14 sections, are all going to be very close. That's why some of these finishes, you're having to get your microscope out to look at the finish line. It has been treating the neutrals well. If you're just a spectator of track and field or in the Hill City today, you have likely enjoyed what you have seen. There have been a lot of close finishes, a lot of come from behind finishes as well. We saw that starting on the distance side. Start was about even Watch Hood Simeon in lane 7. He has really led coast to coast. Can he hold on through the line? Fenstermaker made it interesting from Moravian, but it is an 11:01 finish for Colby's Hood Simeon. It's impressive, and that's how it works sometimes with track and field. You don't always know if heat to heat is going to change very much. Sometimes these heats after the first few will end up being faster than what you see early on. It was an impressive finish. So from lane 8 victory to a lane 7 victory. Let's see if that pattern holds on. Jarius Branch in lane 6 would really like it to happen in section 5, but we'll introduce you to everybody. Omar Hornis of Charleston is in 1. Claudius Alston of Charleston is in 2. Damari McPherson of Ferrum is in 3. Anthony Downs and Luke St. Pierre, both from Alvernia in the middle lanes. Jarius Branch is in lane 6 from Denison. Joey Isaacs of Bluefield State in 7. Ian Gardner of Concord in lane 8. Alvernia will have the middle lanes. We'll see if they have the middle times. I've seen lots of schools represented at this meet. Isaacs in this section, the first from Bluefield State in this 100 meter. Big opportunity in section 5 as we get to the middle of these sections. Who is going to put down a time that could really bode well in May? It was a quick jump, looked like Downs in lane 4. We'll see if the official holds precedent. You would imagine will just be a yellow. This will be a red. So Downs' race will be over. There's a yellow on Austin in lane 2. It's another one of those decisions we would have to really analyze, because you know there's so many options, so many ways that you can diagnose that. This time a little too much, so lane 4 is vacant. They will do it all over again. This time they're off cleanly. Joey Isaacs has a nice start in 7. Right now, lane 2, Alston from Charleston looking to hold on. Could have been lane 1 as well. We'll wait for the official results. McPherson does get it. 11:36 from Ferrum. Wow, so that was an impressive finish from lane 3. Your eyes get diverted in 8 different directions. Always tough to figure that one out. McPherson has been solid for Ferrum. Team that has certainly continued to try and build its sprints program. Michael Ham has been the man of note for the Panthers. He has done a little bit of everything. Here's a good view of the starting line. So many athletes ready to go. The infield still hosting hurdles warm-ups. This is a very special one if you're a Lynchburg fan, because you're getting to see another one of the freshmen in this section. But let's go through the lineup. Tyler Thompson of EMU is in lane 1. A.J. Jallo of Ohio Wesleyan is 2. Henry Riley of Colby is 3. Connor Church from Ferrum in 4. Xavier Phoenix from DeSales in 5. And Jaden Lacey from Lynchburg is in 6. He is the freshman we were talking about. Lacey Seed time of 11:34. We'll see what he can throw down today. Deshaun Winters of EMU is 7. And Trey Good of Ohio Wesleyan in lane 8. So we will see what Jaden Lacey tries to do. And 11:34 PR from Alan Connie. We know that a lot of these athletes who are freshmen are marking their first times in the book. Lacey would like to put something fast on the board. We'll see who comes away with section 6. Church, the fast time. Gunfires, here we go. In lane 3, good work from Henry Riley of Colby, trying to hold on, and will be interesting with lane 1. I think it's going to go to Tyler Thompson, who cruises through the finish line. It does go to Riley. 11:50. This was very tight. 11:53 for Thompson, and Jaden Lacey will get on the board with an 11:55 finish. So top 3 in the heat. Wow, some of these finishes we are getting treated. It is just a tough vantage point too from the press box situated at the middle of the field, because you're kind of seeing the finish line. Everybody funnels into one. As you might hear, Daniel Cutright, our PA announcer, would like to thank everybody who has joined. If not on LHSN, hope you're here in person. It's always fun at the Jack M. Toms Invitational. Section 7 of 14, almost halfway home in the men's 100. Bradley Harris of Concord in lane 1. Julius Jacobs of Virginia Wesleyan in 2. Alejandro Salgado of Charleston in lane 3. Your fast time in the field, Xavier Calloway from down the street in Randolph, 11:39. He's in lane 4. Aaron Rayner of Virginia Wesleyan. Nicholas Andrews of Averett, and then Amik Allen of Virginia Wesleyan in 7. Patrick Ream from Virginia Tech's Running Club in 8. Expect this time to be around 11:40. We've seen sometimes fluctuate. Very few times for sprinters are they going to just be seated at an even time by a coach. Normally you go by your PR, whereas in distance sometimes coaches have to judge from where you're at, because PRs could have been from a few seasons ago, and there's a lot more disparity in those longer events. Keep your eyes on Callaway, the yellow uniform in lane 4. Good start. Callaway had a good one, but so did Allen. It'll be Andrews of Averett who might have came away with it. And you got to look at lane 1 too. It was Harris of Concord, 11:42. A quick time for what we had expected. Came in seated at 11:50. Harris just snuck away. Again, that lane 1, you're not always trained to look for the inside lane. Again, this isn't exactly an event that had prelims and finals, and so you always have to pay attention to who's in the field. Just because you're seated first, and we've touched on this a lot today, doesn't mean that you're going to be guaranteed the victory. So great work from Concord, really across the board. Harris gets it done. Another lane 1 victory. Fast time in this 8th section. It's a seed time at 11:50. Gary Hunter of Randolph in 1. DeQuan Smith of Virginia Wesleyan in 2. Chris Powell of Slippery Rock in 3. Virginia Tech has Evan Doodle and Roman Zrajewski 4 and 5. Berto Pinheiro of Ferrum in 6. Kadir Duncan of Virginia Tech in 7. Trey Theobald of Ohio Wesleyan in 8. just about ready for the start. If we lose camera connections momentarily, we will describe the start as best we can.
The start, yeah.
There we go.
You stay wide, Matt. You're gonna
Lanes 3 and 4 vacant. Great start again from Gary Hunter in lane 1. It might be another lane 1 victory, but it's going to be a tight one as Tech is moving closely. 3 in the mix. Daquan Smith of Virginia Wesleyan will sneak away with an 11:71. Duncan of Virginia Tech had an identical time. No, it will be 11:80. Just didn't update originally, and so 11:80. A gap for very impressive victory for Daquan Smith. Virginia Wesleyan, a squad that always boasts a fair share of sprinters who can get it done at the ODAC level. Another one of the Division III schools attending this meet. We've talked about Randolph and EMU, Virginia Wesleyan. Always great to have some in-conference opponents. Fast seed in Section 9 is Nashawn Green of Ferrum, an 11:64 mark. See if that holds up. It's Dominic Crosswell of Virginia Wesleyan in 1. Cade Adams of Slippery Rock in 2. Bryce Guthier of DeSales in 3. Nashawn Green in 4. Luke Schau of Virginia Tech in 5. Tristan Coates of Virginia Tech in 6. Quentin Jones of Averett in 7. And Keith Richardson of Lynchburg in 8. Another one of the newcomers out of William Fleming High School. Richardson is one of those guys, you get a lot of potential. You're just excited to see where the clock looks at now, because you understand it's early, but you don't want to wait too long with a lot of these guys who can be developmental in the system. You know, somebody like Richardson is going to be solid enough. We will see what he can do with the field. Richardson, the gray uniform on the left side of your screen. Fast time, Green in 4. He had a slow start, but still finds his way up to the front. Richardson in 8 might have a chance to take this one. 4 or 5 guys in the mix. The lean from Cade Adams might have given him the victory. Richardson does get it. Keith will finish in 11:79. 11:78 rather. An impressive showing, especially having the field all on one side. Sometimes you like that when you have the opportunity to keep everybody to your left or to your right. So you see the results file through on your screen. So Keith Richardson, I believe he's the first Hornet to win a heat in the sprint side. We will continue the carousel on this sprinting side. It has been a lot of fun. If you're just joining us here from Jack Tom's, we'll have the women's races afterwards. Steady efforts. Section 10 will feature Grant Gobel of Virginia Tech in 1, Adam Lohr of Alvernia in 2, Elijah Jerome of Alvernia in 3, Jamari Owens of Averett in 4, George Cabani of DeSales in 5, Weston Simak of DeSales in 6, Jason Gartner of Moravian in 7, and Akindele Abuyade Cole of Denison in 8. Full slate, lane 2 vacant. Start underway, here we go. 2, 3, and 4 sitting comfortably right now. Lohr of Alvernia has a few steps on the field. He's going to take this one comfortably. Right around 11.5. 11.61. An impressive result. We'll take it Cavani of DeSales in second. Some of these finishes have been so tightly contested, and then you see a heat like that was really wire to wire. Did not have much time to react, and lane 2 is the spot to be. Gets it done. We move into section 11. This section features Douglas Tran of Virginia Tech in 1, Cameron Tropak of Charleston in 2, JaVale McMichael of DeSales in 3, Jason Spino of Denison in 4. He is the fast time in the section with 11.98. So the narrative that we might look into is, can someone break that 12-second barrier? Josiah Malone of Virginia Tech is in 5. Isaiah Johnson from Virginia University of Lynchburg and 6. Ryan Covington of Concord is 7. Tyler Miller of Denison is 8. Off and away we go. Hokies trying to make something happen. Concord's making something happen with Covington. Has a few feet on the field. Close one between 5 and 7. That was separated by inches. Malone will get the victory. 12-15 from lane 5. Keeping it local and getting it done was Covington. Or Malone, excuse me. Covington finished in second. Hundredths of a second. That is this sport in a nutshell. Can't leave it to anyone else but yourself. The finish line will not discriminate. That camera will tell the full story. We will transition now into the 12th section. Features Damian Smith of Charleston in 1, Jacorian Green of Bluefield State in 2, Braxton Skoll of Charleston in 3, Damian Fields of Virginia Wesleyan in 4, Brady Hoey, Virginia Tech in 5, Christian Crawley, Virginia Tech in 6, João Gonzalez Santiago of EMU in 7, LaDainian Donald of Averett in 8. Gonzalez Santiago has a story. He is coming into the ODAC as one of the best 400 runners as a freshman. We talked about Eric West. This guy was battling injury, so did not compete the ODAC Indoor Championships, but what a battle that would have been. And now Jacob Hodnett for Lynchburg has run sub 49. You got Michael Ham from Ferrum. That is maybe one of the closest events you're going to have at the ODAC level. We will see what he can do in the 100. Here we go. Field is off. Lane 8 right now. Donald of Averett battling with Smith of lane 1. Opposite sides of the track. Donald takes it. 11:69. We'll see how close that time was. Saying Gonzalez Santiago also in the mix. Said it's not his bread and butter, the 100 meters. But a good way to continue getting where you need to be. There's an extra time in there, so we will see it flash across our screen before we move forward. It was Smith of Charleston. Mentioned that 1-8 battle. But LaDainian Donald of Averett walks away with it, and this is a section where no one has a time coming in. It's almost like a gift box on your front doorstep. You just don't know what's going to be in it, how this one's going to go. Those are maybe the best races to watch. Jaden Patton of Randolph is in 1. Kevin Lee of Virginia Tech in 2. Brennan Mann of Mountain Gateway in 3. Matthew Zhang of Denison in 4. Darian Malawi of Slippery Rock in 5. The pole vaulter, Julian Powell of Lynchburg in lane 6. He has been impressive with his vaulting. The ODAC level continues to be a contender. Very rare that you see him out running or on the sprint side. And today he makes his 100 debut. Dakari Baker of Averett is in 7. Zach Donley of Ohio Wesleyan is in 8. Thirteenth section of 14. We'll see who walks away with this one. Start is off, and it looks like it's going to be a victory for Donley in lane 8. We will cross the line just in time. 11:50 for the victory. There's that disparity we talk about. These no-time heats, you just don't know what to expect, and sometimes makes pacing a little tough. You don't have somebody right next to you. Separated quickly. Donley gets it done. 2 straight heats with the lane 8 taking the victory. No appearance from Powell in that section, so the 100 debut will have to wait. But might be with conflicts of schedule. Maybe you just throw them in just in case something would have happened. Either way, still a good section and a good time. And now we're on to the final section of this men's 100-meter dash before we transition to the women's races. Again, no time for anyone in this 5-man affair. Nicholas Wolf of DeSales is slated for lane 2. Marcos Salas of Virginia Tech is 3. Stepan Dobriansky of Ohio Wesleyan in 4. Joshua Sterner of Charleston in 5. And Michael Cooley of Lynchburg in lane 6. Another guy we've been excited to watch. So many Hornets and this youth movement. An opportunity just to see some new times, hopefully some fast ones. You got guys competing at practice every day trying to show it on the big stage. Cooley gets out quickly, and he is on an island from the start. Look at the movement in front. Steps ahead. We will see what he posts. Going to be right over 11. You know when you can point at the camera after you're feeling pretty good. 11:38 for Michael Cooley. Folks, that is the epitome of the no-time section. You have no clue what to expect, and Cooley is cool, calm, and collected. You like what you see if you're Coach Sprecher. These guys, you just want them to be in a good spot, continue progressing, and the Hornets have another heat winner from lane 6. That concludes the men's 100-meter dash, and now it's time to get set for the women's races. 10 sections. We're having a lot of fun on the Lynchburg Hornets Sports Network. It's going to be a long day. It's a fun one. Track meets are always enjoyable. Our first couple of hours here from the Hill City. We're just glad you are joining us. We're going to keep this ball rolling with the 100-meter dash. The men's races were what we expected them to be. Now the question is, who steps up in this women's section? This first section is stacked. Emily Coates of Liberty in 1, a seed time of 12:34. Last 2 personal bests came from the ASUN Outdoor Championships. Anaya Jolivet of Denison, lane 2, a 12:18 PR. Top 10 in 4 events, the North Coast Indoor Championships. Lane 3, Samantha Gilbert of Slippery Rock, very impressive, 12:06 PR. Lane 4, Leah Graybill, we talked about her earlier in the relay. Remains a challenger at the top of the conference. School records in the indoor 60 and 200. Aaliyah Serrano of Shippensburg in the same category, an 11.98 PR. 100 PR almost a year ago. Anaya Seward, you can really rewrite the record book with what she has been able to accomplish. Seward has been incredible. All-American. The 100 hurdles last season, continuing to find her way, the Lynchburg Athlete of the Year 2022-2023. Claire Coggard of Virginia Wesleyan, a 12:54 PR. First in 2 events to start the outdoor season at Betty Rogers, and then in lane 8, it will be Sarah McKeon of Shippensburg, a 12:38 PR.
This is my first time too, so it's gonna be good.
Looks like our sections have gotten a little divided, so we see only a few lanes occupied. Ready to get this thing underway. Outside, 3 lanes vacant. Here we go. Let's see what Shippensburg can throw down. Going to be a tight section. Graybill is in full control, steaming ahead. It's her race to lose, and she will get there first. Leah Graybill, 12:07, will get the victory. An 11:68 PR. We have talked about what she has been able to accomplish. Just smooth sailing. That was impressive stuff. You always get yourself in a position where you're just ready to go out another day and work. And when you have a teammate by your side, a dynamic duo, it only makes the job easier. Graybill and Serrano, 2 names you should keep your eye on, especially if you are a Shippensburg fan. I'm sure you're familiar about their work now. Graybill will just add another one to the resume as we move into section 2. Natasha Tate of Virginia Wesleyan be in lane 1. Brianna Roper of DeSales in 2. Reagan Johnson, Slippery Rock in 3. The fast seed is 12:40 from Tylen Pierce of Slippery Rock in 4. Izzy Williams occupies lane 5 from Concord. Simone Wahid of Colby, lane 6. Kiara Smith of Lynchburg, 12:59 seed coming into this one, is in 7, and Elizabeth Schwartz of Alvernia in 8. Smith from Lynchburg, always someone who's fun to watch. We have seen the sprint side. It's a relay from the 4x1 that continues to be written. We are not really sure what it will look like from a personnel standpoint. Races like this are great opportunities, not just for Lynchburg, but for everybody, trying to show what you're all about. Section 2 of 10. Underway. Great start from Johnson of Slippery Rock in lane 3. Tate has something to say about it in 1. It's going to be a tight finish. They're going to both be right around 12:30. 12:35 for Johnson gets it done. Tate will finish in second. The lean at the end earns the victory. That was tight until it apparently wasn't. 9/100ths of a second separated, and that is still a very close finish. But based on what our sample size has been, you've seen some of the finishes already today. It's a little bit different. We see starts underway as we move into the 3rd section. It's a fun one. Tyja Mosley and Ashante Du Bois of Virginia Wesleyan in 1-2. Maya Williams of Virginia Tech in 3. Lane Miller of Slippery Rock in 4. Adeline Brower of Shippensburg in 5. Riley Turner of Lynchburg in 6. So glad to see her back on the track. She's been battling an injury throughout the indoor season. Patella tendon tear, but she is good when she is ready to go, and we know what she has been able to accomplish. Somebody who's looking to just find form again. Alexandra Pekic of Charleston and 7. Ellie Wang of Colby is in lane 8. Johnson from Slippery Rock won the second section, and this is a big one. Virginia Wesleyan has 2. Every other school with 1. Fast seed is 1266. We'll see if that holds up. Good start. Right away, it is evident that Lane Miller is getting off to the races, trying to go through untouched. She will run away with the victory. A fast one, 1270. Close to the seed time of 1266. You see Mosley was in there for second. Wang in third. These sprint events, especially on a day like today where you didn't know what was going to be run with the rain, you weren't sure what the forecast looked like. Always tough to get out and send it, but it has been a few races that we have seen some extremely tight contests. Now moving into the fourth section, highlighted by the fast seed, Kennedy Chapman of Virginia Wesleyan in lane 4. Julia Hathaway of Virginia Wesleyan's in 1. Sarah Ledeke of Virginia Tech in 2. Colette Patty of Charleston 3. Chapman in 4. Tatiana Langston of Randolph in 5. Saw her earlier already. Elizabeth Winger of Lynchburg in 6. Rachel Veneziano of Slippery Rock in 7. And Amara McFall of Ohio Wesleyan in 8. Full slate in the blocks. Chapman wearing the Navy uniform, the high seed in this one. Here we go. Chapman looks good in 4, but Langston in 5 has a chance to pull away from Randolph. Will be a tight finish, but she looks like she will roll through with the victory. 12:95. Having herself a day. Stacking events, that's always a good sign when you have people doubling this early in the season. You get some workouts in, you still have some good results. Section 4 of 10 goes to Langston in lane 5. Section 5, fast seed is Melissa Peller of DeSales. She will be in lane 4. Ariana Beverly of Ferrums in 1. Deshea Booker of Charleston in 2. Aaliyah McLeod of Auvergne is 3. Peller in 4. Sarah Mazzei of Ohio Wesleyan in 5. Jaden Turner of Randolph in 6. We just saw Riley Turner in lane 6 for Lynchburg 2 sections ago. This is her sister, also competes for the Randolph women's basketball team. So transitioning to the track, she's in lane 6. Sahida Bengura of Averett in 7. Brooke Smith of Kutztown in 8. Another full section. Randolph has been finding some success today in these heats, so maybe it will translate for Jaden Turner. Peller of DeSales, 13:18. We will see if that time gets touch. Start will wait. See if any cards are thrown up this time. As we've said, sometimes it's tough to discern just when the gun doesn't go off versus a false start unless it's pretty blatant. Now there's some false starts there, no mistaking those, but haven't quite seen many of those yet. Adrenaline's got to keep rolling. Nerves have to stay under control. We're back in the blocks. Let's see if round 2 will send them off. This start is clean. Really even start. Whose race will it be? Brooke Smith of Kutztown might have an inch as she rolls through from lane 8. 13-16. No one really separated early. Bangura, a favorite, being second. Again, that lane 8 angle is so tough too, because from our spectating perspective, it looks a little bit different than what people might see on the infield, but it did look like Brooke Smith kept that one close through the line. She will walk away with the victory pretty comfortably. Now in section 6. McKenna Mersch of Moravian and Lexi Groff of Moravian are in 1 and 2. Patrice Forsey of Randolph is in 3. Marin Parker of Concord is in 4. Seed time of 13:40 is the fast one in this section. Neely Heidi of Virginia Tech is 5. Alexandra Bessler of Colby 6. Ali Hefeli of Moravian is in 7. And Isabella DeMassa of Moravian is in 8. 4 Greyhounds in this section. This might be the one that we see a swamp of Navy. The ocean is opening. Just have to wait and see. I always talk about the sea of red with Lynchburg. Some of these events we might have the sea of blue. Moravian can walk away. Lane 4 and lane 5, both vacant. Smooth operation from the start. Tight to see who will separate. Bessler of Colby might have a step on the field. Looks like she will narrowly get the victory, 13:38. For a second, it looks like McKenna Mersch in lane 1 had a chance to come away with it, but it does go to Bessler. 13:47 was the seed time coming into that race. So impressive to go under. Section 7 of 10 as we continue these sprint events here at the Jack M. Toms Invitational. Full day of action going into this evening. It's been a lot of fun so far. Still a lot more to come. Asia Williams of Averett is in 1. Minky Engelbrecht of Charleston is in 2. Malia McCann-Coles of Charleston in 3. Ashley Rodriguez of Moravian in 4. Caroline Mayo of Moravian in 5. Coral Pearson of Ohio Wesleyan in 6. Mariah Haggerty of Alvernia in 7. And Kylie Pollinger of Concord in 8. That's your full section. Expect final times to be around 13:50. So many different times and different events. The hundreds are always fun because despite having a lot of heats, then you know it's just going to keep going rapidly. The start's underway. Lane 1. Going to be good work from Williams, but right now anybody's game coming through the finish line. It might be McCann-Coles of Charleston. Earns this one, 13:59. Rather comfortably through the line. And so Charleston will get one in lane 3, section 7 of 10. We've got 3 more. Next event, the 110-meter hurdle set to begin. Was supposed to be at 2:05. It is 2:18. So we're going to be about 15 or 20 minutes behind schedule. 15 or 20 minutes. And so if you are joining and anticipating a hurdles event, don't worry, you haven't missed it. We're just a little bit behind. So you're getting sort of a prelim here in this 100-meter dash. Schedule was slated to wrap things up around 7:15, 7:30. So might get pushed back to 8. Section 8 from this women's 100-meter dash is Maya Huber of Charleston in 1, Samantha Wallace of Alvernia in 2, Kennedy Crawford of Virginia Tech in 3, Alicia Coolin of Charleston in 4, Elizabeth Kavalak of Alvernia in 5, Jordan Booker of Ferrum in 6, Elizabeth Collick of Alvernia in 7, Paris Cole of Averett in 8. Clean start, great start in lane 4. We will see the execution all the way home. Will be a Liberty representative. We'll have to get that time. It was initially Alicia Coolin of Charleston who was slated to run in that spot. Was not Coolin. So one of the Liberty Flames put the track on fire with that 100, 13:22, a very solid margin of victory. For the section, the times really weren't that far behind. It was just a very fast seed in section 8. The impressive result nonetheless. We'll move into section 9. Quinn Green of Denison in 1, Bella Hardaway of Virginia Tech in 2, Tia Jones of Ferrum in 3, Jillian Lagon of Virginia Tech in 4, Nicarasia Coleman of Averett in 5, Hannah Parks of Ferrum in 6, Trinity Blue of Bluefield State in 7, Olivia Zietler of DeSales in 8. This is the section you begin to see some no time. What we mean by that, a lot of runners, pretty much everybody who has competed in the 100-meter dash has a time registered already. So some of these end up being the catch-all, so you don't know what to expect. We talked about that in the previous races on the men's side. Saw some fast times to finish things up. Everybody in their blocks. Here we go. Good start in lane 7. Blue for Bluefield State has nobody close. Sails through the line. Time's still going. It looked like somebody switched lanes. I don't think you see that many times in track and field. If you have your bingo card out, you might have to go and add one to the tally. So we'll have to wait and see because those times didn't register with that move. We will, obviously, Blue Ridge Timing will have you covered. And so for official results, don't forget, you can find all your information there. If you're just joining us on the Lynchburg Hornet Sports Network, super glad you've been with us. Evan Gates on the call. It has been a fun day, rather warm day. That certainly defied our expectations here in Lynchburg. You never know what you're going to get. It is March. Go ahead and flip your coin, but we have gotten the good side of it today. And as we move into the final section of this women's 100-meter dash, still lots of competition. A no-seed heat. Bree Gross of DeSales N1. 2 and 3 are vacant. Jadelle Major, Bluefield State 4. Reagan Caro, Virginia Tech 5. Jennifer Moore of Randolph 6. Emma Kelly of Ferrum is in 7. Queen start. Jadelle Major in lane 4 looking strong. She's going to have company in 8 by Emma Kelly. And that will be one of the Flames from Liberty who might have won an extra addition to the section, not on the heat sheet. Yes, looks like it was an unattached or a Liberty athlete from lane 8 who takes the victory. Jadelle Major will have to settle for second from Bluefield State. That wraps things up in this 100-meter dash. A lot of action. It has been a fun one. We're having a lot of fun here on the Lynchburg Hornets Sports Network. Then take a quick break, but we will be right back with you here in the Hill City. The 110-meter hurdles and the 100-meter hurdles on the way next. The Lynchburg Hornet Sports Network is proud to present outdoor track and field from Jack M. Tom's Track, campus of the University of Lynchburg. It has been fun really the entire way. This is going to be a race in the 110 hurdles that promises to give you something quick. Another event that is not the same as indoor. You have the 60 hurdles, the event contested inside, and obviously this oval a little bit longer, so a very different race. Takes a lot of different strategies, and doesn't matter what strategies it takes. This front heat, as we have said a lot today, is going to be very quick. You're looking at some competitors we have seen in the past, also just historically in the season, they have been really solid. And the 110, always something special to encounter. For the men, the facility record 14:05 set in 1996. The Lynchburg record 14:44 set in 1992. Talk about longevity. These numbers have stuck around. Lane 1 will be Dylan Harper of Ohio Wesleyan. 8.51 60 hurdles PR. He's just a freshman looking to do something special today. Kyle Love of Kutztown in lane 2. Very solid 14.81 PR in the 110. Third in the indoor championships. Will Harrison, Virginia Tech Running Club. Lane 3, Isaiah Adore. 14.64 PR from the ASUN Championships. He's in lane 4. He is the high seed in the entire field. 14.64. Rayshawn Johnson unattached from Liberty. Another guy who gets it done. 14.67 PR from Dennis Craddock last year. Ari Skolnick of Denison and 6, a 14.78 PR coming into this one. And Slippery Rock, a pair of competitors in Matthew Crow and Brendan Lewis. Hurdles are all set. This one could be something special. Here they go out of the cannon. First few hurdles are good. Look at Adore go in lane 4. Has a couple inches on everybody else. Watch in lane 7. It'll be tight, but Adore has it. Slippery Rock's Crow will likely fall into second. 14.67 was unofficial. It'll go to 14.71. Skolnick runs 14.72 from Denison. That is a PR. A very solid one. Adore flirted with it in the unofficial, but his time will go just a little bit down. Wow. How about the work from the Big Red at this meet? Skolnick a 14.72, and then Crow in third with the 14.81. That's another PR that goes down. Slippery Rock has been solid this entire meet. Adore never looked like he was out of control in that race, and that is one of the biggest compliments I feel like a runner can get, when you can just control things from lane 4, understood the assignment, and at that point it was just free flying from there. Isaiah Adore, the unattached Liberty athlete, gets it done. We have seen him a lot in the past. He gets it at a 14.71 time. We'll see if that one holds on for the field with 6 separate sections. Moving on to the second. Another quick one. Jacob Brown of Denison in lane 1, 15.50 seed time coming in. Michael Strange of Ohio Wesleyan in 2. Roberto Agrizzi of Charleston is occupying lane 3, a 15.11 PR coming in. 15.01 seed time. Bernard Bell III will be one of your favorites from Shippensburg. He is very solid. An 8.23 60 hurdles PR at Darius Dixon. And indoor, Giovanni Daniel from Shippensburg, another guy who's really in the mix. 14.99. They will be joined by Jamari Henderson, Jonathan West, and Dylan Luke. Good start all around. We'll see over the first few hurdles. The Shippensburg athletes looking strong, and Daniel in lane 5 might have a step. The two teammates going at it. Giovanni Daniel will cross the line first. 14.97. Daniel just had that step the entire way. That is a PR from 14.99. His teammate falls right behind him, Bernard Bell III. They make it look so easy. That was just clinical over the hurdles. It's gliding and just able to earn it. 15.16. Henderson a 15.29 result. Just off his PR. He opened the season with a 15.31. So still staying in that neck of the woods. Building consistency. Move into section 3. So lane 4 for the first heat. Lane 5 for the second. Section 3 is Ryan Murphy of Shippensburg. We know they have a lot of sprint athletes who come to compete. Brandon Van Schiak. Valvernia is in 2. Mac Fincham of Ohio Wesleyan in 3. Ethan Conrad of Shippensburg in 4. He's your fast seed, 15.53. Levi Beery of Colby is in 5. Jason Dyer of Ohio Wesleyan 6. And Tavion Steele of Ferrum is 7. Robert Listner of Shippensburg is 8. Also, big shout out to the hurdle crew. The entire way, every hurdle has to be occupied and monitored. Women's soccer team out and about here at Lynchburg, making sure things are moving along nicely throughout this meet. Always appreciate the support from other sports teams on campus to make this event a reality. Athletes down in their blocks, section 3 of 6, just about ready to start rolling. Starts are off. We haven't seen any crazy finishes yet with the hurdles. There's some movement, and Colby will have the lead outright. Levi Beery will roll through. Wow, it might have been the announcer's curse in that section. It is such a rhythmic race, and if you get even that step or two off, the whole rest is so tough to recollect yourself. Levi Beery of Colby gets it done for the victory. As you see the times on your screen, wow, 15:07. Seed coming in was 15.76. So if that stands as an official result, that is impressive. That might have been the mixed bag race that we have waited on, and obviously looks like everybody's okay. I'm telling you, the hurdles races, they take a character to be able to go through the pain. It looks flawless for a lot of athletes in the meets. Not every race, but the majority, it's smooth sailing. But you have to imagine the amount of challenge and pain you have to face in practice, that you have to be willing to face in practice. It is unlike any other. Let's move into section 6. Ethan Marchin of Alvernia. Men lane 1, Chris Powell of Slippery Rock 2. Anthony Stewart from Virginia Wesleyan in 3. The fast seed is John Panzera of Bridgeport in lane 4, 16.50. Liam McGuire of Moravian is in 5. Gavin Thomas of Slippery Rock 6. Mayo Shianga of Moravian is in 7, and Mario Carter of Randolph is in 8. Lane 2 is vacant. We'll see if this one is smooth sailing, the 4th of 6 sections before we move to the women's 100 hurdles. Just about ready. Watch lane 4, Panzera, the high seat. Off and away we go. high jumping in this section. Watch lane 8, Mario Carter. He's got a few steps. He's going to have company in lane 3. The last few hurdles proved to be a problem, and Anthony Stewart runs away with the victory. 16:42. That is how quickly this race can change. Mario Carter was in a spot where it was his race if he wanted it, and just stumbles a little bit in lane 8. As you see the results on your screen, still not a bad result. Panzero 16:74, and then Carter just a little bit over 17, which actually matches his seed time coming in of 17:12. Really close in that regard. So Randolph, the local kids continue rolling. If you are not from the Lynchburg area or unfamiliar, Lynchburg and Randolph are separated by about 10 minutes. Different parts of town. Lynchburg is a pretty big city. In fact, 5 schools in this little area. The Virginia University of Lynchburg, separate from the University of Lynchburg that we are hosting this meet at. Then you got Sweetbriar, Randolph, and Liberty. Final section now of this men's, section 5. Before the final section of this men's 110 features Kyle Dubé of Colby in 1, Mark Grabart of Colby in 2, Miles Thornton Sherman of Colby in 3, Jaden Watkins and Cole Torres represent Randolph in 4 and 5. 17:37 the high seed in this section. Noah Bankert of Shippensburg in 6, AJ Feldman of Colby in 7, and Rohit Sinha of Colby in 8. So 5 athletes in this section that will be wearing the Colby blue. As we get set, athletes in their blocks. Wide range of times. We will see which end the field sticks on. We know just over 17. What a time that would be. Field up and rolling. Impressive stuff in lane 1. Kyle Dubé running with that stride to get over. He has not really touched a hurdle yet, and he is going to have an easy finish through the line. Look at that, 16:40. The time coming in for the seed was 19:07. That was impressive. That is the example of having an off season to train, because he did not look like he was in 19:07 shape. That was a really nice effort in lane 1. Colby gets it done. We move into the final section. Sometimes those races are even more impressive than those tight finishes. And we've probably said the other throughout the entire track meet. It is a long day. We're going to go back and forth with our thoughts. We'll have a little sparring session, but that is a performance that will not be denied. And moving in, it does not matter what section you're in. That's just impressive stuff. Heading into the 6th and final, men's 110 will be a fun section featuring Shaddai Bailey of EMU in 2, Peter Martell of Colby in 3, both with no time. Christian Crawley of Virginia Tech is in 4, Tyler Houston of Virginia Tech in 5, Josiah Malone of Virginia Tech in 6, and Nicholas Migliaris of Bridgeport in 7. Big Colby contingent in that last section. This one looks a little bit different. We've got the Hokies in full effect. We'll have a little bit of an extended wait. Athletes up will take a second. This is the final section. We will have 6 of the women's 100-meter hurdles. We'll take a quick break after this race as they adjust, get the heights down and ready to go. Big opportunity for improvement. Final section off and away we go. Watch Colby again. Peter Martell this time leaping forward, trying to get the victory. Josiah Malone will give him company. 3 and 6. There was some stumbling. Who gets over the final one? Malone has just enough to get through the line. That was a tough finish. Both of them clipped a hurdle at different times, but Malone was good enough to get through the line and gets the victory in 16:90. Another fast section. These no-time heats have treated us well as spectators today, and now there will be quick hurdle adjustments. So we're going to take a really quick break on LHSN. We'll be right back for the women's 100 hurdles.
Celebrate the soggy shoes and the slow starts. Celebrate the lessons learned along the way. These are the wins. Not the shiny, nail-biting kind. These are the last a lifetime kind.
As promised, we are back with the women's 100-meter hurdles. This is another fun section that we get started, particularly because Lynchburg is in the house. They've got 2 of their best on the table. We're going to see what they can do as they get ready to practice their starts. Let's go ahead and introduce this field, and a field that should usher in some really nice results. Bailey DeStefano is in lane 1 from Charleston, 15:22 seed time. 4 top 10 results at the Mountain East Indoor Championships. Betsy Monkern in lane 2. Let's put some respect on Betsy Monkern's name. She has been incredible. 11th place at the National Championships for Indoor, continuing to elevate. It seemed like a PR in every single race during the indoor season. 14:64 PR at Dennis Craddock last year. Riley Marks, freshman from Shippensburg, will be in lane 3. Anaya Seward, the All-American. You already know her resume. All-American in 100 hurdles last season. in the triple jump, we have seen the same type of prowess. What does she have in store today? Sasha Lee of Shippensburg in 5. Very impressive stuff, 14:07 PR. This is her outdoor debut. Shaylee Yunkin is in lane 6, representing Slippery Rock. And then it is Coral Pearson in 7. Nicola Pug in lane 8. Another fast one. Monkern and Seward, 2 of the best to do it in Lynchburg history. What will we see today? Here we go, maybe some record stuff. Over the first few hurdles, Seward looking strong in the middle. She is off and running, gliding over. She has not touched a hurdle and rolls through the line. That is the Anaya Seward that we remember. 14:26, and a time that obviously deviates from her school record of 13:76. But I'd say if you're doing it in March, that is an impressive start. And Betsy Monkern, 14:67 for second place. Lynchburg goes 1-2. That is exactly what the doctor ordered if you were Coach Sprecher for your 2 national qualifying high hurdlists. The high hurdlers have been incredible this season. They just continue to roll. We know what Seward can do from a field event standpoint. Betsy Monkern, senior season, she has been like fine wine, just continuing to really move into a good spot, elevating and celebrating. The progression train continues, and now Lynchburg can have some fun. It's really similar to a meet they had this indoor season, Virginia Tech, where Seward and Monkern both PR'd, shown us what they can do. But we have more sections we will continue discussing. Laura Delgado de Torres of Charleston is in 1. Madison Malcolm of Shippensburg in 2. Melanie Barger of Shippensburg is in 3. Second, the DMR, the PSAC Indoor Championships. Minky Engelbrecht of Charleston in 4. 15:29 high seed. 9:23 hurdles PR in the 60. Shalandra Clark is in lane 5. 15:45 PR from the Outdoor Conference Championships. Lane 6 is Crystalline Kegler from Bluefield State. 15:42 PR. Second in the conference with an 8:79 60 hurdles. Ray Taylor of EMU, an ODAC competitor, will be in lane 7. Madeline Miller of Slippery Rock in lane 8. Just about ready for section 2. Here we go. Start is clean. Taylor working in 7. Kegler in 6 has a few steps. It's going to be a tight finish. Final hurdle might decide it. That one might be too close to call. I want to say Kegler had it in lane 6. Yes, 15:30. 15:41 for Engelbrecht. And second, Charleston gets it done. Middle lanes, especially in the high heats, will tell you a great deal of the story. These middle lanes have been sensational. You think about what Anaya Seward did in the first section. I don't know if she touched a hurdle, especially in that final 50 meters. So we continue with section 3. Few more Hornets to go a little bit later, but this one is vacant for Lynchburg. Section 3 has Isabella DeMassa of Moravian in 1, a 16:89 seed time. Macy Hines of Shippensburg is 2. Alicia Coolin of Charleston is 3. Kylie Moon Rumsey of Shippensburg is 4, the high seed with 15:80 on the board. We will see what she can do to get it done. Elisa James of Ohio Wesleyan and Ava Clan of Ohio Wesleyan sit in 5th and 6th lanes. Lane 7 belongs to Caitlin Sternberg of Alvernia. Mariah Haggerty is in lane 8 from Alvernia. So Few duos in this one. 2 from Shippensburg, 2 from Ohio Wesleyan, 2 from Alvernia. There's only 1 spot for first. We'll see who claims it. There we go. Start is clean. Initial look is that Coolin of Charleston will have the lead. She's going to have company. Quick movement from Moon Rumsey of Shippensburg, propels herself into the lead. Shot out of a cannon on those last few hurdles and crosses the line in first, 16:04. Over a second between first and second as Quan will finish in second from Ohio Wesleyan. Really weird race the way that one ended up. That separation, it almost looked like if you blinked for a second, you lost them. That's a good effort to have if you can win a race like that for Moon Rumsey, someone who obviously had separation before. From a statistical standpoint, the seed time a little bit lower, but you're never guaranteed anything. That was a pretty good finish for this stage of the season. Section 4 features Seda Arrow of Virginia Tech in 1. Anna Miller in lane 2. She has been really good in what she has been able to accomplish so far. 1778, 100 hurdles at Myrtle. She ran 4 separate events at that meet, and that's something you don't always see this early in the season. Talk about trust from Coach Sprecher, knowing what his athletes need. Ariana Wycliffe of Bluefield State's in 3. Liliana Knudsen of Alvernia is in 4. Nadia Abdusalam of Concord is in 5. Michelle Barnes of Colby in 6. McKenna Mersch of Moravian in 7. Shannon Fisher of VT in 8. All 8 lanes are occupied. There we go. Right away, you can see commitment from lane 5. Abdusalam knows what to do, running strongly. Still not clipping a hurdle. She's going to be clean through the finish line right around 16.2, 16.3. Will go up on the official time, 16.50. Wicklet will finish second. Opportunities still in these lower sections because you know you're still going to have a decent heat in terms of who is with you. You know there's usually a lot of consistency. Abdusalam just made it look easy. His middle lanes have continued to work. If you're just joining us, didn't hear our discussion earlier, that is part of the plan in these hurdles or sprints races. Middle lanes will house your faster runners in the heat because they can see both directions. They're right in the middle of it. In an ideal world, if you're looking at it from a seed standpoint, there is really a pyramid or almost like a funnel where the front 2 lanes are in 4 and 5. Your back 2 are on the ends. Makes it interesting, though, when those outside lanes make it competitive. I have a feeling that they want to do everything in their power to keep these races close. Section 5 features Cheyenne James of Concord in 3, Reagan Caro of Virginia Tech in 4, Taylor Perry of Concord in 5, Anna Marie Dean of Virginia Tech in 6, Haley Collins of Concord in 7. Heat 6 will have no times, and we are just about ready. Final 2 before we transition from these sprint events. The 100 and the hurdles have been really tight, a lot of fun. all day here on LHSN. We are enjoying some of these finishes that we have been treated to. There are a lot of times early in the year especially where you just don't know what to expect. We're getting some quick ones. Section 5. James of Concord in the mix. Really all three Concord athletes have a shot at this one. Final few hurdles might tell a different story. Watch lane 7. Collins is going to get through the line first. 19:54 official time. Collins gets it done. Only one in the heat to go under 20. So solid effort. Kara was close behind. And now we will have our final section before we move on. Action the entire day, and one of the fun events that we're going to get to see very soon is the 400. You talk about that, talk about some of what this team has to offer in Lynchburg. They have been very solid. It is going to be a fun affair to watch. Every team has some 400 talent, though, and I think they're ready to show off. Faith Schultz of EMU is in 3. Amelia Russell of Bridgeport is in 4. Morgan Dodge of Bridgeport in 5. Sydney Brown of Denison in 6. The no time section, the final one for the women's 100 hurdles. .400, 800, and 400 hurdles next on the schedule after this. So not the final hurdle event that you will see today if you stay tuned. Race underway. Trio of athletes. Impressive stuff. The outside, Sydney Brown of Denison, not out of the waters yet, clips the hurdle, and now it looks like it's going to be Schultz of EMU who comes away with the victory. 1781. It was a great start from Brown in lane 6, but just didn't hold on long enough. And now we have a quick break before we move into the 400s. We'll have to take the hurdles off the track, so we're going to take a quick break on the Lynchburg Hornets Sports Network. Evan Gates taking you through all the action. It's been a fun one from Jack Tom's Invitational. Well, we mentioned the 400s earlier, and you've got some special talent coming to the track for this men's 400. Eric West for Randolph, the man that we talked about, the freshman. He's going to be in lane 1 in this opening heat. Think about this, too. This guy has just been so good because he really, as a freshman, hasn't had that expectation of where you want to be. You know in high school what you're doing, but he has been solid. 49.07 PR. Or excuse me, 49.07 result at Allen Connie. Jack Kearney of Shippensburg and Sioux. 48.75 heat time coming into this one. 49.09 PR. Caden Johnson, from Slippery Rock in 3. Bram DeRate of Charleston, along with Colin Hunkele and Timber Heismans of Charleston in 5 and 6. Michael Ham, Manodak competitor from Ferrum in 7. And Michael Garrett of Charleston in 8. DeRate in lane 4, 47.94 400 PR as a freshman. 56.28 400 hurdles PR last time out. First in the 200, 400, and 4x4 relay at the conference championship. So I think he's ready to go. Outdoor always has a little bit of a different feel on the 400. You don't have to brake. There's lanes the entire way. Some people will like that, some won't. Either way, it is still the same distance, the same event that we are promising. Expect the unexpected. Charleston with 4 in this section. What a result it will be if you can put something down now that might start earning national attention. We'll see what can happen. Here we go. Charleston out and about. You're going to have to watch over both curves to really get the full story. So far, Charleston in a good spot. Hunkele and Heisman's in 5 and 6. Still lots of time to operate. Coming off the 200 right around 22-23. What a quick split that was. Who can hold on the longest around the final curve? It is all about holding on now. There are 5 or 6 guys who could come away with it. Charleston in a good spot, but Michael Ham in lane 7 trying to make his move. Eric West in lane 1 is going to come away with it. Everybody had a chance. Eric West, man of the hour. Wow. .48 for Eric West. You talk about consistency. Ham finishes in 2nd. The ODAC well represented. Charleston had a wave, especially at the 200 mark where it was just so consistent. You talk about, from an effort standpoint, the amount of time that you just have to go out and trust those results from the past. Well, the 400 is such a tough event to have it translate because those 2 curves are very difficult to maneuver. You stay in your lane, you don't have to fight for position, but you know the entire way it could be a very climactic finish. We're moving on to section 2. Features Philip Lopez of Virginia Tech in lane 1. He's seated at 50-50 coming into this one. Steele Wrigley of Kutztown in lane 2 of 50.95 PR. 14th at the Indoor Conference Championships. Raghav Kadambi of Colby is in lane 3, 49.72 PR. 25th in the 4x400 relay in Boston for that squad. Very solid. Now in lane 4 It's Micah Dennis running unattached. 49-second seed time. Jacob Hodnett in lane 5. We have seen what he can do. The DMR National Championships was a race that just really kept on giving. Lynchburg's Hodnett ran a 48.35 in that split. It was sensational. We'll see what he can do now. 49.05 seed time. Malik Holly of Denison, 49.89 seed time. He's in 6. Kyle Ratchet of Slippery Rock in 7. Francis Roberts of Ferrum in 8. Merrick West walked away with the Heat 1 victory. We'll see who takes Section 2. Gunfires, here we go. Felt like an extended wait. The 400 has so much adrenaline. Who is going to come away with this one? Smooth sailing down the back straight. A little bit of separation. You want to keep your eyes on the inside. Kadambi of Colby in a good spot, but Hodnett still in striking distance for Lynchburg. Right around 24 through 200. Hodnett still trying to break 49 for the first time in an individual event. Coming off the curve, Hodnett's going to have a couple steps. He's got to put in the rest of the work. Down the straight. Nobody is touching him yet. Can he hold on? Clock at 45, and a big result might be in store. It's super close. Did he break 49 is the question. It was just over. We are waiting for the official result on your screen. Jacob Hodnett continuing to perform. 49-25 is the official result. Talk about a guy who just goes out, knows his stuff. He is such a back half runner too. He is the guy who can't afford to wait and make his move at the end. Nobody was catching him down the final straightaway. Eric West of Randolph posted the Heat 1 victory. Jacob Hodnett in lane 2. We wonder if the local connections will continue as we move into Section 3. Lynchburg does have a few representatives in this heat, but it's Tyler Morosky of Slippery Rock in lane 1, Jacob Bauer of Ohio Wesleyan in 2, Zach Jacobs of Lynchburg in 3, Joseph Kerr of EMU in 4, Micah Good of Slippery Rock in 5, Gabe Quaquier of Lynchburg in 6, Deontay Lawson of Ferrum in 7, and Trey Huha of Slippery Rock in 8. Hodnett is one of those guys who has really trained well, especially with the DMR in mind, and that is where Zach Jacobs enters the picture, because Zach Jacobs, another guy who is great at that DMR leg, ran as the 400 leg for the 9:44.44 result from the DMR up in Boston. 50-56 PR coming into this one. Here we go. Up and away we go. Watch Quaquier on the outside. Steady movement on the outside. It's not every day you see 6, 7, 8 as the first 3 in your picture. Good spot to be in. Quaquier is going to come off the curve and think he's going to be in first. Can the Hornets do another first place 400 finish? They're going to have to work hard, and they've got company down the straight. Joseph Kerr will make it a challenge. Gabe Quaquier is going to make it to the finish line first. Holds on just over 49. Wow. Quaquier has been impressive. Continuing to just tweak his approach. He has been so good with a consistent training block. for Quakie. We'll have to wait for the official time. We can try and pull it up, but either way, it looked like a hair over 49 to earn the victory. We know that clock is the clock at the stadium that you are seeing on your screen equipped, so obviously updates are at their mercy. We'll move on to the fourth section as Quakie comes away with the third. Mason Myers of Ohio Wesleyan is in 1. John Silberman of Colby in 2. LeVar Jackson of Shippensburg in 3. Pierce Patterson of Denison in 4. Fast seed with 50.98. Jaden Fodrell of Concord in 5. Quentin Townsend of Shippensburg in 6. Alex Stoller of Ohio Wesleyan in 7. And Vincent Eggleston will be in lane 8 for Slippery Rock. There are those results on your screen from the last section. Quakie 49.74, so he was more close to 50. Does break it, very solid effort. His PR coming in was 50.08, so he knocks that down, knocks the 50-second barrier down. That's one that a lot of 400 runners spend time trying to attack. Watch Patterson in lane 4, the white uniform for Denison. He's the fast seed. Gun fires, here we go. Around the curve we go. Steady movement. Concord's Jaden Fodero had a good spot down the back straight. We'll keep an eye on the splits as you see on your screen, right around 200 at 23. Now continuing to get to a good spot. He has really held on the entire way. Look at the movement to get to this spot now, and Fodero is leaving, but he's not out of the water yet. Here comes Patterson. It's going to be a tight finish. I think Patterson gets him. A lean at the line would have solidified that first place, but I think either way, Patterson gets there first. Patterson will get the victory for Denison. His results 50-12. So just outside 50. We have seen a lot of results that have gone under. It has been a competitive 400. We've still got a few sections left, 5 in fact, of the 9 heat slate. Jeremy Ewer of Slippery Rock in 1. Jacob Marzulli of Ohio Wesleyan in 2. Gavin Thomas of Slippery Rock in 3. Colby Lambert from down the street at Randolph in 4. Ian Campbell of Slippery Rock in 5. We have already seen him at this meet. Saw Ian Sherlock from Shippensburg earlier today. Say that 10 times fast. Christian Humes from Randolph in 6. Aaron Rayner of Virginia Wesleyan in 7. And Justin Mosley running in lane 8. Expect this time to be around 51.5, maybe a touch under based on your seeds. It's been a day where we have had lots of deviation from those seed times. They will not tell you the entire picture. It's up to the runners on the line. This event, the 400, it's so tough to get improvement just like those other sprinting events. That's a whole different conversation for a different day if the 400 is a sprint or a distance event. That's really the middle ground. You see runners from both realms, but good sprinters who can complement that 1-2 combo with a 400. Typically find success in doing so. Slippery Rock has 3. Randolph has 2 in the section as they roll around the subway colors We'll see what it looks like down the back straight. That has really told a lot of the story. Not many comebacks in this 400 with the exception of that last heat. We saw work from Patterson to get the edge at the line, 23-24 through that 200. Right now, Christian Humes of Randolph is in a good spot. He's going to have company from lane 1, Jeremy Ewer of Slippery Rock, working neck and neck from lane 1 and lane 6. Tightly contested. Think it's going to go to Humes in 6. We'll wait for confirmation. 56-6, an impressive result. Randolph continuing to find strength in numbers. They have had many athletes today who have just impressed from the sprint side. Side that is, despite a smaller roster, very impressive with the numbers that they have. School is smaller than Lynchburg. We'll move into this 6th section now. Humes of Randolph took the last one. Chevy Shang of Virginia Tech in lane 1. Colin Marsh of DeSales in 2. Nick Raya of Lynchburg running in lane 3. We saw him earlier today, 52-65 seed time. Joe Cavalcante of Kutztown is in lane 4. Fast seed of 52-53. Bryson Hunter of EMU running in lane 5. Damian Cole is a Bridgeport in 6. Walker Shirley in 7. Seth Schaefer in lane 8. All 8 are on the line and ready to go. Clean starts. Raya, the Hornet, in gray. We will see what it looks like. Look at the movement from EMU's Bryson Hunter, making a difference in lane 6. Lane 5, rather. Bridgeport also has some action with Damian Coles. They are in a different race. We will see how long it holds on. It will be a very decisive final 100 meters. There is the move from Joe Cavalcante of Kutztown. He waited, paced it, and found it. The final 100 that is going to be right around 50 for the finish. Cavalcante, wow. Seed time coming in at 52-53. Make that 50-63. That was an eruption down the final straightaway. Example of not putting too much stock into the numbers. There's a lot that can go on in a race like that where you let them go out hot and then you just find that right spot to start making your move. It's easier to chase than it is to stay in front. Have some conversations we can touch on from people around the track community, and the majority will all tell you they want to be chasing. Now, you don't want to be behind by 15 or 20 seconds. That might be a different story. And at 400, if you're behind by that much, the other opponent is probably across the finish line. But you do want to be in a good spot. Section 7 is Kevin Alamo Grinshaw in 1, Connor Balcom in 2, Damian De Los Santos Serio of Moravian in 3, Vanio Smith in 4, Jason Rideout 5, Simon Leck is in lane 6, Logan Koenig of Lynchburg, the freshman, in lane 7, Jeremiah Davis of Averett is in lane 8. Koenig has been Impressive so far, not just in his outdoor debuts, but also the indoor season. Some standing starts, some block starts. Here we go. Watch the outside. It's pretty easy to note Lynchburg looking strong so far, but there will be lots of movement. This is that inside versus outside lane battle that you don't always see to the fullest extent. This is an opportunity for some growth as they move around the curve. It was around 24 through 200. Just going to run out of room in lane 7, and coming through in lane 4 is Cavanio Smith of Averett. Looking strong, and he has no one in front of him. He is going to have to hold it through the line. Almost got chased down by Rideout. Cavanio Smith of Averett will get the 52-17 finish. Rideout really made that one look interesting for a moment. We've seen that exact same thing happen in this 400, where it just feels like a lot of athletes will intentionally run that first 200 fast, put yourself in a good position, and just hold on. That takes a lot of the guesswork out of the equation in terms of having the speed to get it done when you speed up your 200. A lot of coaches will tell you, too, you got to have a good 200 or a good 100 to be able to go into the 400 and compete. Because for distance events, too, you see a lot of athletes earlier in the steeplechase. Well, if you can't run a good 3K, there's really no reason in trying to attack that steeplechase before you get to a spot that is balanced for where you're at. Section 8, Christopher Brown of Averett in 2, Prince Beebe of Concord in 3, Linz Damasthene of DeSales in 4, Benjamin Bublitz of Ferrum in 5, Alex Leon of Colby in 6, and Jacob Coy of Concord in 7. Extended wait. We are underway. 5-man field. Getting ready for the women's 400. We'll have the 800s a little later on. Keep your eye on Alex Leon for Colby. Strong stride. You see legs get out, arms pump quickly. That 400 stride has to be almost immaculate for the lap if you're trying to get the most efficiency. Continuing to move with 150 to go. Doesn't look like this one is going to be close, but that final straightaway has served some problems. Here we go, final 100. It's looking like a coast-to-coast effort for Alex Lyon if he can hold on. Might have company in lane 6, or lane 7. Jacob Coy of Concord made it a race. So official time will be right around 54:50 for Alex Leon. He gets the victory. We've seen a few for Colby now where they've been able to stick out some efforts like that. Almost playing defense down the back stretch, or down the home stretch rather. We move into the final section for this men's 400. Assuming no late additions are in the cards, there are 3 athletes. Looks like 2 on the track. William Laxton of Concord is going to be in lane 3, and then in lane 5, Emerson Cornwell of Virginia Tech. Gun goes off. We've got a 2-person affair. We'll see who can stick it out the longest in our final men's 400 of the day. .200 in front was right around 29. We'll see what movement will happen off the curve. Virginia Tech's Cornwell looking to get it done. Always tough when it's really just one-on-one because you're looking at yourself, trying to figure it out, trying to stay true to your style, your times. And now it'll be a buck over a minute, maybe right on that 60 mark. Let's wait and see. Will be 59.70, so he did get it done just barely under 60, and that will conclude our men's 400 heats. We've got the women on the way, bringing out the blocks. It is going to be another quick race, and we've got more action between Shippensburg and Lynchburg. We've seen those names quite a bit in the top heats. Shippensburg has done really well to stack up front. We know you have a lot of opportunities. Let's go ahead and introduce you to Section 1 for this women's 400 dash. The facility record is 53.73, set in 2007. Lynchburg's record set in 2010. It's 56.27. We'll see if either of those go down. Abby Giamatti of Moravian in lane 1, someone to watch. 58.65 PR. That was in the Landmark Outdoor Championships. 5 top 10 results at that same meet for Giamatti. She was incredible. Veronica Barnes in the gray in lane 2. 58.28 PR from the ODAC Outdoor Championships. 3 top 10 results at the Indoor Championships this year. Lane 3, Sophia Ellerkman of Denison. As you see the names on your screen, she ran 57.35 for her PR. Lane 4, Caroline Mastria of Shippensburg. Very impressive stuff. 56.92 PR from the PSAC Outdoor Championships. Second in the Indoor Conference meet. Lane 5, Rachel Bonner of Kutztown. 56.96 PR. So it's going to be very tight between 4 and 5. 3 top 10 finishes in the Indoor Championships. Liberty Brock of Ohio Wesleyan, 58.27 PR at the North Coast Outdoor Championships. Lane 7, Amia Barnes of Virginia Wesleyan, 58.32 PR. And Alyssa Wirt in Lane 8 from Shippensburg. Expect it to be tight and expect it to get out hot. We will see what 4 and 5 can do. That has been the battle we have seen in these big races. Caroline Mastria, Rachel Bonner trying to put up something that will hold for a victory. Here we go. Movement all around. To the outside lanes vacant. So far, the movement starts on the inside. Ellerkman of Denison starting to really fuel the fire down this back straight in a good spot. You got to wait for the final curve to put the puzzle together. 25 or 26 for that 200 split. Ellerkman still dangerous, but she is going to have company in lane 4. Here's Caroline Mastria trying to come around the curve in first. Final 100 decides it. Ellerkman looking to lead coast to coast, trying to hold on in lane 3. It's going to be a battle between the 2 and 3 and 4. Who wants it more? And Mastria might just get it by inches. Let's wait and see. Mastria 57.20 finishes with the victory. So high seed in the field will earn the 5. It looks like No, it was an 11/100ths deficit between first and second. Mastria gets the victory. Was not an easy one with Ellertman lurking closely behind. Those are the races you want to see. Result that goes just over 57. Impressive stuff. Erica Davis will start this second section in lane 1 from Charleston. Second spot is Anna Sophia Stauffer of Slippery Rock. Caitlin Stapleton in lane 3. Addiston Likens of Ohio Wesleyan in 4. Alice Bogia of Slippery Rock. Shannon McCulloch and Lydia Reed, both from Slippery Rock as well. They're occupying 5 through 7. Jessica Taylor in lane 8. Gun fires 4 representatives for Slippery Rock. And this second section, expect this one to be quick as well as they come around the opening curve. Tight on the inside. These are the fun races. You got a little bit out in front. On the outside, still some people competing. We'll see if they merge off the curve around 29, 28 for that opening 200. Here they come. Slippery Rock has a lot in the bunch, looking to get the first and heat number 2. Work is not done yet. All the way home, looks like Stauffer in lane 6 has a shot at it. Her teammate will pass her in lane 7. 3 Slippery Rock athletes coming through the line. Lydia Reed will come away with it. 5, 6, and 7 were all occupied by Slippery Rock. Made our job a little bit difficult. They made it look really easy for a 400 that really shaped up quickly coming off of the curve. Slippery Rock will put up another nice result. They have numbers and they have been showing it on this distance side. Doing research before this meet. Slippery Rock, their mascot is The Rock, but not an official team nickname. Their school, the Old Dominion Athletic Conference, Hollins, it's a very similar setup, no official nickname, and so Slippery Rock is what we will go by. Like the color scheme too, got the Michigan State green going around. A little bit of everything here at this meet, especially we've got Randolph in the yellow. Lynchburg, if they were wearing the red, could complete the traffic light. We do have Shippensburg and DeSales some of the red with those teams, and we are getting set for section 3. Full slate of 6. Fast time in this third section is 61.88 from Emily Calamia of Shippensburg in 4. Sierra Hoover, Sadie Greenidge, Rachel Grigoli, Emily Calamia, Patrice Forsey, Cassidy Lewis, Ashley Beatty, and Kim Kirkpatrick in this section. Right now, as it's all Calamia. Down the back straight, 28 on the dot for that 200 split. Calamia looking to maybe get as close to 60 as possible. She has space to operate, and it doesn't look like anybody's going to touch her. Grigoli of Moravian still in the mix. 54 on the clock. It's going to be really close for a PR. Typically ends up that way in the 400. Good effort down the stretch for Grigoli to make that one close. Columbia 61-62. Just under a second difference between first and second. Columbia makes this one really clinical. Just held the lead from the opening block start, and not much more you can say about that. We've seen it a few times on this women's side where there have been some coast-to-coast victories. 6 sections of this 400 before we transition to the 800. Day that has been a lot of fun here in the Hill City. We are moving right along in the Jack M. Toms Invitational. If you're just joining us, welcome to Lynchburg, Virginia. Lynchburg Hornet Sports Network bringing you all the spring sports action. Section 4 of 6 in the women's 400 features the high seed and Trina Lewis from Ferrum. She will be in that gold uniform as you see down in blocks. Samaria Little, the Hornet for Lynchburg in this section. Everyone off and running. Avery Palusak, Samaria Little, Sage McLaughlin, Trina Lewis, Hannah Scoggin, Shay Knight, Kennedy Crawford, Annalise Bentley is your full field. McLaughlin is certainly a name on the track that cannot be ignored, especially in this day with the Olympics upcoming. 28 through 200. Here they come rolling. A little bit of separation. It's really like one of those distance events. There's a one in the rest, but the curve is the great equalizer, and now it is going to be Palusak in lane 1 trying to hold this thing through the finish line. Striding in lane 1, she should have enough, and it's going to be right over a minute, about 61 and change. 61:47. Impressive result, we thought. That one might have been wrapped up a little bit earlier, but hold your horses, folks. There's one of those races, there have been a ton where you wait until that entire curve. It is a lot longer than it looks from a spectator's perspective. 2 more sections in this 400. Lindsay Lawton of Bridgeport in lane 2. Ashley Rodriguez of Moravian in 3. Virginia Tech has Ellie Lowe in 4. Anissa Kersey of Virginia Wesleyan in 5. Jillian Legon of Virginia Tech in 6. And Jenna Andriasak in lane 7. Jenna, a former Lynchburg women's lacrosse player, now on the track team, putting up good numbers so far. The seed time, 1:11.96. We will see what she can do to hold on in this one. 6 athletes ready to go. There's that screen that we have been seeing in the bottom left. There's corroboration. I'm sure you guys have seen it way before we did, but that's given us the results and your info. We're underway. 5th of 6 sections. 800 is going to be interesting too. We haven't really had a lot of distance events with the way this one shaped up last night, trying to avoid the rain. You get the distance events done early. So today, other than those open 1500s, don't really have a distance event until now. Don't forget the open 5K to conclude all the action here at Jack Tom's. A little bit behind schedule, but it has been a relatively routine day otherwise. Looks like Kersey is making her move in lane 5. Pink spikes, she will be all alone. The Marlin from Virginia Wesleyan. Seed time of 106.76. Rolling down the home stretch. We'll see if she can go under. It's going to be a few seconds if she holds this stride. 104. Kersey 104.50. So that will send us to our final section for the 400. 3 athletes: Jordan Adams of Ohio Wesleyan, Emily Kuffner of Charleston, Bella Hardaway of Virginia Tech. No time in either of those entries. All 3 are present, all 3 just about ready to be on the line. Here we go. So if you are just joining us, LHSN, the 800 is slated up next. This is the final 400. Still a lot of action and preparation or cool down going on the infield. It's just a big party here on campus. We love it. The track meets so many people on campus. It's very different compared to normal. Going to see what happens down this final straightaway. Chance for the final straightaway to separate things. Might be a tight finish too, as we see Adams and Kuffner going almost neck and neck. Looks like Adams will hold on for this one. Really had a step the entire final straightaway. And that will conclude the 400. So as we transition into the 8s, we're going to take a really quick break on LHSN. We'll be back for the 800s and more. The 800 is ready to be contested. The Jack M. Toms Invitational. Section 1 for the guys that features 11 athletes. It's going to be a quick one. How many times are we going to say that today? These first sections have been stacked, and we're going to see why momentarily. Warren Teal is the fast seed, 149.96 PR. Part of a DMR that finished 11th at D2 Nationals for Charleston. Really solid stuff. Also joining him is Chase Hensinger from Shippensburg. Hip number 2, 152 seed time, so only one under 150, but we know Hensinger is going to be in a spot to compete. 4:17 mile PR. Jackson Gibson and Ryan Rasco of Davis and Elkins, 2 Senators that can compete. Jackson Coelho of Colby. Jamison Mantooth of Lynchburg. Guy who has some star-studded potential. Sophomore from Danville. Alex Waddy from Christiansburg. Running for Concord. He will be in hip number 7. We're still in 400 mode. Ethan Board, Spencer Hahn, Ryan Corbett, Cooper Gibson. That rounds out your heat. We will keep an eye on the splits. Will it be even, or do we see this first lap really separate the field? You have to think there's someone who is going to try and start elevating the pace. Conversation, as you see in the top of your screen, Coach Jake Reed and the starter. Everything ready. And now we are ready to get things rolling. Underway. Quickly from the inside, Teal makes his move. He wants to stay in front and not let go. We'll see what the rest of the field does to respond. Teal has been incredible. When you look at the Mountain East and even the entire national climate for Division II, you talk about people who have been making big moves at big-time places in the schedule. 28 for Teal through the opening 200. He might go up a little bit quicker as he comes through 400. Still leading. Pretty critical. Teal in first. Hensinger, the 2 seed, in second. Ryan Rasco of Davis and Elkins is in the mix as well. A lot of separation for this field. 54-55 through the opening 400. It's all about not staying isolated. You got to find somebody. Jamison Mantooth, the 155 PR for Lynchburg, just trying to connect in the middle of the field. But right now, your eyes are on Warren Teal. Does he have enough to stay in front? 123 with 200 left. Around the curve, Hensinger is in the area code. He's not going to let this one go lightly. But Teal looks in full control. A look inside. He knows he has the spot to be in front. Just a little extra down the final straightaway. Teal will be close to that 149 mark. They're going to fall over. Mantooth for Lynchburg was able to just sneak into 4th. Hensinger gets second. Hensinger 151.78. That's a PR. We saw on our screens another PR. Gibson a 153 result. He earns a personal best. Jamison Mantooth gets a personal best for Lynchburg. Everybody knocking down the clock. And if you're in Heat 2, you have to feel confident when you see your teammates, whatever team you're competing for, when they are running at that level, continuing to progress. It just gives you more confidence. An awesome opportunity for everybody out here. Warren Teal getting things done for Charleston. Starts this 800 and projected 8 sections. You expect 8 different pieces of art. No 2 paintings are going to look the exact same, and you really consider the fact that this 800 is maybe one of the craziest events to try and predict. So many different things that can happen, so many different coaching strategies. Unofficially, this is the Moravian Heat. Carter McKenna does have the fastest seed time, 156.47 PR, 3 top 10 finishes in the Mountain East Championships. Aiden O'Leary represents Charleston, and then from Moravian, it's Jordan Gagner. Casey Frank, Brian Kirchner, Jeffrey Kleinberg, and Logan Bateman, Randy White, Daniel Miller. Your 800 runners for Lynchburg. Danny has been incredible as a senior, continuing to operate at a high level. Randy, a freshman, looking to go into a spot that he can really start elevating. Up front, it's pretty cut and dry. Carter McKenna, the 1 seed. Lynchburg is lurking behind. They will go through at 58, a split that maybe they wanted to be a little bit quicker. They're going to have to work on this back 400, but you trust a little bit more now that you are in fitness to make something happen. Carter McKenna, 156 PR. He would have to essentially make it an even split. Here you go. There's the movement. Going into lane 2. Decision time with 1:27 on the clock. Charleston has moved up into the lead. Aiden O'Leary trying to hold it. Danny Miller fighting hard for 3rd. Casey Frank is in the mix. It's anybody's game down the home straightaway. Go into lane 2. Go into lane 3. Aiden O'Leary looking to hold this thing from the inside. 156. Wow. That was a blistering time for Lynchburg. We'll wait to see what the official results were. There we go. White, 157 PR. Danny Miller looks like he might have clipped one too. Big result for Aiden O'Leary of Charleston. 156.45. That's a personal best by about 40 hundredths, 4 tenths. Impressive result. That was a competitive 800. It did not really start sinking in for people until they were on the other side of the track. Entering the curve, you had to recognize this race was really close to being over. The move had to be done, and it was a great one. We will see how this 3rd section heats up. We talked about it. You're never going to see 2 800s that look the exact same. Braden Ward for Concord, the high seed in this 3rd section. Trying to digest these last 2 races. There has been so much going on. Think about the way that the 2 were able to win, and it really doesn't involve much strategy other than getting out in that opening 200. Just delivering with confidence and composure. Here's your move up front. Devon Navaroli from Slippery Rock. Trying to hold on early. Good movement and good separation. Virginia Tech will be in the mix. Ward, Navaroli, Royds, Getty, Gukunst, Crum, Habelar, Centavi, Allison, Ryder, Thomas, Nasei, and Yakulis are your field. Right now, it is still Navaroli comfortably navigating, but the final 200 meters will decide it. His teammate is in the zip code. We see the move from Davis and Elkins. Think it's Connor Allison. But now, company on the outside. How about the kick from Tommy Crum? Saw him in action yesterday, rolling down the final straightaway. See ya. Tommy Crum is absolutely obliterating the seed time coming in. Wow. 154. He came in with a 158.5 seed time and absolutely destroyed it. Demolition time on Jack M. Tom's track. That was a very clinical result. I don't even know if we can say shot out of a cannon for that one. Might have to get the volcano out. That was an explosive final 200 meters. Tommy Crum and the Shippensburg gang continuing to show us what they are all about. The fields for this 800 have really been the first event to just blow some PRs out of the water. We have seen individual efforts. We saw a facility record last night by Allie Zealand in that women's 1500, but the 800 just has a little different feel as the results continue to file through. And now for Lynchburg, Luke Demos is the high seed in this fourth section. 155.92 PR from the Wildcat Track Festival. Smaller meet, sometimes those ones give you the confidence to go after it in a small field. You don't have to maneuver very much. Demos is back. He had a steady effort earlier, doubling back from the 1500. AJ Skeens, Brennan Wellock, Ben Filippi, Andrew Bennett, Martin Lucas, Vishal Green, Brendan Ward, Ryan Schitano, Shane Artis, Slate Swiger, Noah Sear, Gordon Dorr, and Will Cunningham. That's your field in this fourth section. Might unfold earlier rather than later, about 28 through the opening 200. It has paid to be in the lead early, well, until the last section. And now we are really just trying to figure out what strategy is best. We'll leave it to the men on the track as they make their trip around. Swiger of Davis and Elkins sitting in first. Both Senators now occupying first and second. Martin Lucas also in the ballpark. You saw the split 58 through the opening 400. A lot of separation between Swiger and the field. Battle for third right now. Swiger is really just allowing the field to move him along. Sometimes you think about it being in first, you're saying, well, where's the pressure at? You hear every footstep. You see the coaches screaming at the kids behind you, and you're saying, I want this one more. Swiger looking to have a little swagger down the home straightaway. Brennan Wellock might make it interesting. Luke Demos working in lane 2. He wants it too. Anybody's game. Luke Demos from lane 3 moving into the lead. He's going to have a huge result as he crosses the line. 157 for Luke Demos. The sophomore out of Wallkill getting it done. That was a very intentional final 200 meters. Wow. Get your popcorn, folks. That was incredible. If Demos never even made that move, I still think it would have been a good move. What we saw, Swiger had the spot. Wellock joined him. Demos slammed the door shut. And now, moving into the next section, I'm really just out of answers for how to win an 800. We have seen it a million different ways. Luke Demos giving us a result we won't forget. We've had a few of them. Cookies are in the oven, folks. That was impressive stuff. Moving into the back half of the 800s now. Paul Peter of Moravian seeded first, a 2:02 seed time. All these seeds within just a couple seconds. Noah LeCain, Joseph Wilson, Leo Wisniewski, James Henry, Armando Nahira of Lynchburg, Connor Murphy, Daniel Murray, Luke Sigmund, Chase Maters, Sam Graubert, Gabe Condor, Brandon Topf, and Tim Connell. Watch the action up front. Denison's Wisniewski looking to make a move early. Clock is not updated, so, and we talked about this yesterday during Ali Zealand's performance. Sometimes, from a perspective, if you don't have the watch on, it's almost better to not have any measuring stick of where you're at. We'll see what happens. Chase Maters is in the mix for Lynchburg. Wisniewski looks comfortable. 60-61 through the opening 400. It's going to have to be a good back half if this heat wants to see 202. Sam Graubart of Colby trying to pick his pocket. Wisniewski is going to have to make the move earlier. It doesn't happen. Here comes Graubart. 132, 133. Can he drop a 30 on this final 200? Trying to get close to that seed time. They are speeding up. Graubart trying to leave the building. And now just a straightaway separating him from the finish line. Opportunity with the clock in sight. Smooth striding all the way home. It will be a 202. Impressive stuff. 202.09 for Graubart to earn the victory in Section 5. We're going to continue coverage of these 800s. What a good start we have had. We have not even looked into the women's 800 races yet. 6 sections to follow the men's races. Still great weather throughout the day too. Moderate. Sun has been peeking out. Certainly not the rain that we were once anticipating for today. Everybody enjoying the time outside in the Hill City. Section 6 of 8. Christopher Lucas of Davis and Elkin, Zachary Wendell, Andrew Powers, Kyle Baker, Colin Ashby, Jack Meyerowitz, James Cook, Xavier Platt, Chinmaya Slinamaki, Luis Ducarne, James Short, Kevin Kiernan, Alex Irvin, and Adam Lohr is your 14-man field. Already some separation to get this one started. You see it up front. Good stuff from Xavier Platt. And of Ohio Wesleyan. Powers of Virginia Wesleyan is in second. 61, similar split to our last race. We'll see if it holds. And now it's just a question of who makes the move first. Big opportunity for Platt, 207 seed time. A lot of athletes right around 207, 208, 209. Here's the company behind him. Second through fourth is going to be tightly contested move on the outside. What defense can he play? And Zachary Wendell will move into a good spot. Kyle Baker trying to join him. And now the question is, who has the strength down the straightaway? Wendell looks comfortable, but it's not over yet. Kyle Baker making this thing interesting. Photo finish. Normally, the lean from behind might get you the victory. Wendell of Alvernia holds on. Wow. 100th of a second, folks. They say a lot of sports are a game of inches. That one, a game of hundredths. Very tight. The national championships for Division III were an experience, I think, not only because of the amount of talent that was on display in Virginia Beach, but it seemed like every other race somebody was diving. You might have thought it was a swimming competition because every single race was coming down to the end, and that just shows the heart these athletes have when you're trying to perfect your craft and nurture that board of times. You will do anything to make it happen. We have seen a few of those today. Baker so close to stealing Section 6, but it does go to Zachary Wendell of Alvernia, and we go to Section 7. Zeke Brubaker, Jaden Peterson, Andre Kaiser, William Allain, Patrick Smith, Josiah Palma, Samuel Martinez, Ethan Angel, Joe Gora, Garrett Hatcher, James Grayton, Ryan Dennison, Johnny Crane, and Maddox Latham is your field. Separation ensuing, mayhaps. We will see. Zeke Brubaker, Virginia Tech, sitting strong in first. First lap of an 800. Sleep with one eye open. Don't know what this one has in store. Pack is still sticking together, which for a 7th section doesn't always happen. I know the 800 isn't the longest event in the world, but it has been impressive to see the commitment early in these races. Brubaker is going to be around 64, coming through the line. Bell lap. Still looking like he has maybe a second surge. Tell you who does. James Grayton of Concord looking to work outside. Off the curve. Slingshots into the lead. See that elongated stride. Sometimes when you get a chance to sprint, it'll help you out a lot when you have that stride, the amount of ground you cover. 200 to go, 137. Down the final curve, still a trio looking to take over Section 7. Here you go, inside, outside, in the middle. Who wants it? Looks like Brubaker has found the extra strength. Concord trying to find their way around, but unable to stop the Hokies as Brubaker gets a 2:07 finish. He was comfortable relinquishing the lead just momentarily before he found his way through to the first place finish in Section 7, and now on our way to the 8th and final men's 800. We have had so many cool races today, but it just feels like we are starting to see some exclamation marks. We have seen moments and times, but I wonder what the rest of this meet has in store. Lynchburg especially has to feel good about their 800 runners. The way that you really define success will sometimes revolve around consistency. It's not exactly your home runs you're looking at, it's your on-base percentage. It's the amount of people who are allowing that middle group to fully function. I think Lynchburg is trying to answer that question, and when you look at getting a national championship, that's really why you're able to accomplish those feats. It's the middle groups that set the stage for the guys to go on and roll. We have seen that both guys and women's sides. Jonathan Payne, the high seed from Concord. 2:15:44 seed time coming into this one. Good Hokie presence in this field as well, and you can tell that right away they're not afraid to go after it. Sean Kinney. Seeing lots of cool colors today. The blue and pink with Virginia Tech maroon is a new one. Like it. Bright and flashy as he's trying to do his best flash imitation. First 200 is quick, around 32. All of these athletes are seated around that 2:12 to 2, or excuse me, that is the wrong section. Almost everybody seated in this section. There are a few no times, but Sean Kinney is seated at 2:20. We'll see what he has to say about that. Coming through in almost 60. It is a different race for Sean Kinney. The rest of the field is going to have a big competition for second. Concord in the mix. Randolph in the mix. Here's Kinney. Smooth operator down the back stretch. Some runners will find confidence in being alone. They know they're doing something right if they're that far out in front. Others will struggle to find the pace. I don't think Sean Kinney has any problem with being on his own. Here he comes down the final 150. Moving into the home straightaway. He might break two. 2:20 seat time, forget it. Sean Kinney, Virginia Tech Running Club, is going to be a couple ticks over a minute, but a very stellar effort. Sticker comes off 2:02:53 for the Hokies. Severin McNulty of Randolph found his way into second. 2:11. McNulty, someone Randolph has been able to utilize their program. So many athletes that they're still continuing to really polish. Don't want to single out Randolph for that. I want to say I think there are a lot of programs in America at this stage of the season where it's just not exactly figuring out if someone is talented, but finding out what event will meet their taste the best. Sean Kinney caps what was an emphatic men's 800 performance, not just from that 8th section, but from all 8. It was incredible. We're hoping the same energy transforms into these women's races, and it will begin with a 10-person field, the first section of 6 that features 3 Hornets, also a couple Liberty athletes. Haven't seen a huge presence from Liberty at this meet, which isn't exactly a surprise at this stage of the season. You're trying to send people to different meets, but when Dennis Craddock rolls around in April, expect the Flames to be out full fire. Time to go. Take a second before we move on to the women's 800. Marie Hostetler, seed time of 2:12, will be the one to watch. A 4:50 mile PR Penn State National Open. So she is continuing to progress at a stellar rate. Adeline Fairley running unattached from Liberty. Hip number 2, a 2:15 PR in the 800. Won the Conference USA crown in the 5K, the 16:46 result. So you see the Jack M. Toms logo on your screen. That's the name of the meet, the name of the track, name of a legacy Lynchburg will enjoy honoring. Mercy Jumpleton of Charleston, hip number 3, 2:16 PR. And here's your trio for Lynchburg. It looks like just 2 of them out there in the gray uniforms. Hannah Edwards, 2:17.91. Seed time coming in. 4-second PR at the Virginia Tech Challenge. 4:56, 1500. She's one to watch, and so is Annalise Williams. 224 PR coming in. The pair of freshmen have been very solid. Enjoying their production if you're Jake Reed, and really comes as no surprise. Immediately, it is Jempleton out in front for Charleston. See what she can do to accomplish maybe a sub 217 result. 4:48, 1500 to kickstart her outdoor season. She's got space. The field's just got to go with her at this point. You cannot be afraid on that first lap to commit. We've seen that a lot of times throughout the indoor season. A lot of turns, you feel like you're going faster than you are, but this pace is electric. Emily Wallace of Concord hanging right there with Jempleton. Steady movement. The battle for third is going to be a big one too. Hannah Edwards was in the spot. 105, 106 was the opening 400. And here's the move on the outside. Hip number 9, Emily Wallace. Big time stuff. If she can finish this thing out, there's still 300 meters to go. If you've watched any of these 800s today, recognize that everyone is in the field and still has a chance to pull this one out. Hannah Edwards moving into third for Lynchburg. Whose engine can rattle the most down the final curve? Jempleton trying to take some quick steps. I don't think she's going to catch Emily Wallace. Just trying to hold steady. Hannah Edwards finding herself in a spot to compete for second. The star-studded freshman. But right now, Emily Wallace is going to take this one. If she can hold on to the pace, Hannah Edwards going into hawk mode behind her. Just not enough time. 2:17 will be the result. Edwards just a second behind. 2:17.15 as you see on your screen. Hannah Edwards 2:18. For Wallace, that is a big result. 2:20 seed time coming into it. Jempleton 2:19. Wow, for a second you thought Hannah Edwards might just pull out the victory the way that the race unfolded, but that was smart by Wallace to make the move when she did, because he really didn't give enough time for anyone to react. You wait too long, sometimes that plays to your opponent's advantage. Second section, your high seed is Cameron Wheeler of Davis and Elkins, 2:21.19 in her last race. Fourth of the Mountain East Indoor Championships for the 800. She's wearing the red uniform on the far left. Don't rule out Anna Fletcher. 2:15 PR. And that was fairly, for Fletcher, 2:26. That is, of course, on Milestat. The Pacers, a high school team, competing very often at collegiate meets. So 2:26 to Wheeler's 2:21. Also in the heat, Alexis Ruchatz, Olivia Doherty, Ava Bendetti, Ella Hessen, Hannah Scoggin, Tatum Walls, Deandra Young, Mackie Donovan, and Riley Murphy. There you go, Anna Fletcher, lane 2, working into the lead. That's got to be a coaching decision. You make that on the straightaway. Don't wait. When you know you're at the top of your heat as well, why wait and let the action develop when you know you can dictate the pace? Put a little bit of fear into your opponents early, but still a lot of running left. Fletcher is sitting at first. Company with Doherty of Colby sitting directly behind her. 2:46. Ella Hessen sits third. Here comes the move before the bell lap. Doherty in a good spot. 69,400. Now movement. You wonder, how pedestrian will it be for Anna Fletcher? Do you have that second kick? Right now, Doherty just looks like she is calm and composed. Stride is not buckled down the back straightaway. Keep your eye on that clock as well. Potential PRs, Doherty's is 2:22. Would have to be about a 37. There we go, Doherty going into sprint mode down the final straightaway. Fletcher's going to have a shot at this one. Held Doherty close enough. This is the time to decide it. It's neck and neck. Colby and the Pacers going at it. Will they break 2:20 is the question. Wow. We will wait to see. Anna Fletcher, 2:20. Big time result. 6-second personal best. And Doherty at 2:20. Make that a new PR from 2:22. The way they ran that race is definitely one that can breed a lot of PRs. You just stick around, play yo-yo for a few minutes, but ultimately, in the end, the lane was open. Wouldn't call it straight sprint mode in that final 100 meters, but there was certainly acceleration enough to clear the lactic, get out and run. Anna Fletcher. Impressive stuff from the high schooler. Now moving into section 3. Continuing momentum, continuing just to see some fast times. If you're a track and field fan and you are watching this meet, we appreciate your support because it has been so fun just to see some of what has transpired. A lot of these results have come down to the final straightaway, and the ones that haven't have often given us some record-breaking stuff. Allie Zeeland set the bar high yesterday. High seed is Maya Clark of Charleston, 2:25.04. Joining her in this heat are Isabella Huner, Rosnoy Sanchez, Cara Boderi, Madison Woolwine, Nadia Kalor, Marielle Goganian, Natalie DeCrisio, Evelyn Tipper, Sydney Pikovich, Marco Kenyon, Sky Hackathorn, Paige Jerian, and Lydia Valeriano. Here we go for Goganian of Colby. Good split to get started. The wind has started to pick up here in the Hill City. Something you wonder if it affects the 200s a little later on, but we're not worried about that right now. We're having fun around the oval, the two-tripper, the 800. .68 seconds, as you hear on the PA system. We've got a good one stirring up for Goganian. She left and really did not worry about the rest of the pack. It will be a battle for third. Some separation between first and second. As you see, Woolwine trying to battle and keep this one close. Seed times all within 5 seconds. That's why that backpack is still highly congested. 200 meters to go, 1:45 on the clock. At a stage where you just got to keep your ducks in a row for long enough and know what's going to happen as you go down the final curve. 100 left, 2:03. Into lane 2. She won't have to worry about getting past in lane 1 because at this point she is all alone on the island. A big opportunity. Marielle Goganian flirts with 2:20 and just over. 2:20.76. Impressive stuff. Another sense of execution where you just felt like that entire way. There was going to be a big drop in the end. You wondered if it would end up being sub 220. But the carousel continues. That was section 3 of 6. 3 to go in this 800. Just a few more events left in the day. It has started to really move by quickly. 400 hurdles be upcoming. Don't forget about the 200, 4x4, and 5K. So you see the times from the previous heat will introduce you to the next one. Fiona Martinelli of Denison, 2:30.65 time coming in. She is the fast seed, joined by one of her teammates, and Alexis Verdell. Also in this section are Susie Gipmans, Allison Henry, Lexi Wyatt, Helen Shavik, Beal Roberts, Zoe Belshan, Lydia Falkenstein, Hannah Burgoon, Savannah Hardman, Kelly Williams, Ava Wysong, and Emily Allman, excuse me, as we go into the fourth section. Once again, some separation early. It's becoming a trend in these back half heats for this 800, and I think it's because you understand if you can just draw out the field, that might be a better shot at getting a personal best. If you can bring somebody with you, don't want to get out too far. Some of the strategy, if you look at conference championships, you look at other meets, and there are a lot of athletes who will just sit in a spot where you can yo-yo, you can draw out other teams and hope that eventually they get you far enough. Other conference championships, you might be looking for that other team to start encountering some struggles if you're trying to rack up the points. Lexi Wyatt of Slippery Rock, just over 70. Here on the Lynchburg Hornets Sports Network, your coverage of outdoor NCAA track and field. It's been fun so far, and it's been a long day, a fun day. We talked about the rain earlier on. Would it be a problem? It has not been. It has been a picture-perfect setting in the 4-3-4. If you are watching from out of town, it is likely a warm setting if you're watching from the north. It's been in the 60s. Now, there are some locals who might not appreciate that weather. 200 to go. And we've got a battle ensuing. As you see well and clear on your screen, Savannah Hardman of Davis and Elkins has moved into the lead. Not out of the water yet. Susie Gipmans, Zoe Belshan working to aim and get second. It looks like this one will be out of play. This is a big one for Savannah Hardman. 2:26 as you see on your screen coming into this race. It was 2:33.60 the mark for the seed, an impressive one as she rolls around. Two more sections of this women's 800. After these two races, there will be the hurdle crew getting out and about. We know the 400 hurdles are upcoming soon. Section 7, or Section 5 rather. There were 8 sections of the men's 800. We got 6 of the women's. So this is the 5th. Features Rachel Birch up front for the Pacers at 2:40 seed time. I like what you're getting out of your Pacers so far. You saw the effort from Anna Fletcher come behind. Those are never easy. You never know with some of those leans at the line which way it's going to go. Away we go. Pretty clinical start with Birch, and she is not afraid to put some distance between her and the pack early on. 240 seed time, you don't really know when you estimate that. You assume at least with 240.00 that is put in by a coach. That's normally the giveaway. Expectations can be so tough when you know that there are so many athletes that are trying to get different times. You just want to get pulled along and trust your abilities. Right now, I'll tell you what, Rachel Birch is not having any problem. The execution down the stretch. Four athletes in the battle for second. Birch, Dragger, Dixon, Lindley, Marshall, Werner, Burchell, Lowe, Irby, Turner, Bentley, Murphy, Jarama, and Persinger. Your 14 in this section. Werner has worked her way into second. That chase pack, as you see in the front in the red uniform, trying to catch her teammate. Rachel Birch looks comfortable sitting where she is at. 5-second seed difference between those two. Good spot to be in. We'll keep our eye on the clock. Looks like it's going to be around 2 minutes as she comes through for the 200. A little bit ahead for Birch, so time to work with if you're trying to break that 4-minute. And here they come around the curve. There's that separation we were expecting. Chance now to see how far under they can go. Rachel Birch of the Pacers. Working in first, Werner moving into second. Samantha Irby of the Pacers trying to hold on to that spot as well. So a Pacers sweep of the podium in this fifth section. Women's 800, very impressive stuff. Here's a look at head coach Jake Reed. Lynchburg's distance program going in a very smooth direction as there are the results from that last race. Just one more 800 as we get ready for the next event. Jake Reed has been getting some speculation that he just might be coach of the year for D3 distance programs. You don't know if what will happen during the outdoor season, how it will affect those rankings. I'm sure Coach Reed is not exactly in that media side every single day. I don't think he's worried about a title or not. But it just shows what he has been able to accomplish, not just on the track, but also cross country this season. For the men's side, it was impressive stuff. 9th at Nationals, the women's side getting 7th in cross country. We know some of these programs have really started to get onto the national scale, well acclimated. Virginia Tech in the mix. Also Davis and Elkins, the final 800 heat. Molly Donaldson, Abigail Anderson, Tiara Johnson, Bella Hardaway, Rachel Snedden, Charlotte Taylor, Piper Dawden, Charlotte McGinnis, Bridget Fuchs, Jacqueline Hurst, Rose Hopwood, Julia Zawinski, Keenan Pierce, Kayla Ballard, and Cassidy Wallace, your 15-woman field. And right now in front, it is Rachel Snedden. There's that gap again. This 800 has started to really follow the exact same model, race after race. Seeing a lot of races like this where you have somebody get out in front. It was about 119 through 400. Operating at a high level. This infield throughout the entire meet, it just seems like everybody has really set up camp there. And I say that in loose terms because everybody has a team camp somewhere on campus, somewhere down by the throws. Some of the tents you're going to see the perimeter of the track, but I'll tell you one thing, people have enjoyed the turf, the new turf at Schellenberger Field. Just from over winter break did they replace the turf, and it looks so much brighter, a lot greener. It'll be a big result for confidence, really what has been a solo effort for Rachel Snedden of Davis and Elkins. This is that no-time heat. All alone, just able to cruise this one home. Snedden will be in a spot where she can feel pretty good about where this field was seated. You think about the 240 heat being last section, she would have competed well in that mix. And then Virginia Tech will follow up with a couple performers behind. Awesome 800 session, both on the men's and women's side. Certainly has delivered. Do you think about the way that these races just manifest? There's always something going on where in the 800, you know there's going to be action. There's going to be something special. Just don't know if you're going to get it every single time out. It's our final finisher. We'll round out the women's 800s. We're going to take a quick break. We'll have the 400 hurdles on the other side and more from the Jack M. Toms Invitational. the men's 400 hurdles here at the Jack M. Toms Invitational. What a meet it has been, and it is an opener for the season. You could say opener and use that term loosely because Lynchburg did compete at the Emory Spring Break Invitational. Down it was in Atlanta, Georgia, so pretty big trip over spring break for a lot of the Hornets. That is the distance side. The sprint side was over down in Myrtle Beach for some competition. Some of those wind-assisted times obviously are not legal or won't count, but safe to say momentum was starting in the right direction, especially for some of the athletes, and this goes for any school who have not competed since those conference championships in the final few weeks of February. So at this point, you just know that there is a lot of season left. Never a bad thing. This is how our schedule will wrap out. We have the 800, which just concluded, so now the 400-meter hurdles, 200-meter dash, 5K, and 4x4 relay. That'll be one to watch. One argument, if you want to stir up any track fan, go ask them what the final event should be. So a lot of them will say the 4x4. A lot of those who appreciate routine will try to keep it simple. But there are also a lot of people arguing there should be other events. Maybe you keep the 100. We've talked about the antics always involved in that. Some of these distance events end up sometimes being one of the last ones. You just never know. But either way, we have a few ones left before we get there. The men's 400-meter hurdles facility record is 51:21, set in 2003. School record for Lynchburg, 51:72, set in 1999. Pretty stacked heat that will feature Robert Roboski, the high seed 53.5. He's in lane 4, the guy to watch. A 53.97 PR, 3 straight 400s going back to the indoor season. So he's been sticking to this distance. Lane 1 is Brandon Van Schiak of Alvernia. 9:28 for 13th at the MAC Indoor Championships. Those 60 hurdles. Isaiah Adore, lane 2. We saw him earlier. Looks like lane 2 is vacant, so he might not be competing now. Very solid 54.83 PR. Lane 3, Travis Wilk of Shippensburg. There are 3 athletes from Shippensburg in this heat. 59.9. 400 runner as a freshman. So you think about the amount of experience you're getting. Robert Roboski, already talked about him from Shippensburg, maybe your favorite in lane 4. Bernard Bell III will be in lane 5. 36.55, 300 time. This is his first 400 hurdles. Matthew Crow of Slippery Rock in lane 6. 54.50 PR, 8:11, 60 hurdles and indoor. He won his conference championship. Lane 7, Cade Adams, 54.97 PR. Just one meet since those outdoor conference championships last year, so just trying to get the experience back. And then in lane 8, William Hizinga, unattached from Liberty, 55.40 at the Wildcat Twilight Challenge. That was his last race. That was right down the street at Randolph. Just about ready to get down in their blocks. 6 sections of this men's 400. This is the second hurdle event that we have seen today. The high hurdles earlier. Technically 3 if you count the steeplechase barriers. That's a little bit different as well. Always fun when you have the barriers out. Different design. If you haven't watched the steeplechase before, you can go back and see the action from this morning. Got us started when there's still a lot of water on the track from last night's rain. Everything good now. Blue skies, still cloudy, but it has been a pretty one, as you see a lot of people still sticking around. The jumps inside the D zone, everybody has been activated and calibrated. You can find all those results on Blue Ridge Timing from any field event today. They have you covered. We've got the track events covered here on LHSN. Just a few more events. 400 hurdles for the men were set to start around 4:35, so still about 15 minutes behind. That would have our final event starting around 7:30. Down the home stretch, we have a few fun events left, though. The 400 hurdles, 200-meter dash, open 5K, and the 4x400-meter relays. Don't forget, you can catch all of Lynchburg's sporting games or matchups or meets on the Lynchburg Hornet Sports Network. Tomorrow, we'll have baseball and softball doubleheaders. They were rescheduled after people thinking there would be rain today. Looks like we're just waiting to get all the hurdles up around the oval. Everybody rushing to get stuff into place. We've got time here in Lynchburg. It has been fun competition. The 800s were really one of those events that you kind of throw it like a coin flip and just see what's going to happen with the fields you get. They were tight, but that doesn't always guarantee a close finish or a fun finish. We got both. We were enjoying our time watching the 8s. For the 400 hurdlers on the track, we know there's a lot of experience to go around with this group. Tell you one thing, Shippensburg has been all over the results just throughout the day, and it's impressive when you look at their 3 in this race. You consider the fact that it's going to be Roboski and Bell going neck and neck in lane 4 and lane 5. Just an opportunity to put another fast time down. We mentioned some of their accolades beforehand. It's impressive when you look into the 53s. Roboski 53.97 PR. It's hard to run for 400, period. Still waiting. You got a good view of Schellenberger Field, the home for Lynchburg soccer and field hockey, lacrosse, all the main field sports here on campus. The new quote-unquote Westover dorms on the far side. Promise we're not trying to get too into recruiting or into a visit type of conversation. We're just trying to paint the picture for you. Lynchburg, it's been a very entertaining spot to be the recent months, you know, with the way that spring unfolds. Sometimes you have winter for 2 months. Sometimes you got summer for 2 months. You just don't know. But we are enjoying the 60s, a temperate environment for this one. March Madness still going on. You stick around calling a track meet throughout the day, you get kind of scared to look at the March Madness scores because it seems like the way that that tournament has been going on, you just don't know what's going to happen next. That's any tournament or series of games at this point. So much going on. March might be the best sporting month of the year. Mentioned it briefly earlier, but Lynchburg has 2 teams in the Old Dominion Athletic Conference that made the Final Four for Division III. Guilford falling short to Hampton-Sydney. They were guaranteed a championship game, but Trine came away with the victory from Indiana, Fort Wayne. Last year, Christopher Newport is the Division III champions. Hurdles are set, so we're going to go ahead and get ready. Athletes have tried to stay warm at the starting line, doing their best. How loose do you want to stay? You don't want to make sure that you lose that much energy, but rest assured, this group is ready. This group is experienced. And getting down in their blocks. Roboski and Bell, keep your eye on lanes 4 and 5. Shippensburg trying to continue the momentum. .400 hurdles. It is an event that takes so much technique, timing unlike any other. You really want to get out and not too far up. It's got to be one fluid motion. We will see if these hurdles pose any problems in the trip around the oval. This is the big one, section 1 of the men's 400 hurdles.
Take you when they get to the video board. Once you're out of space, I'm going to go back on JP. JP, when they get to Turner, I'm going to come off of you, and you can go to the middle of the track right in front of us. And I'll pick you back up.
Here we go. Shippensburg has 3, Slippery Rock has 2, Liberty has 2, and Alvernia has Brandon Van Schiak underway as flag is up, clean opening hurdle, and now it's just about timing. Trusting down the back straight that you're staying in this fight, and through 200, right around 25. Certainly in a good spot to deliver, and just 3 sets of hurdles to go. As they make it over. Wow, it looks like it's going to be an impressive gap. Roboski is all alone for Shippensburg, moving in the right direction. Can he hold off the field down the stretch? No hurdles going to stop him. 54 as he goes through the line. 54.96. The crazy thing for Robert Robowski is that that was even a second from his PR, and it still looked very impressive. Comfortable movement. Got out early and just really trusted that being in lane 4, he was going to have the right amount of distance. Had the gap and held it. You talk about very competitive, very confident field. The 400 meter hurdles are something that takes so much more focus than what meets the eye. This is one of those events where you're constantly looking to figure out how to get better, and there's so many ways you can look. Do you pay attention to the hurdles? Or maybe it's just your 400 in general. You can even get as nitty-gritty as the start out of the blocks, but there are so many things that have to come together, and when you have the complete package, you can easily compete for a national championship. A lot of those national level athletes have found success transforming those abilities to a hurdles race that does not exist in the indoor season. That's why you also see a lot of the times those jumpers are very good at coming over to the hurdle side. Anaya Seward, namely, one of those for Lynchburg who has found her fair share of success. We're running out of adjectives to figure that one out. Anaya Seward has been remarkable when you look at her resume and just how she has carried herself consistently throughout her career, continuing to put numbers down. Betsy Monkern has joined her this year to be a threat. And those high hurdles for Lynchburg. So we move into section 2. Dylan Harper of Ohio Wesleyan in 1. Kyle Dubé of Colby. Levi Beery of Colby. Isaiah Braxton of Virginia Wesleyan. Damian Smith of Charleston. Nicholas Arnold of EMU. Michael Strange of Ohio Wesleyan. Ian Wood of Davidson Elkins. Long hold, we're underway. Watch these curve hurdles. They are so impressive because you get out quickly like a natural 400. You don't want to wait, but you also have to make sure that that jump is fluid. Everybody as they sail along the back straight, staying engaged. Charleston in a good spot. Damian Smith has been very good for this squad. 56:04 seed time coming in. And he is all alone in front. Wow, just 2 hurdles to go. Does not look like it takes much for him to get over him. There was some clipping in the back, and now there is company. Levi Beery somehow finds his way in front. A very impressive final 100. 54:02. Now we'll go up 54:36. That was the unofficial time. 54:36 for Beery. Wow. We've tried to keep you as updated as possible in the spur of the moment times. That was still impressive when you looked at a come from behind victory. Everybody thought that Damian Smith had that one locked up. But now you're going into Section 3 and really wondering what it takes to earn this event, to earn the victory. That was as classy of a final 100 as you're going to see. Hurdles are reset. You saw in that home straightaway there were a few athletes getting tangled up. Don't know the official ruling when you look at going out of your lane. You know, sometimes if you step off the track in other events, they normally allow 2 steps until you're disqualified. So you get a second to regather. Meets like this too earlier in the year touched on the fact that you're not going to be as strict. It is not a national championship where the hardware is on the line. You want people to get reps and to be able to compete on the track. This is a great opportunity. But there also have to be rules.
Okay, ready, 1 and 2. I'm on 1 right now.
Darian Malawi of Slippery Rock, your high seed in lane 4.
Ready, 2.
Mil Shionga of Moravian, Jason Gartner of Moravian, Cole Torres of Randolph, Malawi of Slippery Rock, James Shamblin of Charleston, Jason Dyer of Ohio Wesleyan, Connor Rafferty of Virginia Tech, Javon Hills of Virginia Wesleyan. Down the back straight, not much separation when you look at 5 through 8. We'll see how they approach this final curve. Here's some strong movement to get into a good spot. Someone falls on the back straight. That curve hurdle can be one of the toughest ones to maneuver. So many looks you take at it. Here is Malawi. He's going to have company from Javon Hills in lane 8. Tight one, and Hills finds his way to propel forward for the victory. Malawi was almost on an island for so long that he didn't know that there was company in lane 8. That's the benefit of being on the outside. You can see the entire picture unfolding. Problem is, sometimes you have people in front. You don't want to see that whole thing, but either way, it was great operation from Hills. The Marlin gets it done. We move to Section 4. Six sections in this men's 400 hurdles, 5 in the women's side. 3 athletes seated at 59.90. Lanes 3 through 5, so this heat will be one to see if we can break 1 minute. Bryce Guthier of DeSales is in 1, Jonathan West of Slippery Rock in 2, Mark Graubart of Colby in 3. We've been saying his name a lot lately. He is back out there. A lot of events, especially for some of these Colby athletes, making the trip from the NESCAC. Very solid conference, one of the best in Division III. Liam McGuire, Jackson Breelman, Josiah Malone, Rayshawn Johnson, and Logan McClung, will round out this heat in Section 4. Clean starts all around. We have had so many races to the point now where they all really start to blend together. Might we have a few more finishes? Make us hold our breath today. You have to expect so. Some of the races on the schedule. You judge based on when they jump. It's normally a pretty good look to figure out those hurdles races, especially with staggered starts. You might not need to look closely right now to figure out it is an impressive start for Josiah Malone of Virginia Tech. Already took an event earlier today, looking to take a second. Smooth sailing, just one hurdle to go. Everybody cheering them on down the final straightaway. The Hokies love it. And a 58 or 59 finish for Josiah Malone, 59-24. Really had the lead from 100 onward. At that point, you just got to appreciate what you bring to the table. That's a coach's dream when you see someone getting out, committing, and finishing. Section 5 of these men's 400 hurdles features Chenadu Molino of Ohio Wesleyan, Brendan Lewis of Slippery Rock, Amik Allen of Virginia Wesleyan, George Acuna III of Concord, Anthony Stewart of Virginia Wesleyan, Brian Flowers of Lynchburg. I haven't seen a Hornet in a while. Flowers will be in this section, along with Johnny Sweeney of Concord and Andrew Olivieri from Virginia Tech. We have 2 straight heats with a Lynchburg athlete. Brian Flowers ran his first ever 400 hurdles just last week at Myrtle Beach. It was a 62. A lot of sprint coaches have to deal with this conversation. I think it's interesting when you try to convert athletes to a different event. You got to be very strategic because a lot of the times you're looking up in distance. It's easier when you already have a speed foundation to just add distance and trust that the aerobic capacity will develop. But when you're looking for 400 hurdlers, how do you exactly figure out who the right candidates are? You can look and see the length on a lot of athletes. A lot of the strides will tell you, but there has got to be a certain something that these athletes have, and Brian Flowers always comes out with a spark. You'll see he makes that first jump right in front. Watch those steps before the hurdle. That's what you want to keep an eye on in a new athlete, because if they have a few quick steps, you can tell it might not be as timed as some of those seasoned athletes who have already done it multiple times. But I'll tell you one thing, Flowers does not look like he is in a bad spot. Smooth sailing so far, hasn't clipped the hurdle. A battle is going to ensue, though, as they come off the curve. And right now, it looks like Brendan Lewis of Slippery Rock is in the conversation. He's slowing down. Here comes Brian Flowers, working through the final hurdle, and now he just has to finish. Battle through the line. I think Brian Flowers got it. Amik Allen made it close. There you go. Brian Flowers will get it by 2/100ths. It will be 12/100ths. Brian Flowers just narrowly missing that 60-second mark. That was impressive. Brian Flowers showing us. So maybe you just have to go out there and run a few reps to get this event down. It's not exactly that easy, but it was a very impressive performance. And when you saw from the gun that he was going after it, you had to trust that he at least had some confidence to hold it the entire way. Brian Flowers sets the table, and now moving to the 6th and final section. Starts with McKinley Penix of Bluefield State in 2, Elijah Rose of Lynchburg in 3, Tyler Houston, Virginia Tech in 4, Thurman Hugh of Ohio Wesleyan in 5, and Darius Eubanks of Averett in 6. Tyler Houston, the only athlete with a seed. This one at 130. We talked about the conversion for Brian Flowers to be a 400 hurdler. Well, how about Elijah Rose, one of the freshmen on this Lynchburg squad, graduate of Lord Botetourt High School. He has been in a spot where you're really just trying to figure out his niche, his best role for this squad, and he's a jumper as well, so you know that this will typically bode well. You come to the hurdles and just trust that a lot of what you're doing is going to be reflected by some of those results from the jumps. We'll see what happens for Elijah Rose as everyone gets down in their blocks. The final 400 hurdles heat for the men. Quick movement. Rose is the first over the initial row. Back straight, we will see how this one unfolds. That is quick movement, too, from Rose. You haven't seen a lot of high jumps. He's getting out, and he's gliding over them. Now an opportunity to maybe put a nice number on the board. Let's see what Rose can do. He is all alone in his own race. It's just him versus the hurdles. Running away with this one sooner rather than later. There are only 2 hurdles left, but they can start growing exponentially when you get tired. But look at this. Elijah Rose showing us what he can do. Cruise control through the finish line. He's going to break 60, and a big one for the freshman. Give him his flowers. Elijah Rose continuing to produce 59.07. Brian Flowers and Elijah Rose just might be the new duo. Rocking and rolling to end this 400 hurdles. There was never a second that Rose looked timid either. Just attack it, go straight at it, and listen, sometimes, as we said, confidence proves just from repetition, understanding that you can accomplish some of those harder races, some of the big maneuvers. You know what? Elijah Rose just might be the guy that we watch for years to come. I'll tell you what, though, Lynchburg's women's 400 hurdlers are also very comfortable, very formidable in their performances. We will see what they can throw down. This first section of the 400 hurdles out of 5 is going to be a fun one. Melanie Barger, 1:04.85 PR. Second in the PSAC championships in the indoor DMR, so you have to imagine that was the 400 leg. She will be in lane 1. Riley Marks of Shippensburg in 2, a freshman. This is her first 400 hurdles race. 8:90 in the 60 hurdles during indoor. Rachel Veneziano of Slippery Rock in lane 3, 1:03.89. Tanaya Lawler in lane 4 from Kutztown, your high seed, 1:01.99 PR. Got to be a good 400 runner to run hurdles, right? And 58.14 is her 400 PR. I'd say that adds up. Elisa James from Ohio Wesleyan, a 1:03.79 PR. In lane 5, Allison Bobst, 1:04.29 PR. First in the ODAC 4x4 and pole vault in the ODAC championships. A PR with a 3.58 meter mark in the vault. Very successful stuff for Allison Bobst. Looks like she might still be vaulting. We talked about Julian Powell earlier. Some of those pole vaulters might have extended time, so 6 is vacant. Monkern of Lynchburg is in 7. Big here in the 60 hurdles. Broke 9 for the first time. Now trying to show what she can do across 400 meters, and then Madison Malcolm of Shippensburg. 9:33 60 hurdles PR to cap off her freshman indoor season. Also her first 400 hurdles, so this will be an interesting trend to watch. Shippensburg puts in a pair of freshmen. They're in the opening heat. We will see how this race unfolds early as they stand over their blocks. Just about time. You like your positioning here if you're the Hornets. You're on the outside. I think you'd rather be there than in lane 1, especially when in practices sometimes. If you have that lane 1 running, you don't always have the railing. And it is a trademark of track and field. You can't go inside the line, but just from a mental standpoint, it can be so tough to have to deal with that, especially early in the season. So you stay avoiding it. Now, we're not saying by any stretch that Melanie Barger is out of this race because she's in lane 1. But we know that lane 4, lane 5, those are the times that will be the fastest. 1:01.99, the time to beat for Tania Lawler. What a 400 she can put together, as we already touched on it, in the 58s. Hurdles look good all around the track. We're just waiting for the officials' confirmation. Shippensburg puts 3 in this section, 2 for Lynchburg. That has been a battle that has been on display really all day. Don't want to say it's one-on-one, but we have just seen a pretty large representation from those two.
That could have been a movie scene. You like sweating.
Thank you for watching on the Lynchburg Hornets Sports Network. If you have watched from the opening event until now, congratulations. We might need to invent a prize for that. LHSN honoree. It has been a fun day in the Hill City. It always is during track. Busy days, and I think if you have a collegiate athlete you're watching, you understand the grind it takes on those Saturdays. And I know as a former athlete myself, just one of those things where the parents can do so much to foster that journey. So special to have collegiate athletes. They're up and ready to go. The 400 hurdles. Off and running. Watch 4 and 5. Those are going to be the lanes to beat. We know what Tania Lawler is capable of doing. Who's going to bring the fight into the middle hurdles? Betsy Monkern is looking strong in lane 7. She has been on a tear lately, maybe an inch ahead of the field as they roll around the 200 and about 27. This could be something special. Middle of the pack also sticking together. We just might have a huge finish. Monkern inching ahead outside of lane 7 as they roll into the straightaway. Monkern has a few steps. All she has to do is get over the hurdles cleanly. Maybe a PR in store. That 1:04.50 mark. A huge opportunity for Betsy Monkern. Knocked that PR down a second. 1:03.31. Will go up to 47 as you see on your screen. Betsy Monkern was impressive. She continues to impress. We talked about it being a big year in the 60 hurdles. She's a senior. This is the season where you're trying to leave it all on the track. Another amazing performance that we have just seen left and right. This meet continues to deliver with the progression. Don't overuse the adjectives too much because obviously that's tough to describe times. It's subjective. Maybe Betsy Monkern finishes that race and says, oh, I can go faster. But when you see the analytics from a bird's eye view. You understand what it takes to progress. You got to feel good about some of these athletes, the movement that has been going on, some other solid performances in the middle of that pack. Field would slow down just a little bit compared to what was expected on the heat sheet. Facility record for the 400 hurdles is 102.88. So in reality, Betsy Monkern really didn't miss it by much. Let's move into the second section. Another Hornet. This time, she will be occupying lane 1. So that controversy we were talking about comes into full effect. Anna Miller in lane 1. We'll see what she can do for the Hornets. Field in their blocks. Liliana Knudsen of Alvernia in 2. Chrysalyn Kegler, Bluefield State in 3. Charlie Yunkin, Slippery Rock in 4. Ava Sinex of Denison in 5. Michelle Barnes in 6 from Colby. Caitlin Sternberg of Alvernia in 7. Jennifer Moore of Randolph in 8. Here we go, this back angle as you see the final set of hurdles on that back straight. It's so crucial when you hit the final set on the straightaway. You transition into the curve with a little bit of enthusiasm. You want to have it picked up. This could be another big opportunity. Section 2, Kegler, once again, she has had herself a day. 108.04 coming into this race. Right now, she is going to knock that time down if she keeps on pace. One more hurdle to clear, and Kegler is going home. No one in her way. It'll be a second PR. Chrysalyn Kegler, just under 108. Sinex in second. Anna Miller once again competing for Lynchburg, and a 110 to start it off. Mentioned how many events she is used to running in. I think a lot of people across this meet would say the same. There are a lot of schools that have those 1 or 2 athletes that are just so apt to compete in whatever you put them in. Third section, out of 5 for this 400 hurdles. Don't forget the 200s will be up next to the 5K, the open 5K that is, not the invitational. That was last night, and then the 4x400 meter relay. Section 3 will be Ariana Wycliffe of Bluefield State and 1. Haley Collins of Concord and 2. Hazel Jolliffe of Ohio Wesleyan at 3. Madeline Miller, Slippery Rock and 4. Angel David of EMU in 5. Isabella DeMassa of Moravian in 6, along with her teammate McKenna Mersch in 7. Alexis Anzavino is in 8. Still looks like we will be about 15 minutes behind. It's stayed relatively consistent since 5:27. Our clock right now has been going since really 11 o'clock this morning. Everybody down in their blocks, just about ready.
Christian, make sure everything's plugged in. Well, JP, I gotta stay with you the whole way around here. Christian's camera's off. Yep.
Here are those opening jumps. We're going to see the outside lanes looking like they're in a good spot to contend. This race can unfold a million ways before it unfolds into the final way, the one that sticks on the scoreboard. Rolling down the curve. A lot of separation. There's not going to be much to stop our leader now. Big time stuff. Lane 4 from Madeline Miller of Slippery Rock. Clips that hurdle, but she has one more to go. Battle for second could start to formulate as we will see the athletes make their way home. Miller gets it done. Slippery Rock, once again, great representation here at this meet. 109.47.
Zoom out slowly. Chris, yours is still being weird.
Results
Why don't
still
you turn everything off and let's leave it for a couple minutes?
rolling through. We have had a great day here at the Jack M. Toms Invitational. Don't forget the Hornet Open is coming up next week from Lynchburg.
The camera and the antenna, yes, both, please.
Have not seen the official list of schools and entries. I'm sure there's still some time until the final product is delivered, but it is pretty cool when you see a lot of the similar schools coming back. Awesome just to have some tradition here at these home meets. A lot of schools you think about, especially in the ODAC, will enjoy coming out and competing at one of their neighbors. Final hurdle race of the day. This is the final two sections of the 400 hurdles. Clarissa Thurston of Virginia Wesleyan's in 2. Kendall Dominic of Charleston in 3. Emma Filikowski of Virginia Tech in 4. Taylor Perry of Concord in 5. Cheyenne James of Concord in 6. And Anna Marie Dean of Virginia Tech in 7. Your high seed is right around 120. Off and away we go. One trip, one loop around the oval. Steady movement in the middle of this section. Looks like Kendall Dominic might have an inch or two after the curve. This environment, you think about a track meet, kind of sporadic here and there for attendance. It has been pretty steady throughout. A lot of people staying in the stands. Good representation from every school. Pretty neat to see everyone out there yesterday. Even in pre-meet, it was early in the morning where we saw teams getting ready, trying their best to get familiar with this track. Might have a close one on her hands now. Here's Taylor Perry of Concord. Couple inches on her opponent, but Clarissa Thurston's not making it easy. She has an extra spark at the end to roll through the finish line first. So Thurston will get it done. 117.96.
37, take 7. Why don't you get your normal shot?
And that was a big finish. You talk about those first few steps after the hurdle. It's just different for every runner. You want to be moving forward. You don't want to get static. Obviously, if your momentum is going backwards, you're probably clipping the hurdle if you're not getting over at that velocity. It was good work on that heat just to keep going forward. And that talk about moving out, not too far up. It's not really leapfrog. That's why you see in a lot of races, some athletes, especially at the professional level, they're clipping a good deal of the hurdles, and it's not exactly a bad thing. Just can't have it rattle out of your lane. Don't want anything that is unpredictable. We've got a duo for this final section, the 5th of the women's 400 hurdles. Jalandra Clark of Slippery Rock and Genesis Lee of Bluefield State. both no time. So this is really interesting. Roll your dice. We will see a pretty big injection from the start. They can sell neck and neck. You don't want to get behind when it's one-on-one, and maybe it's just the mental side of things, but for confidence, sticking right with your opponent, especially in lane 4 and lane 5, can accomplish a lot. Here they come down the back curve. Still not much separation. We might have a pretty good finish. It's just a few milliseconds right now. An advantage for what looks like it is Shalandra Clark. Yeah, inside. Clark has just a little bit. This final hurdle will tell the story, though. Hold your horses. Genesis Lee trying to make it interesting. Neck and neck. This might be the closest finish we have had today. From the start to the finish, they give it to Lee. 109.01. 200ths of a second. Don't even really know if I can call that separation. There wasn't much of it, if that's what you call it. But that is a pretty cool finish to our 400 hurdles in a section with no time. They rattle off a pair of 109s. Has to feel good for the morale. Hurdles crew will come out and get us ready for our next event. We're going to take a quick break on LHSN. We'll be right back on the other side. The Jack M. Toms Invitational just keeps on delivering. We got the 200-meter dash, 13 sections of the men, 10 of the women, and we are glad that you are continuing to follow along. Lynchburg Hornets Sports Network, we've got you covered throughout outdoor season. 3 meets at home for Lynchburg. They've got a few in this heat as well. Let's go ahead and introduce you to this section for the 200. Zach Jacobs, Lynchburg in lane 1. He has been very impressive throughout his time. We talked about what he has done in the recent past, 11:01 in his last time out. That was at the Allen Connie meet for the 100. Damon Morgan of EMU is in 2. Another guy in the ODAC who has been very impressive, 22 flat PR. In lane 3, Michael Ham of Ferrum. Also saw him earlier. Emphatic finish. He has been a big exclamation mark for that team. AJ Verada, your favorite by time in lane 4. 29.7 is his time to watch. Jalen Jones in 5 for Lynchburg. Zion Evans for Averett in 6. Colin Hunkley of Charleston in 7. Nick Raya in 8. 3 Hornets looking to make a splash this 200 dash. Here we go. Around the curve, we're going to see what they can do. Watch Verada in the middle out of Slippery Rock. Big opportunity. And now, as they hit the straightaway, Verada is in full control. Michael Ham might give him a question, but I think A.J. Verada is riding this one home. A.J. Verada, 21:37. Big time finish. We talked about 2097 as his PR. Well, he opened the season with a 21:83, and so a big time comeback. Michael Ham finishes second, 21:50, and then Jalen Jones finds his way onto the podium. 21:68 for Jones coming into this is the 4th fastest in school history. He just ran 21:72, barely missed it. Your facility record, 20:99. Verada has been really close to some of those, and in sprint terms, I know that is feeling like a lot more time than one would think, but Verada, the way he runs, so confident, so strong, especially in the middle of the track. A big one, and then for Lynchburg as well, as you see on your screen, some big-time progression. Second section will be Brian Dworick of Slippery Rock, Jamari Blackburn of Ferrum, Ian Gardner of Concord, Roberto Agrizzi of Charleston, Jalen Epps of Denison, Gabe Quaque of Lynchburg, Liam Haley of Virginia Tech, Herb Quarterman of Shippensburg. Quaque has been solid running in lane 6. Talked about the 3 Hornets in the last section. Well, Quaque ran a 22:13 at the Allen Connie Invitational for 19th. We will see what this one has in store. Expect the middle lanes to be quick once again. Grizzy and Epps. Underway. Steady so far as they ride around the curve. No one separating. Only time will tell. Watch lane 6. Big time stuff. Epps in 5 is going to have a finish for the lead. Quaque stayed close, but Denison taking it away. Jalen Epps finishes in 22:22. Got to feel good about that one. The way he rides, the finish really just stuck in his spot. Those races are very impressive when you just settle in and trust that you're sprinting. You don't have to get out of whack. You don't have to break your stride. You know exactly where you're at in the heat. Big one for Jalen Epps to pull away. As we go into section 3, Luke St. Pierre of Alvernia is in lane 1. Philip Lopez of Virginia Tech in 2. Deron Hagens of Kutztown in 3. Trevor Gray of Moravian in 4. Omar Holness of Charleston in 5. Joel Adade of Ohio Wesleyan in 6. Jordan Edwards of Randolph in 7. Jaden Fodrell of Concord is in 8. The 200s, it feels like, is always an event that brings a lot of excitement to the meet, and it's not necessarily because it's just a sprinting event. We know a lot of people gravitate to those quicker finishes, the closer finishes. But what is so cool about this 200 is you really don't know what's happening until you get out of the curve. You see a lot of athletes who have different strategies. Think about someone like Andre DeGrasse, who is an outstanding back half runner. He can really get into his zone on the straightaway, whereas you have others who are just so good at from the blocks getting into a position and delivering. We'll see what is in this deck of cards. Heat number 3. Watch Holness of Charleston as he comes along the curve. There's going to be company in lane 7 and lane 8. Watch Fondrell, who will come away with the victory. 22-13. Jordan Edwards of Randolph will get second, so 7 and 8 just cruise to the win. That was in very good timing as well. They did not wait. You hit the final 50, and that's when it's time to start rolling. Continue rolling through these sections. Amik Allen will be in lane 1 for Virginia Wesleyan in heat 4. Bradley Harris of Concord in 2. Jack Short of Alvernia in 3, along with his teammate Anthony Downs in 4. Jacob Hodnett is back. He's running the 200 in lane 5. Joaquin Bila of Ohio Wesleyan in 6. Robert Lister of Shippensburg in 7. And Trey Huha of Slippery Rock in 8. So Alvernia with a pair. Expect their squad to put up some numbers. Jacob Hodnett, somebody who has ran the 200 as really a way to prepare and train for the 200, or for the 400, excuse me. And so you know that he is just trying to get that pace down, get the speed out of the blocks, the full benefit. Don't forget the open 5K is on the way afterwards, followed by the 4x400 meter relays. That will conclude action. Out of the blocks. Immediately looks like Anthony Downs has a good start heading into the curve. Maybe a step or two. He's not out of the water yet. Bradley Harris putting up big steps to get to the line. I think Harris gets it from Concord, 22:48. Edges out Anthony Downs. Really cool just to see people getting excited about these races. You understand it's March, it's a regular season. You might have just started outdoor, but there is no reason not to feel really good, to enjoy what you are doing from a training perspective. Every single time you go out, there's a new opportunity just to go and really arrive on the scene. We'll see what happens as it continues to unfold. Section 5 will be Chatham Campbell of Virginia Tech in 1. Claudius Austin of Charleston in 2. Zachary Parsons of Charleston in 3. Joey Isaacs from Bluefield State in 4. Alejandro Salgado of Charleston in 5. Tyler Morosky of Slippery Rock in 6. Joe Cavalcante of Kutztown in 7. Trey Theobald in 8 from Ohio Wesleyan. Moving along in these 200 sections, 13 set and ready to go on the men's side. Volume on the infield will likely decrease dramatically after the 200s. It always feels like that way once you get the final events rolling, and especially with the 5K, you'll have some heats with large numbers. Just about ready on the far side of the track. Right now you're battling shadows too from where the sun is sitting over the roof on the far side. As here we go. Watch 4 and 5, Isaacs and Salgado as they roll through. Really anybody's game at this point. A big finish in store. Tyler Morosky working alongside Salgado. Everybody trying to join the party, but I think it was Alejandro Salgado will wait for the time. 22:84. Ends up having a little bit of separation this section. And just a big opportunity to continue delivering. Moving along into section 6. Another tight final in that one. Let's go ahead and look at this 6th section. Ari Skolnick in lane 1 from Denison. Noah Bankert of Shippensburg in 2. Jeremy Ewer of Slippery Rock in 3. Javon McKay of Moravian in 4. Then you got a duo of Ian Campbell and Micah Good in 5 and 6. For Slippery Rock, Ryan Murphy, Shippensburg in 7. And Alex Stoller, Ohio Wesleyan in 8. Another tight one. Fast seed. Looks to be 22.93 from McKay. We've seen him earlier today. We're talking about the shadows on the far side. Wonder how that impacts your blocks. Some of those things are just mental. You're not always going to be influenced by the little details. Always fun, though, to pick around. See some runners who will go out there. It does not matter what the conditions are. Whereas there are others that are super meticulous. The approach is calculated. Gun fires. Smoke will meet him on the other side. Here we go. Let's watch the middle lanes. McKay and Campbell strolling around. Clean start for Javon McKay. He's got a stride on everyone else. It looks like he will hold it through. And it'll be 22:55 for Javon McKay. A Greyhound strike again. Moravian. Pretty decent volume on the sprint side. Really, everybody at this meet has a pretty good concentration of who's running what. A lot of fun as we transition to the 7th section. Also excited, we talked about the open 5Ks. We got the 4x400 meter relay. Well, we have some very special opportunities here in LHSN. We get to talk to one of the men who was in a national championship. We're going to have that conversation during the 5K, so still some time. We're enjoying the 200s for now, but stick around. We've got a lot left from Jack Toms as we move into the 7th section. Fast seed 23:17 for Jacob Fenstermaker of Moravian. He's in lane 4. Completing this field, it's Zach Donley of Ohio Wesleyan, Vincent Eggleston of Slippery Rock, LaDanian Donald of Averett, Fenstermaker of Moravian, Joseph Kerr of EMU, Damian Coles of Bridgeport, John Silberman of Colby, and Kyle Dunbar of DeSales. That's your 8. Rain last night, and at this point, it's about as good as you're going to expect from a weather standpoint. We'll have to see in a couple weeks what it looks like at Dennis Craddock. There is another home opportunity for Lynchburg. Off and away we go. Good move from LaDainian Donald. But it looks like it is anybody's game. No, watch lane 8. Very good work on the outside. Kyle Dunbar of DeSales came out of nowhere. Sort of hidden by the wall. We'll see what that time is. That's just a put your head down and run strategy. Talk about an impressive performance. We'll wait for the official time, but anytime you have an 8 on your hip, you know you did something right. 22:06. Kyle Dunbar showing us a little of what he can do. On to the 8th section of 13. Kadir Duncan of Virginia Tech's in lane 1. Jacob Bauer of Ohio Wesleyan in 2. Logan Berner of DeSales in 3. Daquan Smith of Virginia Wesleyan in 4. He has the fastest time with 23:31 in this heat. Dylan Leggett of Ohio Wesleyan in 5. Dominic Crosswell of Virginia Wesleyan in 6. Tristan Coates of VT in 7. Logan Koenig of Lynchburg in 8, the freshman. We're going to see him once again. He does a little bit of everything. Saw him in the 400. It's becoming an interesting duo. You see this 200, 400. Most of the time, a lot of these sprinters kind of pick a side. Do you go really short distance and you trust your 1 and your 2, maybe throw in hurdles? Then you have this 2-4 combo where it really gets interesting, really opens up. Saw Jacob Hodnett do that a little bit earlier today. From an aerobic standpoint, definitely helps to have the 400 as your partner when you're a 200 runner, because you just know that you're getting a little bit more for that back 100. One size does not fit all. Always diversity in those categories. Here we go with Leggett moving forward. He is not having any doubt, but now lane 3, Logan Berner emerges. Talk about a burner. He might have gone on one. 22:92. The cannon comes out again. Those last 30 or 40 meters, they are telling a story today. We have seen those really troubling performances. I don't want to say performances. We'll say troubling finishes where it has been up to the line. You just know that there are so many ways it can go, but that lean starts to matter. It's like the signature at the end of a letter. You want to make sure that you punctuate it so the entire thing's set. 9th section features Colin Marsh of DeSales, Gary Hunter of Randolph, Jarius Branch of Denison, Tyler Thompson of EMU, Elias Simpkins of Ohio Wesleyan, Chevy Shang of Virginia Tech, Xavier Calloway of Randolph, Joshua Sterner of Charleston. Open 5K after this one. We've got 10 sections projected for the women's 200. Not uncommon for doubles or even triples at these meets early in the year. You work on trying to get fitness down. Tyler Thompson, your fast seed in this one from EMU. 2360. Gun fires, away we go.
Ready, 7.
Inside movement, this might be a lane 1 win if it holds at this rate. All the way through. Colin Marsh might lead this thing wire to wire, and he will bring it home. 23-16, just over 23. That's a big performance along the railing. DeSales has had a few nice wins, and these 200s. Commitment late in the meet. A lot of sprinters have had a pretty decent break between the 100 and 200, if that is the double of choice. Marsh really just set the standard from the blocks. Knew exactly where he was trying to go. He pulls out the victory in that one. We go into section 10, the double digits now for the men. Prince Beebe of Concord in 1. Grant Gobel of Virginia Tech in 2. George Cabani of DeSales in 3. Quentin Jones of Averett in 4. Damian De Los Santos Suriel of Moravian in 5. Nicholas Andrews of Averett in 6. Jamari Owens of Averett in 7. And Akindele Abuyade Cole of Denison in 8. Everybody enjoying the sunny afternoon/evening. We're kind of at that point. I think we can go ahead and start the evening talk. It is still light outside. You love when daylight savings ends. You got a chance to really stay out later. Spring starts to feel like spring and not just a warm winter. Might have to hear in the comments what the weather has been like up north, because it has obviously been a blue sky and sunshine here, and this is on a day that it was not expected to be, so we've been pretty lucky. Track athletes, you think about Christmas break, so tough as the athletes roll through. Lane 6, it's going to be a victory for Andrews of Averett. 24-14. That one was staying pretty clinical. He had company right beside him. Jamari Owens of Averett, his teammate, finishes in 2nd. For weather and Christmas break, you always have those athletes who are moving from out of town. Whether you have a Florida athlete or a Rhode Island athlete, and you're going to school somewhere completely different, those are two very different training camps. If you're a coach, how do you maneuver that? It's always a question that the good ones will face, the great ones will answer. As we move into section 11, Wesley Burton of Virginia Wesleyan in 1, Connor Balcom, Virginia Tech in 2, Jackson Arnold of Randolph in 3, Benjamin Bublitz of Ferrum in 4, Ethan Marchin of Alvernia in 5, Douglas Tran of Virginia Tech in 6, AJ Jallo of Ohio Wesleyan in 7, Ryan Covington of Concord in 8. Enjoying this 200, the first curve. We have seen about 100 different iterations of how it can go. Always satisfying when you see somebody lead this thing coast to coast, whether it be from lane 1 like we saw with Colin Marsher, sometimes the middle, as we saw in our opening race. AJ Verrata. Apologize for missing that last section introduction. I think we did get them introduced, just didn't have the official start. We're still waiting for the start of this heat. here on the Lynchburg Hornets Sports Network. The women's 200-meter dash next, followed by the open 5K as we are slowly approaching our bell lap here at Jack Tom's. Going to see what happens in this one. Expect middle of the heat. Bublitz and Marchin, the ones to watch. Here we go, quick movement from Arnold from Randolph, but it might not be enough coming out of the curve. A little bit of separation. Arnold still has it. Watch lane 8 as well. Covington in a good spot. This is going to be a 3-man finish, but Arnold of Randolph will hang on. The lean at the line, that is the extra punctuation we have been talking about. Don't leave any doubt. Covington falls to 3rd, so that is how things sort out. Jackson Arnold from Randolph down the street, one of those guys who has just continued to put consistency on the board. 24:58, breaks 25. Tall section features Jacorian Green of Bluefield State, Andrew Olivieri of Virginia Tech, Jacob Coy of Concord, Damon Fields of Virginia Wesleyan, Emerson Cornwell of Virginia Tech, Braxton Skoll of Charleston, William Laxton of Concord, Marco Salas of Virginia Tech. Starting to see the infield slowly clear out. It's a hesitation. Maybe we're just speculating at this point. It's been a pretty long meet, but we'll say this. It is shaping up to be a fun one. The 200 is really that last sprint event other than the 4x4 where it just feels like times are really something you want to hit big. The 5K is another event like that. Early in the season, you'd love to hit it. Love to get that time. Sets you up for late in the season. There is a wave washing here in this section, and watch lane 1, Jacorian Green of Bluefield State. Exit stage left as he stays in lane 1 and smoothly gliding to the finish. How about that? There was a no-doubter. Jacorian Green has been solid throughout. 24:73. One more time for the men's 200. Now we got the women's races. Brennan Mahan of Mountain Gateway will be in lane 3. Jermaine Costin Jr. in lane 4. Sapan Dobryansky of Ohio Wesleyan in 5. Roman Zrajewski of Virginia Tech in 6. No time heat. This is the fun one we have been continuing to see results from. Very cool how these meets work, and you have seen the pattern if you have watched a few events now. The first few heats are always really tic-tac, almost down to the second. You know what you're going to get, and really tightly contested, and then these no-time heats, you just don't know what's going to happen. Sometimes you get those races that end up going down to the wire. We're going to have ourselves a treat when the women's races are about to begin. A lot of talent on that side. We saw it in the 100. Starter, hand in the air. The final section. We've got a full slate. Tight running in lane 1 and lane 2. Watch lane 8 as well. The Panthers of Ferrum trying to strike back. And a big finish. There's lane 1. We don't have our full information on the heat sheet. A lot of these 200 athletes will go in and add their name to the list. And so lane 1 from Ferrum. Little ODAC representation comes away with the victory. We saw the pair of Panthers up front just looked steady. Obviously, you come into the race late, or if you're a new addition, then typically you are added on either an inside or outside lane. They're making you work for the final. Now let's transition our attention to the women's races. 10 sections. Will certainly be a quick one. Lynchburg still in action. A few Hornets will compete in this 200, and I believe it will be the final event for Lynchburg. They have had a number of athletes so far throughout the day, both distance and sprint side, but the 200 is one of those that Coach Sprecher normally puts a stamp by. Heightened emphasis. You want to make sure that you get this one right. 4x400 relay is normally something that depends on the day, depends on the conditions. We'll leave that as a question mark right now for Lynchburg. Not sure if they will compete in the 4x400. Heading into the women's 200, and we've got our opening section that features Tylen Pierce of Slippery Rock. In lane 1, Beth Shearer of Kutztown along with Kiana Young for lanes 2 and 3. Aaliyah Serrano of Shippensburg in 4. Samantha Gilbert of Slippery Rock in 5. Abby Giamatti of Moravian in 6. Emily Coates of Liberty in 7. And Addiston Likens in lane 8 from Ohio Wesleyan. We saw Serrano earlier. Talked about what Shippensburg has been able to accomplish on their sprint side. Saw Graybill earlier today. A lot of performers that are starting to peak at the right time. They wanted to put up big numbers to start outdoor. The transition from the 60 to the 100 is obviously a very different atmosphere, but the 200 stays the same. The one lap around the indoor track. Who wants this one? It's the opening section. Right away, separation. And the outside, watch that middle as Aaliyah Serrano puts herself in a good spot. Expect her to bring this one home, but not without a little bit of trouble. Gilbert was on her hip, and now it is all Aaliyah Serrano running home. No one's gonna touch her as she goes through the line. A big-time performance from a big-time performer. 25-24, Aaliyah Serrano. You can mark that one. Check the box. Aaliyah Serrano, when she is in races like these, is very tough to stop. A 24:55 seed time coming into that race. You know, with doubles, a lot of these races, you might see times that are down compared to normal, but you are still competing. You know you want to go out there and put on a statement. You don't want other people getting confidence, especially some of those conference opponents. See that a lot with Lynchburg and the ODAC. Here is Heat 2. Alyssa Wirt and Kayla Dahlhaus occupy lanes 1 and 2, both from Shippensburg. Izzy Williams of Concord in 3. Reagan Johnson of Slippery Rock in 4. Caroline Mastria of Shippensburg in 5. Talked about her earlier. came away with a victory. It was a very impressive one, staying in the mix for long enough. Veronica Barnes, Lynchburg in 6. Lane Miller from Slippery Rock in 7. Riley Turner from Lynchburg in 8. Talked about both of those Lynchburg athletes earlier today. Different spots. We've seen Veronica Barnes coming off an indoor season where she has continued to perform. The 400s have really offered some excitement. Working in her senior season, she has big aspirations for this outdoor season. Talking about potentially nationally qualifying a relay. And then Riley Turner, we have seen what her potential holds. Coming back from the patella tear, just trying to reel it in, make something big happen. This is a good opportunity to do so. Here comes the field around the curve. Immediately, it's Reagan Johnson of Slippery Rock who has a few steps working into the lead. Veronica Barnes might be able to challenge for first. It's going to be a tight one, but easy stuff from Reagan Johnson. Just put enough of a gap on the field before that straightaway really even approached. A great start from Reagan Johnson. Brings this one home. And now we move on to the next section. So Mastria, a good kick at the end. Barnes tried to do the same. So you see on your screen, just not enough. Shannon McCullough of Slippery Rock in lane 1 for this third section. Bailey DeStefano, Charleston in 2. Brianna Roper of DeSales in 3. Amara McFall of Ohio Wesleyan in 4. Elizabeth Schwartz of Alvernia in 5. Kiara Smith of Lynchburg in 6. Lydia Reed of Slippery Rock in 7. Colette Patty of Charleston in 8. There was that prime example of that lane 4 stride just really working out. When you're right in the middle of the Milky Way, you know exactly what is rotating and revolving around you. You just got to stay on your orbit. It's pretty easy to do so in the middle of the track. Getting set for section 3 of 10. What a day we have had. If you are watching right now, it has been a fun meet from Jack Toms. You can go back and look at any of the races afterwards. So glad you have joined us. The Hornet Open coming up next weekend. Track broadcast starting to really come up in constant fashion. We enjoy it. Here we go, chance to see what Heat 3 brings to the table. Watch Schwartz in lane 5. Strong stride, few steps in front. She might have Lydia Reed on her right side. Bring the challenge. It might be a lean to determine it. Reed might have gotten it on the right side. Did she run out of room? Schwartz will come away with a 26.68. 200ths in front of Reed, so it was the close finish we were thinking it might be. Some of those, when you read it initially, finish line is so far in front that you don't always get the perfect picture. That one was about as close as you're going to get. Don't know if we've seen any exact ties today. I can't remember any. Maybe in the back parts of sections we've seen a few times, and obviously that's talking about in the same heat. I'm sure a few times from the 100 were identical across the entire page. So when you bring out the always interesting 1,000th of a second, I've seen that determine a few things here and there, and you just hope that if it's a big-time meet, a national performance, that you don't have to resort to the third decimal point. Section 4 features Nicola Pug of Shippensburg in 1. Tatiana Langston of Randolph in 2. Emily Calamio of Shippensburg and Kylie Moon Rumsey of Shippensburg in 3 and 4. We saw Moon Rumsey earlier today. She was really solid in holding off some of the field. Coral Pearson runs her 3rd event for Ohio Wesleyan. She's in 5. Adeline Brower of Shippensburg in 6. Erica Davis of Charleston in 7. Tyja Mosley of Virginia Wesleyan in 8. If you're just joining us and you haven't heard, we're going to be inviting a special guest on for the Open 5K. Some conversations we'll get to have about what Lynchburg has been able to accomplish in recent weeks. If you are just a new fan of the program, you should watch some of what transpired in that indoor season, the national meet at Virginia Beach. We'll have that conversation coming up shortly. Even dispersion along the curve. We'll see who puts themselves in the lead. Watch lane 3. Brianna Roper. That will be Erica Davis, excuse me, who is moving into a good spot. Looks like it will be Shippensburg who comes through with Calamia. 27 on the nose. Here are those results. So 1-2 punch for Shippensburg. Davis still in 3rd, a big opportunity. Those are the numbers you like to see, your teammates working together. Engagement is something that Coach Jake Reed talks a lot about here at Lynchburg. Apologies for the technical difficulties. Allison Bopes just walked away with the 200-meter heat. Very solid performance. That was section 5. She ran it from lane 5. The only Lynchburg Hornet, or excuse me, no, Elizabeth Wenger was also in there in lane 2. You know, it is a miracle. We have gone through 7.5 hours and we are still continuing to progress. We have barely had a technical difficulty so far. We are certainly not boasting that. I'm just saying it has been impressive that it waited until the nth hour. But apologize to the Bopst faithful, anybody who was in that section. That was Stauffer, Wenger, Major, Bednarik, Bopst, Bessler, Stapleton, and McLaughlin. Can catch all the results on Blue Ridge Timing. Before we get behind, go to the next section, section 6. Sarah Mazzei of Ohio Wesleyan in 1, Jessica Taylor of Randolph in 2, along with Jaden Turner in 3. Deshea Booker of Charleston in 4, Trinity Blue of Bluefield State in 5, Hyper Lee of Denison in 6, Malia McCann Coles of Charleston in 7, Libby Hornick of Denison in 8. Sixth section, we're off and running. Still loud as this crowd. It has stayed and remained the entire time. What a fun event this will be. Watch lane 6. It's lane 5, Trinity Blue of Bluefield State, who's going to hold on a few steps on everybody. Comes through mid-26. 26:89, so time goes just a little bit up. A big one as Bluefield State continues to have good representation on the sprint side. Four more sections in this women's 200. We're just enjoying our time here in the Hill City. We have been all day long. If you're a people watcher, the track meet is the spot to be. We'll carry that thought on momentarily. Let's introduce you to the 7th section. Avery Palusak of DeSales in 1 was with Kavulak of Alvernia in 2, Shay Knight of Moravian in 3, Melissa Peller of DeSales in 4, Saida Bangura of Averett in 5, Rochelle Grigoli of Moravian in 6, Ciara Hoover of Ohio Wesleyan in 7, Trina Lewis, familiar face from Ferrum, in 8. See everybody still out and about on the field. Talked about people watching. Well, obviously you got warm-ups going on for the 5K right now, but it's so funny watching people after their races. There are about 1 million different reactions. It can be good, bad, fatigued on some I don't know category, but we have seen it all. You bring in a few hundred plus, maybe 1,000 athletes, tend to go from 0 to 100. 7th section. Gun fires. What does this one have in store? The inside might be treated to an advantage. We could have a really close race shaping up as they come out of the curve. There's really 3 or 4 different options, but right now it looks like Grigoli has a step on everybody. Watch Palusak in lane 1. A surge to the finish line. Ooh, wow. Believe Palusak will get the victory. No, Grigoli comes away with a 27.97. Edges Palusak out by 0.04. That was for as far out as they were in lane 1 and lane 6, as close as it's going to get. Almost identical. We'll have to almost find the way to see the picture after those finishes. You know, some of those can be so close. See it in the Olympics on the big screen, always causes some drama. Those Olympics coming up very shortly this year. Paris going to be a fun event. You know the U.S. team is ready to strike and just trying to continue what momentum they're building in track and field. For the sprinters, that will be a very fun Olympics. So many faces that could be in contention. Section 8 features Victoria Inman of Liberty in 1, Asia Williams of Averett in 2, Mariah Haggerty of Alvernia in 3, Anissa Kersey of Virginia Wesleyan in 4, Emily Kupfner of Charleston in 5, Kylie Pollinger of Concord in 6, Aaliyah McLeod of Alvernia in 7, Samantha Wallace of Alvernia in 8. Eighth section, 3 from Alvernia. The trio, it's always fun when you get to run with your teammates, especially in the moments that you guys have all trained for.
That's where they were.
Training partners typically have those similar paces. It's pretty easy to figure things out. Sometimes your teammate goes up a little bit hot from the start. You're wondering, where did that come from? We'll see if this is another example of that. Alvernia looking to strike back. Start is even. Watch in lane 3. Haggerty has a few steps. She might come off the curve first, but still even contention. There is really a straight line. McLeod in 7. There's the Alvernia contingent looking to bring this one home. It'll be a tight finish. Kersey makes this one close. McLeod will come away with the victory, 28-66 in section number 8.
That's so funny. Are we good to take you back? Yeah. You need 4? Is that what you said? Yeah. I can leave you with like another 2 for good measure. Yeah. Now that we have fun. But we literally were like, we literally had Isaiah like run to the store.
Section 9 will be Lindsay Lawton of Bridgeport in 1. Jocelyn Weaver of Ohio Wesleyan in 2. Seda Arrow, Virginia Tech in 3. Ava Clan of Ohio Wesleyan in 4. Nadia Abdusalam of Concord in 5. Elizabeth Kolak of Alvernia in 6. Samari Little of Lynchburg in 7. Jordan Booker of Ferrum in 8. And this next section will likely be the final. There are 6 names, so if they added more than 2, there will be an extra heat after that. But we will take a quick break after the 200s. Regroup for the open 5K, the 4x400 meter relay. It is 6:33 in the Hill City. Still not a bad time at all. Saturday night, we're having fun. Always helps when it's sunny and almost 70 outside. Race underway around the curve. We will keep an eye on the outside lanes. Different looks every single time. Abdusalam, you can see. Or no, that is, sorry, lane 4. Ava Clan starting to run away with this one. Really didn't give any doubt in the beginning. She will go all the way home. Impressive stuff. Just north of 29, 29-23 for Ava Clan from Ohio Wesleyan. That stride, very similar to what we saw from Abdusalam's earlier. A lot of those longer strides, finding more power, getting power off the step. That always is a powerful thing, always a productive thing from a track standpoint. You know that if you're doing that, then something within the coaching is normally working. It's got to be supplemented by your lifts, consistency. Always a method to the madness. Final section before we go on a quick break for these open 5Ks. We've got Jordan Adams of Ohio Wesleyan in 2. Bree Gross of DeSales in 3. Paris Cole of Averett in 4. Nicaraja Coleman of Averett in 5. Quinn Green of Denison in 6. Sarah Youngquist of Ohio Wesleyan in 7. The finale from the 200 meters. Final section of the 200 men and women. We have had a total of 23 sections now. Coast to coast. Who wants the last one? Watch that inside. Bree Gross in a good spot in lane 2, looking to deliver, but Denison has Quinn Green. She just might be the answer. Trying to work home. Still could be tight. And Gross will have to have a few quick steps. Don't think she's going to get it. Quinn Green will run home with this one. Final section goes to Quinn Green of Denison. We're going to take a quick break. we have a very special guest on the other side. We're going to be joined by Sam Laneza, one of the members of that Lynchburg Men's National Champion DMR squad. We'll be right back. We have got the Jack Toms Open 5K. We're going to go through our 31-man field before we have a really special guest joining us. So let's just go ahead. We'll do this in straight order. We'll have at it. Chris Nunn from the Virginia Tech Running Club. Samik Binge from Virginia Tech. Brendan Nave of Virginia Tech. Wilson Bailey of Colby. Perry Jackson of Ohio Wesleyan. Luke Thomas of VT. Dylan Tyberg of VT. Andrew Williamson, of Ohio Wesleyan, Max Adam of Colby, Michael Shipnick of Moravian, William Wineline of Moravian, Gavin Hefferon of Moravian, Cole Clodgo and Drew Carpenter of Denison, Brady Amico and Ethan Board of Concord, Thomas Zaloco Smith of Denison, Hayden Kirkham of Ohio Wesleyan along with Tyler Tang, Bryce Legg of Concord, Elia Van Farrow of Denison, Antonio Rinaldi of DeSales, Jackson Gaffney of Moravian, Caden Emley of VT, Alexander DeMatteo and Dylan Benbow of Moravian, Nathan Montgomery, William Salisbury, Roman Chula, and Oliver Rose of VT, and Jake Arnold, the local guy from Randolph. I'll have to catch my breath a little bit. We have a very special guest, not just because of the distance medley relay winning the national championship, but he has been around this program for a very long time, one of the seasoned veterans on the Lynchburg distance squad. He is Sam Laneza.
How we doing, Evan?
Good. How are you?
Doing well.
National champ now. Does it feel any different, or is it kind of like, okay, we just expected to be at this level?
I don't know. Like, national championship is always it's really cool. I mean, I didn't expect to win one when I first came in here. I always wanted to get to the national level, but winning one is definitely a really cool experience, and I couldn't have done it without the guys that were on that relay. So it was a lot of fun.
Well, let's talk about that too, because I think a lot of guys, especially in a meet like this, heavy D3 presence, even D2, you're not coming in as the guy who was the 4:10 miler in high school. You had a lot of progression, and Jake Reed has really influenced that. What is the biggest thing for you when you just look at your guys after a race and say, we did it? What's so special about knowing that it was all growth in that process?
Yeah, exactly. We haven't had any, like, real quote-unquote studs on the team. We didn't have 4 12-milers like some schools do coming in, and I think that's the coolest thing is, like, seeing how far we've came and how much we've gotten better. It's really fun, and just knowing the guys as well. Like, I've been in school with Frank for 5 years now, and seeing him win a national championship is just as fun as, you know, seeing myself win one, or Chasen win one, or Jacob Hahn it. So it was really cool. It was really cool.
Well, some of those guys feels like they're just never going to graduate. Like,
yeah.
Listen, we're
like
fine.
Me.
We're fine having you here, but you do got to get the education out at some point. Let's look at the DMR, and if Lynchburg fans have seen the videos, you know how special it was, but just talk about that moment. You get off the track, obviously watching Chasen. What was it like seeing him celebrate and just being like, this is it?
I knew, well, because just prior to that, I just, like, right when I knew I handed the baton, I knew we were going to win. I was so confident in Chasen and his, you know, leg speed. Just getting him attached to those guys, I was like, we're going to win. I'm like, this is crazy. I knew before we even finished we were going to win. And I don't know, I just have a lot of confidence in that guy. A lot of confidence in this team as a whole. We've came a long way, and it's super exciting. And I was so hyped to have those 30-plus people there on the sidelines. That was the biggest thing for us. Like, we wanted to just celebrate with the team. We didn't really want to celebrate just with the DMR. It was like a team effort. That wasn't just us running out there.
Well, and I can attest to that because I think my hands have not shaken more in a span of 10 minutes than they did then. Let's look forward because, you know, there's so much from a running standpoint, but a lot of schools at this meet or even listening just thinking about the culture and the lifestyle. We know what Coach Jake Reed has done in influencing y'all to the point where you know what's at stake when you go out for a national championship. Like, this is the lifestyle. How do you not get tired of that? How do you just continue moving and feeling refreshed from the process?
Yeah, Jake always says, like, try to find joy in the process. And, yeah, sometimes, you know, going to bed at, like, you know, 10 o'clock most nights is you're missing out on things and you get FOMO. And he's like, try not to get FOMO. Like, there's bigger things ahead. And I think winning a national championship was, like, the thing that we've always been wanting, you know. That was why we got FOMO. It's like because we wanted to win a national championship. Now we don't have FOMO from winning a championship. It's like I'd rather have that than, you know, going out, you know, on a Saturday night or something like that. It's just it's priorities, and you gotta want to have it. So
that's the stuff that stays with you. Check in for the race. Samik Binge right now with a pretty big lead for Virginia Tech. Rest of the field clumped together. Let's look at your 800 because you were not just competing in the DMR at nationals. first race, you just decide to fall at the line, and it was necessary because it does qualify you for the finals. But was that almost a moment of, like, when you went into the DMR afterwards, you're just saying, okay, we're here, or did that kind of rattle you a little bit? What was that like?
I mean, I was, just to give the rundown, I guess, I was going on the final straight, and I thought I was good for second because top two automatically qualify. And this guy comes, like, flying by me. I'm like, oh, crap. And I just, like, kind of, like, fell into the line. And, I mean, I got on off time, so it didn't really matter if I dove or didn't dive. So it was a little, a little dramatic probably. But no, I mean, it didn't really faze me at all for the DMR. Like, that was the main reason why we came. Like, we wanted to win a national championship, and the individual events are just like a cherry on top. So I was ready to anchor down and just have fun in the 800 on the DMR and just try my best, see what I got.
Well, when a job's not done too, obviously outdoor, you're going to be in a spot, very similar spot where you can compete for a national championship. Looking at this one, simple question, but what do you feel for Jake after when he's done to get you guys here, and just knowing that it's not just your first championship, but it's his too?
Yeah, I mean, he's definitely helped us a ton along the way, and obviously we would not be here without him. But, yeah, he's made a great culture, and it's just I'm happy that we were able to win one for him because, I mean, like we would not be the athletes we are without him. And, I mean, just like for Jake, I mean, I think we do it more for just like the individuals on the team because, I mean, when I see everyone there, they're cheering for us, like that means so much. Like that's the reason why I want to run. That's why I want to keep running is because the people on the team, not because of my own achievements. Like that doesn't last very long. That's not very satisfying, but, doing it for other people, that definitely is.
Well, there's something so special about running, too. You don't really get it in other sports like basketball or football where there are cool cultures and stuff, but you have such a big group. I think it's like 54 officially for Lynchburg.
Yeah.
And so, when you consider those numbers and look forward, what do you think the blueprint is to continuing to find national championships? Do you like that number, or do you think it needs to be more of a small, compact, let's go get it group?
I mean, this is the biggest team we've ever had, and we're doing really well right now. So I don't know if there's exactly a great number that we need to find to be successful, but I'm pretty confident in how we're doing it so far, like the high, roster size. But the amount of recruits that we're getting now that are at a high level is absurd.
Goodness.
And I think that's going to take our program to the next level. And if we keep getting those, I think we can keep winning some big things.
Well, and it's just scary. When you look at some of those recruits, you're thinking this is really like a generational thing at this point. You look at the recruits from before you, just this progression of where Lynchburg is going. What do you think is making Lynchburg successful in doing so? And, we can target one thing like coaching, or we can kind of narrow our approach. But what's the big picture idea for why Lynchburg is in that direction?
Well, that's a great question. I mean, I think there's multiple things. I think we have a lot of fun. I think that's the biggest thing is, like, yeah, we're running in circles, or we're running, 80, 90-mile weeks in the summer, and that's not fun. But having experiences with each other, I think that's what makes us so well. We're just having fun for each other and doing it for something bigger than us. I mean, that's always been the case, and I think if we keep continuing to build on that, it's going to keep growing.
Absolutely. Well, definitely special when we look at what is upcoming in this outdoor season. We'll focus a little bit on this race now because obviously if you make a national championship, you probably have some pretty good insight. Let's talk about like the 5K. So you get a race like this spread out really quickly, and that's a lot of the times in open races you get more of a range of PRs. What's the strategy if you kind of get out on an island just trying to find somebody?
Yeah, I mean, obviously I'm more of a middle distance guy, but this guy right here, remind me of his name. Number 2 from
that is Samik Binge from Virginia Tech.
Yeah, so he's running this all alone right now, and that's right around 3K. So, I mean, hopefully he's going on PR. I know he's at a no time here, but it looks like he's running great. It's very hard to run alone. Like I said earlier, I'm lucky to have Chasen and Frank to work out with. So usually I don't have to do many things alone. I usually have a guy or two to work out with. But, yeah, it's really hard work what he's doing, especially in that wind. That wind is probably not helping him, but he's looking strong. And, I mean, it looks like his Virginia Tech guys are, pretty close behind. I think the guy in second is also is
I
Virginia
believe
Tech.
so. They always
Yeah.
have a pretty nice group at these meets, too.
Yeah.
We might have to hire you as meteorologist because we've been in this press box since 11 a.m. this morning. We all have to go back out and start letting the grass fly and measure the wind.
Yeah. No, it's definitely pretty windy out there. I was helping out in shot put, and I don't know how I got sent down there, but actually it was pretty fun. I mean, there was girls shot put, and they were throwing that ball far. And I was like, I wonder if the wind helps at all there. You know,
I know.
I don't know if that plays a role. I know it does in like long jump and
sprints always have the thing. Yeah.
I wonder how it does in throws. You know.
That might have to be a study that we start looking at. Let's dive into this. We're going to get into the analytics. So obviously part of your schooling, you've had to look into certain projects, and you decided to pick some of the progression from Lynchburg's program. And I don't want to just boast and say these are the numbers, this is Lynchburg's progression, but talk me through a little bit about what you measure when you're looking at program progression as a whole. Like, what are those variables?
Yeah, so I think 2 years ago I got really interested, and I made a little graph of all the top 10 teams in the nation with their event squad rankings. Basically, to explain the event squad rankings, the top 4 in each event for whatever school, the top 10 schools. So I did the 1500, I did the 800, just because I'm more familiar with that, and I wanted to see what it looked like. So when I did that, I saw that we were in the top 2 or 3 in all the top 10 schools, and I was like, oh, this is really cool. And I kind of didn't do anything for a year about that, and I just kind of had it in the red room. People looked at it. I was like, oh, that's cool. You should do something again. So basically, I made one for the whole team, for the guys. I'm working on the girls. Take some time, but
there we go.
Yeah, they'll get some love. But the guys, just seeing the progression on there, it's like literally the whole team is progressing from their high school times to their college times. Even the freshmen this year, they're progressing like crazy, and it's awesome to see. And that's what I love. I love to see progressiveness from people, just because, I mean, that's why you run. You run to get faster, and
absolutely.
I think that's a really important thing.
Well, that's a really good point, too, because I think people see success and they ultimately think trophies or conference titles or whatever that may be. And progression almost feels like that #1 measuring stick, because you can control that and you can still get better. Now, let's look. I'm going to throw devil's advocate at you. You have a team right now that has a lot of injuries, not just Lynchburg. I'm sure there are a ton of programs out there. How does that impact the morale, to the sense where you can still be that guy that the injured people need and kind of still be around, but also improve your performances along the way?
Yeah, I mean, that was a big thing this year. Just we got kind of hit with the injury bug, just with, you know, the winter kind of does that to you. You're tight and you're running on pavement, and it all kind of accumulates, and it doesn't work very well if you keep doing it. But to add on to that, it kind of motivated me, because I know there were so many people that wanted to run, you know, and they want to go to nationals or they want to go to ODEX, and I was like, well, I mean, I'm healthy, thank God, but I mean, I got to run for them, because I know they can't do it right now, so I gotta do it for something bigger than myself, and I think that kind of helped the whole team this year. Hopefully, when they come back, we can be on another level and just keep expanding on that.
For sure, definitely in a spot to keep striking. Let's go ahead and focus on the man on your screen.
Yeah, it looks like he's coming up with, what is he at?
I want to say there's a lap and a half to go.
Yeah.
That's a new skill we need to acquire, being able to talk and watch at the same time.
I know.
I struggle. I just try to describe.
Just try to talk, right? It's hard. But yeah, it looks like he's going to come with 1 lap to go when he comes back around, but he's about 600 meters out.
This will be impressive, too. I believe the top seed in this heat was right at 16 minutes.
Looks like he's probably going to crush that, if I had to guess.
Absolutely. And also the guys who were at 16, some of them from Virginia Tech, so you may see those training partners and think he might have been with them.
Yeah.
Wow, so yeah, 14:21 as he comes around for the bell lap, and you touched on it. It's kind of just using person after person to figure it out.
Exactly. Going around all that lap traffic is not easy, and it looks like he's doing well. It looks like he's going to be well under 16 if he can close pretty well. I mean, even if he doesn't close, he's still going to be under.
Wow, just needs a 1:23 to get 16.
Mm-hmm.
Looks comfortable.
It's like 5:30 pace, and I think he's well under that.
Look at that. He is just continuing to move the field, disperse quickly. Think about a 5K, too. You just see your teammates so much throughout the race. You see them on the infield. Sam, you talked about it even with the DMR. That can be such a difference maker.
Oh, yeah, definitely. I see a lot of other guys out here today supporting them. That Virginia Tech club team always comes to our meets, and they're always, a big old group. So a lot of support there for sure.
Rocking and rolling as he heads down the final curve. We've got Sam Laneza with us,
There we
one
go.
of the DMR national champs. This guy on your screen is putting together something special. 30 seconds if he wants under 16. Best believe he's going to get it as he holds down the home straightaway.
Nice little finish we got here.
Nobody's stopping him. Wow, this is going to be sub 15:50.
He's going to sneak under.
Watch that, 15:47.
Ooh. Nice. 48.1.
I'd say that is
That's
a pretty
nice.
impressive finish.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
We've got all the lap counters down there, too, making sure we get this thing ready. We have had, and we don't want to point anybody out, but we've had a few laps where we've had some lap counting miscues throughout the season.
Yeah, I've been a part of that havoc a couple times. Not a couple times, one time. But, it happens. You just got to keep on running. You just got to keep on running.
People don't understand sometimes, too. It's like there's so much going on to the point where even if you know the laps are off or at least subconsciously think it, you see everybody else stop. It's such a tough thing to maneuver. Here's some other finishes getting really close after 16. You talk about this being an open field, still some really strong competition. Wow, okay, so Sam, what are we thinking? You thinking you stay on for the women's race, or are you done? Have you talked too much?
You cutting me off? Or
I'm not trying to cut you off. I just want to make sure we're not holding up your time. We know.
Oh, I'm chilling. I mean, I can talk a little more if you want. I mean, might as well keep you entertained. You've had a long day up here. You're probably talking to yourself a lot,
That 10 o'clock bedtime
10
quickly approaching.
What
we
got?
Keep you right.
Oh, 7 o'clock? Yeah, I mean, we got some time.
Primetime television.
Primetime television.
We're having
Missing
a lot
some
of fun.
basketball for this, Evan.
That's right. Talk to me about March Madness.
Oh, my gosh.
We asked about it earlier, and I have not checked the updates. What has happened today?
Today, I actually don't think anything crazy has happened today. I know. Gonzaga beat. Who did they beat? They beat somebody. I think
Kansas.
Kansas by like 20.
Wow.
Yeah. So that was the
Injury
big
prone.
shock of the day, but I thought Arizona was fraudulent from the start. So.
That's true. I think a lot of people were thinking that.
But yeah, I mean, I'd rather be nowhere else than with Evan Gates right now.
That's right. We're having fun in the press box, and it's very rare you get to watch a track meet too, because normally we have you doing your own thing. Was today long run day, workout? What was it?
Yeah, so I raced on Thursday at Raleigh Relays, so we're just getting ready for that, and I literally just ran 75 minutes today, so pretty short long run, but it was good. It was good.
Just having fun.
Just having fun out there, with the recruits.
That's right.
We had 5 recruits today, or
Wow.
yesterday and today. So, I mean, they're all studs too. That's how we know. Like we're getting.
That's right.
We're getting good.
You bring them on long run day. That was how it happened for me. I remember we ended up running 80 minutes, and in high school that felt like a marathon.
Yeah, I remember you coming on your recruiting visit.
That's
on
right.
Super Bowl.
Super Bowl Sunday.
You saw me when the Rams were up on their highest.
That's right. I haven't seen you happier since. That was a special moment.
That was a special moment.
We'll get set for the women's heat as you see the times come across your screen. Keep in mind you can keep all your results fresh in your head. Blue Ridge Timing will have you covered throughout the meet. We've got Sam Laneza, DMR national champ now. It's always funny. This is an opportunity where you don't always have the privilege of having a national championship on your team, but it doesn't feel like it's that much different. I think in hindsight, and you can add more onto this, it's from a running perspective, probably looks a lot different, but the day-to-day, does it just still kind of feel the same? Is there something extra in your step? What is it?
Honestly, it doesn't really feel any different, I'm going to be honest. It's just another day. I mean, obviously, winning that was special, and I'm not going to say, like, oh, it was, like, no big deal. It was definitely a big deal.
It was a big step.
It was a big step for the program, but, I mean, you can't just get complacent. You just got to keep working, and, I want to bring this team to a level that's like a standard to, maybe not every year, but obviously, like, try to bring it to a standard that we're winning and we're trying to have fun with it, and maybe it doesn't happen every 10 years. It happens every 2 years, and we win more than we lose, hopefully. We'll
Absolutely.
See. We'll see.
Well, and we'll add a little insight. Sam Waneza is looking to go into school. We've got what would you say the dream job would be?
For me?
Let's start with that.
Oh, wow. So I want to get into coaching as well, like with Jake maybe, but maybe coaching some mid-major D1, and then I don't know. I kind of just want to settle down with a coaching job that I love and just do that for like 40 years and just have fun with it. And Sarah, my girlfriend, Sarah, she can like teach at I don't know, elementary school, middle school, whatever she wants to, and we're just kind of vibing,
We talked about it yesterday. Everybody has sight, but not everybody has vision.
Yeah.
Sam Waneza has vision, y'all.
You
got to understand. That was a good alley-oop. I was hoping you would say coaching because it is not an easy profession. And I think when we look at the greatest coaches, they often are the ones who influence lifestyle day-to-day. It's not just the running times. What do you take from, whether it's Jake or just any other coach that you've encountered, what's the most important thing for a coach to have?
Oh, wow. That's a great question. I think with coaching, you can't just have like one skill. I think you have to be able to adjust, and I think the biggest thing is being able to make relationships with other people and being able to like be there for them when it's hard and when it's not going well, because that's one of the hardest things in coaching is like, oh, they're not doing well. Okay, let me focus on who's doing well. But instead of doing that, just focusing on literally everybody and seeing them as a whole. But yeah, take over and say who's going on.
We'll go ahead and get this women's field introduced. Well, you got to go back to that answer, too. That was a pretty special one. Women's Open 5K. This is the next to last event. We'll have the 4x400-meter relay. Once again, pretty heavy tech presence. 22 members of this 5K in this only heat of the Open 5K. We've got Abby Norton of Virginia Tech, Susie DiLorenzo of Virginia Tech, Tara Blue of Virginia Tech, Abby Wolf of Colby, Haley Estes, Shay Zeitler, Angelina Klein, and Caitlin Sakari, all from DeSales. Alyssa Henry of Ohio Wesleyan, Lizzie Higgins of Slippery Rock, Annika DeLong of Ohio Wesleyan, Erica Ekonomu, Virginia Tech, Adia Tompkins and Andy Hollander of DeSales, River Hamilton of Ohio Wesleyan, India Spetnagel of Charleston, Hannah Postlewaite and Abby Durbano of DeSales, Julia Renetsky of Denison, Bella Hardaway and Lillian Verschell, Virginia Tech, and Isabel Fries of Alvernia. So a little smaller section, 22. Sam, I think this one might even stay closer, at least in that chase pack, for longer.
Hopefully. I got to notice something out here. I see somebody running with bunny ears.
Oh, wow.
Because it is Easter Sunday next Sunday.
That's right.
Or is it? Yeah, next Sunday.
Palm Sunday tomorrow.
So, yeah, I see you're running with bunny ears. I've never seen that before.
That's a bingo card. We talked about it
bingo
earlier.
Card.
We've been trying to find some first from this meet. Listen, that might be like a bonus. That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
The vibes are good, too. Did you get high school meets at home, or was this like when you got to Lynchburg, this first?
So, yeah, our track program didn't do like a ton of like I don't know, meets at our home track, because we only had like a 6-lane track, and it was a little bit, it wasn't in great condition. So I never really had a good, home meet in high school. But no, when I came here, this is like a kind of a shock. I was like, oh, we have our own meets, and they're actually like pretty good. This is really cool. But yeah, I've never had someone run with bunny ears before.
That's right, though. I like the look. We'll have to get the camera angle on that. That was pretty cool.
Yeah.
Virginia Tech. That's always cool, too. You get the Tech running club in, and, being a club runner at a school like that where the program is just so deep, it's still competitive. You have a lot of people coming out really trying to progress, trying to get those PRs. At this point of the season, it's always interesting. We'll have to continue the deep dive into it. We got people dancing on the infield.
The vibes are good. Look, you got people like dancing. Some people like, I don't know, they're like kicking a tennis ball around. People are just kind of vibing out here today.
Spring is almost officially sprung. It's getting close.
Is it not? It
is. Okay,
it's spring, but it's not feeling like spring is what you're saying?
That's right.
Okay.
I completely neglected that. I think I got so sour as a winter person in Virginia.
Oh, you're a winter person?
No, I hate winter.
Oh, okay, I hate the winter too.
But this winter felt like it was like 20 years.
Yeah.
Felt like the Wrigley stretch without a championship for the Cubs 150 years later.
Yeah, I'm a big summer, spring guy. I love it just like being able to like sweat.
That's right.
You know, I love being like
the runner
warm.
in you.
Yeah.
Yes. Well, you had a pretty cool opportunity to go to Utah this summer.
Oh yeah.
A lot of training there, and I know you also made some friends with runners from other schools. So talk to us a little bit just about that, because that was a summer excursion, so I think it counts.
Yeah. So this summer, yeah, we went to Utah. I think there was like about 10 of us in a 4-person Airbnb. So definitely made it happen. It wasn't pretty all the time, but it was a lot of fun. We ran with Charleston Southern, Southern Utah University, so those, and Wittenberg University. Those are the big 3 schools that we ran with out there, and it was a lot of fun. I think that kind of took our program to the next level. I think all the guys there have had great success after that. Well, mostly. I mean, sometimes you can't predict.
Minus the injuries.
Yeah, minus the injuries. If they weren't injured, I bet they'd be doing great things right now. But yeah, I mean, you see Chasen off of that summer, it kind of changed him. I mean, he came in, he wouldn't make our regional roster last year. Now he's like definitely. I mean, he's
That's
a
incredible.
huge contributor now. It's like, I doubt that's just because of one summer. It's because of his hard work he's had for the past couple of years, and he's kind of bought in like automatically. So I think that definitely plays a role. And yeah, I think just the summer was just a ton of fun. I mean, Utah was really cool.
That's special. You don't always get that chance to be with your boys the entire time. Can't get the hip number. It is someone from Alvernia. It might be Isabel Fries who is sitting in the lead from Alvernia. We'll keep our eye on that.
Right
now,
on 6-minute pace here, I believe.
That's right, I think.
Yeah, 45, yeah.
Because the mile will be on the other side of the track. Let's talk about Chasen Hunt for a second. So for those who don't know Chasen Hunt, a guy who obviously is earning his first All-American distinguishment this year, or distinction rather, he got with this DMR National Championship and then also an All-American in the 3K. This is a guy who has a chance at winning a national championship again. And so as almost the veteran, the mentor, but we know you guys are so loose. We don't want to treat this like it's just like a teacher-student type of dynamic. What has it been like seeing his success? How do you feel just about being able to take him along this journey?
Oh, yeah. I mean, just seeing him grow as an athlete has been crazy. I get absolutely dropped by that kid in tempo work nowadays, and every now and then I'll be able to hold my own against him, but he's on a different level right now, and he's gonna run the Raleigh 5K, and I don't want to say times, but I think he's ready to run really, really fast. And
absolutely.
Same with Frank. I think Frank, if he's in a 5K with Chasen and he just stays relaxed, they both can run really good. Hopefully get national qualifiers out of the way early. But yeah, they're doing great, and I can't be more proud of them and how they've handled this past season, and how they're still hungry and they still want to get better, and it's been really cool.
Absolutely. We are with Sam Laneza, 9-time, let's see if we get this right, 9-time ODAC champ. Correct?
Team champ, probably.
Yes. Okay. We heard that on the PA system at Nationals, and so I had to copy paste it, and now it is it 7-time All-American?
8.
8-time, because the 800. That's
yeah,
right.
800.
Wow.
Yeah, it's really cool, but Chasen's got one on me just because his first ever All-American was a national title, so I can't compete with that. He'll probably catch me on overall All-American honors too, because he's so good.
8 All-Americans, that's rookie numbers.
That's
Sam.
rookie numbers.
Need a little bit better. We have been super blessed just to see this program continue in a good trajectory, and a lot of schools here at this meet. We were just talking about some of the programs that we've seen, on a year-to-year basis. You see returners have done really well. You think about what Shippensburg is putting together. DeSales continues. Everybody in this meet. It's been a lot of fun. This race continuing. There's your leader.
Yeah,
right?
I keep seeing this girl here. She keeps talking to the side, and I think she might be trying to help people out, trying to run a fast time. Love to see that, but I'm not 100% sure. So
that's really cool. Yeah, because trying to get that field behind her.
Yeah, I wonder if she's pacing. look, they're all catching her now, so I think maybe she's trying to pace them to a fast time.
That would be nice.
That'd be cool.
Don't always get that in a
No.
race like this either. Here's that look. See her kind of looking back.
She's like, come on, come on. It looks like the DeSales team is trying to get up to her and hopefully help them out.
The DeSales Alvernia connection might be strong.
Yeah, I don't know.
I'll have to figure that out. There's a lot of schools, obviously, you get them back at Dennis Craddock or Jack Tom, so it's been really cool to see some of the northern presence here. We've been joking about the weather up there, really not sure what it's looking like now, but we know coming down after break, the blizzards were in full effect.
Yeah.
Don't rule that out in Virginia. Well,
You never know what happens.
It'll be May.
No, I don't know about May. It might be
I hope
April,
not.
you know.
That's right.
And it might just randomly just start snowing. And I'm like, what the? It was 70 degrees last week. What's going on?
That's right. We're just having fun. They are having fun around the track. Next to last event, Jack Tom's Invitational. We've been going on since 11 o'clock this morning. Just a lot of fun. Jason Hunt, Jacob Hodnett, Frank Sorba, Sam Laneza, your DMR national champs. We've got Sam Laneza with us. If you're just joining us, promise he belongs in this conversation. We didn't just go up and pick him off the track or anything. He finished his run today.
Yeah, no, I'm actually handcuffed to the table over here. I can't.
That's why we
can't
don't show the
move.
press box.
No, it's been a pleasure. It's been a lot of fun. But yeah,
All right.
seeing these 5Ks happen. Still got the bunny ears. We got
That's
the camera
right.
on them now.
I like it. Really cool look. Let's start speculating a little bit. I've wanted to ask this for a long time. So if you're unfamiliar with Dennis Craddock, a lot of schools from this meet do come here, but it is really, at this point, the sub 4-minute mile race.
Yeah.
And it's been that way for a while. This is the year that it feels like people are really starting to say it's going to happen. What from your approach has changed kind of looking at that meet this year, or is it the same, let's just go in and do our thing?
Well, I don't know. Well, not Frank. Well, maybe Frank. But
Maybe
Chasen, Frank, and I think we're all in a really good spot. Sub 4 that's a crazy number, right? 3:59. That's
historic.
That's been the goal since I've came to college. I wanted to run sub 4. I mean, it's been hard. I've been 4.0s multiple times, but I think this year, if there was a year to do it, it'd be this year. I mean, we have Chasen, who's on a tear. Frank, who's, when he's on a pace, he can lock it in pretty well. And I think I can bring a strong close to the end of races. So we'll have to see. I think if we get a pace to like, 2:01, be able to close off that and just pray maybe 3:59 shows up at the clock when you get there. But, I mean, at the end of the day, we're just trying to have fun and try to run really fast and just do it for the team. I mean, that's what helps our team grow so much is how we perform, and that's kind of the sole reason why I love that, because everyone's on the track, and it kind of brings like the whole Lynchburg community together during that. And seeing people in class, they're like, "Dude, that mile was sick. That was so cool." Like, I didn't think the track could get that hype. And I was like, "Dude, I know." I mean, if you guys line the track every time you race, I guarantee you it'd be pretty hype.
Well, that's how track and field is in general, I think. In the U.S., we've seen, and it is an Olympic year, so you're seeing a little bit more hype about just qualifiers and stuff, but not everybody really gives it a chance. It's not that sport that you're turning on like March Madness or as we've talked about, and it's just always there. It has been super cool to see the movement.
Yeah, I think track is growing quite a bit. I mean, from what I've seen at least, I mean, you see all the posts about Noah Lyles and his like big voice he has and for the sport. But I mean, yeah, I think it's grown a lot, and I love watching track. I don't know if everyone else loves watching track, but I mean, if you're listening right now, you probably like watching track.
That's right.
So.
This is the one thing that is really cool about LHSN, getting the chance to call a track meet. And you don't really get that opportunity many times. So the meet comes to campus, I'm always feeling like we're ready to go. We're going to have some fun. We've got the 22-person field on the track right now in this women's open 5K, followed by the 4x400 meter relays. That will wrap things up. So you see, can't tell if it is a pace job or if she's actually competing, an Alvernia competitor up front. So you see there on your screen, that's a pretty good look at it. DeSales, Haley Estes also in this race. She's run quite often at Lynchburg's meets. She's done really well to progress, seeded at 20.01. That'll be interesting to see if that pace starts to pick up in the back half. What's your favorite event in track now? Because I think we've seen you the 1500 and the 800 very equally.
Yeah, I mean, are you saying for me to watch, me to run?
On the line, you're running.
I'm running it.
Guns firing.
Oh, definitely a 1500. The 1500 is by far the best event in track. That might be a hot take. It might be a hot take, but I think it is. I think a lot of people actually agree with that. That are distance runners, at least.
Right.
Like distance side. I mean, the 800 is cool. I mean, I don't know.
It's just not the happy medium. I feel like the 15 is there for everybody.
Yeah, everyone can run the 15. The 800, like, you don't really see 5K guys run the 800. You see the 5K guys run the 15, though, you know, and you see 800 guys run the 15. It's a great medium ground. It's kind of like, all right, who's got it? You know, who's got who's got the speed, who's got the endurance. It's a great middle event for that. The 800 is literally just a sprint.
It's one of the hardest events.
Yeah, you're literally just sprinting the whole time, and it's not always fun. It hurts really bad towards the end, but yeah, I found some success this year in that, and I'll definitely run a couple in the outdoor season for sure.
That's right. We'll have to get you. Frank Sorba, if you're a Lynchburg fan, you know this kid runs about 700 miles a week or so it seems. He's been talking about the marathons and, you know, post-graduation, what's that going to look like? We'll have to see if we can get Sam Laneza in something crazy. Either you get a choice.
Marathon.
You get a choice. Either a marathon or you have to train for 100. But give actual sprint training, we're going a whole few months.
I think I could run an okay 100.
See, your form is a lot better than a lot of other people's would be, though. If you got me out there and did 100, I'd be swimming for 100
I don't know. You
meters.
got some wheels, Evan. I've seen you at practice. You got some wheels.
I don't know about that. We'll have to start going up and down the list. There's a lot of all-American caliber people on this team. We won't name names, but they have developed wheels of their own.
Oh, I got to give a shout-out to somebody. You know who I think could run a really good 100? It'd be Marco Kovacevic.
That's right.
He's got, like, crazy wheels. Every time we do our max speed down here, he whoops me every single time.
Every time.
Yeah, I'm like, I don't know where it comes from. I'm like, I can't run with that kid.
There's some people, too, and it's kind of cool we say this during a 5K because you don't always see it during the race, but I think, like, those little things can start to be an impact. You see it during max speed. So many people who don't necessarily come across as the ones you would think would be quick like that. They just find ways to speed up. Marco Kovacevic, one of the guys on this team coming out of Massachusetts, really just travels at this point.
Yeah.
He's everywhere.
He's everywhere. Everywhere at the same time. Oh, I think we got a leader change. Do we miss a leader change?
Wow. We'll keep our eyes. It looks
leader
like
finish?
I think Estes is still in the lead.
16:20? No, I think she's done. I think she's taking a break. I think she just paced.
Yes, okay.
16:20 would be crazy fast.
That was confirmed. That would be impressive for the open 5K.
Or she got hurt. Yeah.
We'll see if
she's standing at the finish line. I see her now. I think she was helping this girl that is now in the lead try to get her on pace to run something fast. Maybe they're friends.
That's right.
Who knows?
Maybe Estes, after this lap, will get a little bit of assistance. We'll watch here. She's coming down the home straight. 16:53 on the clock. No, there's not going to be any more pacing. So at this point, or maybe there will be. Estes still coming through. So you see
she's
right
cheering
here.
her on right there at the finish line. So it looks like they had to be, doing it for each other there.
It would be weird if it was coincidence. We'll put it that way.
Yeah.
17:15. Estes smooth sailing.
Looks smooth. Got the kick going.
In a 5K, that's kind of the thing you want to pay attention to. When that transition hits, we always call it the gear shift. It shouldn't look as abrupt. If you can just really transition into it, those are some of the best running moments.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, she's definitely turning it on a little bit here. I think she wants to break 19, sub 19, which I think she's got that in the bag if she can close under a minute. She's definitely on pace for that.
Absolutely. Haley Estes, we've talked about
Unless she got 2 to go. Does she have 2 to go?
We'll have to wait. No, I think this is it because lap counter saying 1 for the ones going through. Haley Estes is going down the home straight.
She's having a day.
Wow. Impressive stuff. 18:05. We saw a nice finish on the men's side. Haley Estes for DeSales delivering down the final straightaway.
What was her seat time coming in here?
Seat time was 20:01.
Wow.
That's a minute and a half.
Wow.
18:24. Forget the home cooking. DeSales coming into town, showing us what they're all about. There you go, the pair that was working the entire race. Cool to see that exchange afterwards. Wow, what a race we had. As we'll see some of the other finishers come through. Blue Ridge Timing, as you covered for all the live results.
On the thing is yeah, maybe she was seated. No, I think we're all good. I think, yeah, that was a huge, I think it was
That's
like a,
impressive.
yeah, great run.
Lap counters, and they were our coaching staff. So,
Yeah,
you
so,
know,
hey, we can blame
that was
Jake.
wrong. That's right. We'll have something going on. Well, Sam, we won't keep you for much longer, but we appreciate you for everything, not just obviously for talking to us, but just with this program. Final question. I'm going to leave you with this. This is the big hitter.
Okay, big hitter.
You don't know at this point in your career. I mean, you obviously had expectations. You talk about going sub-4, some of those like subplots. What is the one thing that you're thinking about? You won't be leaving campus yet. You'll still be in a different role, but
Yeah.
off this team, what is the checkbox now?
Ooh. Like for the team or for me or?
Just for you going
Ooh.
out with your career.
Wow. That's a great question. I mean, I think the first step of my career is just kind of like making sure this team leaves in a good spot. I mean, that's the biggest thing. I mean, I don't know if that's really the answer you were looking for, but that's kind of what I'm focused on right now. I mean, I'm getting my master's right now in business, and obviously I want to get into coaching, and I think the best way to get into coaching is showing that, like, you can build a program. I mean, it's not just me, obviously. It's the team, it's coaches, but I think I've played a role in helping with that, and having coaches and teammates that can vouch for that is really important, and I think that's my biggest priority right now.
That's special stuff. Sam Laneza has been one of the guys. He's seen the program really progress from where it was at to where it is now. National champions in the DMR, and they still got a lot left. Sam Laneza, appreciate you
Thanks,
for
Evan.
joining us. That's been a fun 5K.
I know.
We've enjoyed it.
All right.
But we'll let you go.
Thank you, Evan.
Sam Laneza, the man. He has been one of those guys. He's just so fun to have around. Sam Laneza, the entire squad in Lynchburg. We tried to keep our eye on this 5K. Want to make sure that everybody's being represented in this race. We've had so much fun at the Jack Toms Invitational. We will get to see those guys in action in that sub-4 mile attempt at the Dennis Craddock Coaches Classic. If you stick around just for a little bit longer, that's going to be a fun race. The way that it has really started to arrive to the scene, as you see some nice finishes there through the finish line. It's kick time officially. The lap counting crew, there's your DeSales squad. Everybody having some fun as we've had the clock on our screens. You can kind of read some of the lap counters too throughout the race. One more to go. What has been an outstanding time. The Jack M. Toms Invitational. I can't really think of a best moment we've had. We've had a lot of good races. That's just a track meet in general. But I think you look back at that 800, that was something that we were not expecting. The way that that really just hit the climax, the opening men's heats. That is not to discredit any other event, though. It has been phenomenal. The hurdles, the high hurdles have always been fun, especially at a time when, you know, there are multiple competitors from multiple schools who have trained well together. We looked at Shippensburg's women's sprint squad. They've been in a good spot. Don't forget Lynchburg, Betsy Monkern, and Nia Seward. They're heading places and trying to get there quickly this outdoor season. Open 5K just about ready. The twilight of this meet, and you can see the Lynchburg skyline in the distance. So special to be here at home, and everybody, wherever they are at, obviously a home meet on your track around your oval. It is something that you never take for granted. Lynchburg has enjoyed being able to host this meet year in and year out. Don't forget the Hornet Open will be next weekend. You just heard Sam talk about the Raleigh Relays, another meet that Lynchburg will be in action. Obviously every other school will be in different places, running different meets. track meets aren't exactly like basketball or lacrosse, whatever other sport where you have two teams, one's going somewhere and one's going somewhere else. You got really an entire spread. We're having fun. This is going to be the final event. There's that skyline of Lynchburg. That's about as beautiful as it gets. The sunrise. And there is our finisher. Will be a time right around 23:47, 48. Impressive stuff. We're heading to the final event from Lynchburg, the 4x400 meter relays. Have not seen any teams warming up yet. Need to keep an eye on that because we might have been lying to you the entire way. We'll have to see. There was talk that the 4x400 would not happen. But we will wait and see. Don't want to end this thing prematurely. What a meet. What a time it has been. Great time to be in the Hill City. As you see, that is a very pretty shot. There's the moon. We went from really almost sunrise to sunset. We've done that a few times here at Jack Tom's. They're trying to figure out if there's a 4x4 or not. So we're just going to sit and enjoy the final few minutes. If this is the final few minutes, if not, we'll run one more time around the oval. LHSN's proud to always present outdoor track and field wherever you may be. A lot of schools from a lot of different localities. We have pretty heavy northern presence, also some schools from in-state. So we just appreciate what you've done to spread word and continue following along this entire day. Full moon tonight. It's about as full as it's going to get. So Lynchburg is going to continue trying to carry momentum throughout this outdoor season. It's not exactly cut and dry. You think about a track team, you have so many different individuals, and you can look at it from a point standpoint, but there's no one score that can really quantify what is success and what isn't. The short of it is this: Lynchburg is continuing to just try and grow, and I think that progression, if you get to a spot where you're moving forward, then the rest will solve itself out. I think there is going to be a 4x4. There are athletes at least moving into lanes, so not much that we could really speculate by as we go into the final event. About 19 pages of notes later, we are here, the 4x400 meter relay. We have had a lot of awesome competitors, so many characters that we have seen today, and now it comes down to the final. Those heat sheets, I'm telling you, they will take up your printer. Randolph is down there, and we will see there are a projected 4 heats of the men's 4x400. I don't know if that will stick. We're just trying to figure things out. We'll enjoy a nice view along the way. Those are the sophomore dorms at Lynchburg. Okay, there's our view. So looks like Randolph is in the mix. I think Slippery Rock might be in the mix. There's the baton. They have the jersey off, so I think they're ready to rock and roll. Denison is on the infield. They got a squad ready. Wait to see the high seed in Heat 1. If they show up, we don't know how many teams will compete in this 4x4, but it is 3:14:25 by Charleston. If you just joined in, Sam Laneza had a pretty cool talk with us. One of the guys who has just been a program leader. I'll tell you one thing, leadership and having that impact on people does not start with running fast, folks. It starts with everything else. The foundation, the running fast is really just the ceiling, but when you can build a house on the culture and leadership and just trusting in your teammates, that is something that people do not take lightly. Every team always needs that figurehead who, it's not necessarily about representation. It's not saying that guy is the one, but you need somebody who is always going to be there to answer, to help somebody out, just to be the one to lend ears. Sam Laneza has certainly been one of those for Lynchburg's men's squad, and we know we didn't get to talk about it much in that conversation, but this women's squad also just making strides. Think about somebody like a Courtney Drum, a grad student who comes in this season, makes such a big impact. It's a luxury. And that is not something that happens every single year. And with the COVID years, the grad years, I think people and teams around the country are starting to realize the power of those fifth years coming in, still being relatable. They've lived the experience. They're just living it again.
I got you off of game 2. You're just working baseball game 1.
They're having a conversation, I assume, about lane assignments, or maybe they're reseeding this whole thing.
Trying to combine heats because of darkness.
We will see how they combine it. This is the final event. There are a few women's squads still in the house, so not out of the water yet. So while we wait, we'll take, or no, maybe not. It looks like they're about to go. So I say we will take a break, but looks like they are getting ready to get their blocks. So we'll just stay with you here. A few more minutes to go in the Jack M. Toms Invitational. My name is Evan Gates. Lynchburg Hornets Sports Network has been taking you through the entire Jack M. Toms Invitational. What a time we have had. It's always a fun joke. You look at a track meet, and a lot of parents know this experience, just the long days, the long travel, staying for 5 or 6 hours to watch maybe 10 or 11 seconds, but it is such a cool experience when you see everybody in the house, and at the end of the meet, it's always fun just to see the community. Saturday night helps things out a little bit too. Homework's not due yet. We will get ready into these 4x4s. Looks like they're double checking some stuff. You see Larry, our timer, he's done a fantastic job this meet, running over, checking some things. Making sure everybody is good to go. They're reseeding. They're adding the stickers in. How many times do you get this background information? We're getting to see it up close and personal. Randolph is going to be in this heat trying to judge who is. We see Denison. Virginia Wesleyan is out there, EMU. I believe Ohio Wesleyan has a squad on the inside. You'd think that after about 8 hours of calling, we will have figured out the jerseys. We'll see if we can get that. Slippery Rock is out there as well. Lights still off here on Schellenberger. There are lights in the facility. Not sure if they're wanting to turn them on or not, though. Little breeze. Sam was talking about it in our conversation. It might feel warm wherever you're watching this, in your living room, on your phone, wherever, but it is kind of cool here inside the facility. Lynchburg just has a permanent breeze at this point. It never seems like you're going to get away from it. All right, so let's go ahead and get into logistics. We are kind of reading in between the lines. We have the heat sheet from before the changes, obviously some alterations. It looks like Ohio Wesleyan is going to be in lane 1. We will wait to see who is in lane 2. Denison, followed by Colby and Concord will be in that outside lane in the top left of your screen. We'll get a better view once they come around the oval. Randolph will also be in the mix. They're at the very top of the exchanges, and then also Virginia Wesleyan in lane 8.
Can you put the thing up, the lower third?
That's Alvernia in 1. Okay, so we got that one a little off. Alvernia, Slippery Rock. There you go. Denison, Colby, and then our order situates itself. Concord, Lynchburg, followed by Randolph and Virginia Wesleyan. Do not think Lynchburg has a team in attendance, so as we anticipate the start of this one, looks like we're going to have 6 teams. The stakes are uber high now. Not only are you running the 4x4, you got one heat. Or maybe we will have 2 sections. Virginia Tech just took off for warm-ups down the home straightaway. We're trying to keep this as certain as possible. We also are reading the situation for the first time, as you are. Makes it fun at this point, right? We've had so much predictability. You get your meet schedule, all your teams. Let's just go ahead. We'll throw this one together. Let's have some fun with the 4x4. That's what running is all about. Go out, get the fitness. This is the final event. There is no reason to hold back as everyone down in their blocks. Gun fires. Clean start. We do have 7 teams competing. 4 laps, 4 different runners for the 4x400 win. Let's just see what happens in this opening leg. They will stay in their lanes. Brake line will be on the other side for the second exchange, so we will wait for that. These competitors run the whole 400 in their own. Virginia Wesleyan, as you see, in a decent spot, running in lane 8, so they will still have a little extra distance. Concord in the mix. Randolph really isn't that far off. They were a team that has a very formidable 4x400 team. I believe they were 2nd or 3rd at the ODAC Indoor Championships. They are normally really solid. Slippery Rock, the far inside. People kind of forget that distance is a little bit better. And now you're trying to get to the pole as they will get ready to break in. See, it's a long break. You have the entire straightaway. You can use your time. Slippery Rock still occupying that first spot. We'll see what the time is. Will be interesting to see the standard. We talked about the fact there are some teams that run really close to 3:15. That would be an impressive finish. Slippery Rock slipped into first, but maybe not for long. Concord working. You got a trio up front. Here comes the second handoff. Maybe it's make or break time. Clean exchanges all the way. Randolph trailing in 4th. Your anchor leg will determine it. Randolph does have their star-studded freshman lining up for the final leg, so we will see. But Slippery Rock is very comfortable with it as well. Colby now moving into the lead, far side of the track. 200 to go in this 3rd leg. Big opportunity as Colby is fighting hard. The blue and the green going at it. Battle of the globe. Who wants it? Running closely. It's going to be almost an equal handoff. We will see who decides it in the final trip around the oval. Randolph got it in third, and here comes West. Colby sits comfortably. They have a couple meters they can enjoy if they keep the inside flying down the back straight. Slippery Rock is going to make this thing interesting. Just a little bit left. Here we go. Enter the final curve. Colby sits in the lead. You just want to hold the inside, keep it tight. It might not matter. Here comes Slippery Rock. Neck and neck. You wanted your climax. Here you go. Slippery Rock is going home. Forget it. He is gone, and he's going to break 3:20. An impressive finish. Colby second, Randolph in third. You talk about a race where you just don't know if you're guaranteed an exclamation mark. There you go, folks. That was an impressive one. In that first section, Slippery Rock was really in no man's land until the final inside curve before the brake line, and then you made it really apparent that they were not giving up. There's a very scenic shot of Lynchburg as we move into the next heat. It's almost joking with us that there are lights. We're just going to try and go coast to coast without them. It is a big setup. We are a little behind the schedule. We talked about that at the beginning of the meet. It was, I believe, before the events even started that we were a little behind, so hence the reason we're trying to figure it all out, but all is well. We will have to read the start of this second heat as well, just like we did the first. Definitely not canceling it at this point. People still around. Cancel your dinner plans. You know that you're going to have to wait before you can eat tonight because we got a few more 4x4s in the house. There you go, the campus. You can kind of see the press box on the far right. It's where we've been situated today. Lynchburg, the beautiful brick and white. We've joked about it. We're not trying to sell anything today. This is just a meet that is hosted by Lynchburg. There's one of our good camera workers on the far side. I believe that is Laura Porto. She's always in the house. One of Philly's greatest fans. She's getting those scenic shots for us. Got some people in the back too. We're just having a party at this point. If you're watching Saturday night, this is primetime television. There's someone else, Tim LaDuca. We'll have to figure out where the camera is. It has been a fun entire day. Lynchburg has just been thriving. We're having a lot of energy. We're also trying to figure out when we're going to start the 4x4, but it's okay. We're having a lot of fun. Also making sure that we get this thing underway. It's a little brighter on your screen than it is actually in the stadium. We'll do our best to monitor. Oh, wait. This might be innovative, y'all. Get the Sports Center top 10 looks out. We have a light. There's our Blue Ridge timing captain. We'll just say, I don't even know what you can call Larry anymore. He does fantastic work. Look at this. Going, oh, no. All right, we didn't script this one. He's going to have to find a way over. You just don't want to bend that rail. It's spent a lot of time setting it up. The team might not appreciate that. Now we're going to push the golf cart back. Wow, we are off-roading onto the turf. Look at this. Rail is bent. Nobody cares. We're going to have that rail. It's going to sit. We're going to have fun. folks, and the race just started too. We have so much going on at once. We're trying to figure it out. Here we go, second heat of the 4x400. This is like the bonus scenes. You don't always get the entire picture. Lanes for the first lap around the track. Looks like it's a start that will favor Concord as they roll through middle lanes. Comfortable in front. That is about as clinical as it's going to get as you roll around the curve. But again, we saw the last heat. Think about that first turn right before the brake line. That is what's going to dictate a lot. Colby has another team, and Concord has another team. They're both battling strongly. Might get a little bit of a workout in here. Handoff for Colby, and it is going to be one more curve before the break. They do still have the light on the finish line. We'll have to wait and see the golf cart. That is innovative. That is top 10, top tier stuff. We don't want to give away all of our secrets. We do have 2 more home meets this season, but we will try and keep it as transparent as possible. I'll tell you one thing, it's pretty clear that Colby does not want to go home in second place. Running strongly around the curve. 1, 2, 3, Colby, Concord, Tech. It's inside from here on out. Kind of like the first day of winter. Here we go. Who's going to make the exchange first? Tight one. All 3 really at the same time. There was that light. Colby somehow maneuvers. That was a little magician's trick to find their way in front. Virginia Tech now trailing in second. They definitely have the numbers on that back anchor leg. The question is, who will come out and make the move first? Colby sitting comfortable. You got a couple meters, and that gap is looking to extend. Entering that 200. We don't have the splits. Have not been keeping the splits. They're at 221 as they come around the curve. Right now, Colby in a very good spot. That gap has extended a little bit, but it is not out of the question for the anchor leg. Good, but not done yet. Colby will be the first handoff. We will see if it is clean. And there you go. That's the form you want to have. Put your hand back, follow the inside. They always tell you should face inside on those handoffs because then you're not looking at everybody behind you. Less variables in play. It's a coaching decision as Colby is rounding this lap and making it look easy. 200 left. The first heat came down to the wire. We're not saying this one's done yet, but if it stays at this rate, then Colby is heading home with a 4x4 win to round out Jack Toms. Down the final straightaway, a look left, no one in sight. You can forget about it as Colby going through the light, into the light, by the finish line. That is your finale for the men's 4x4. Second place goes to Virginia Tech. Concord will walk away in third. These are obviously your A squad, your B squad, and a few different variations. Everybody's just having fun as we roll into the women's 4x400. This will be the finale of the meet that we've been waiting for. This is giving you those middle school track meet vibes. You got everything dark. Look at that. That's pretty special. A lot of those middle school meets, you might just be waiting around, not sure if you're going to get that 200 or 4x4 in because lights have gone off. We won't give you too many anecdotes, but my first ever track meet, somehow snow was in the air, and you still run in the snow, and you still run in the pitch dark. You can always get that every single time. There's a look at the lights, and then here is the women's 4x4. So I don't know if they're going to have another sticker trip or golf cart trip, but we've had fun observing. There are the lights. It'll take a few seconds, so we won't have to worry anymore about the darkness. Maybe we said enough to convince somebody to make it happen, but the lights were pretty. The scenery was nice. Lynchburg and its sunset will have to head off into the twilight. We'll bring some artificial lighting into the house as we get ready for the women's 4x400. It is very windy. Look at that shot. Wow. The sky is somewhere between the last shot you saw and this shot. Can't really describe the exact hue. We're going to have to go into the book. If you are still watching, this is unprecedented territory. We had a race almost in the dark. We're waiting for the lights to come off, the final event of this Jack Tom's Invitational. We've said it earlier, we'll say it again. If you have watched from 11 o'clock to now, then you deserve an award. It has been a fun meet. We have had fun bringing it to you. LHSN doing its best to bring all the outdoor meet coverage to your phone, tablet, TV, wherever you're observing. We've just had fun. There's that wind you can probably hear or see. If you look at the track, some of the stickers blowing all over the place. We are just about ready for the final event. This is one of those clips. Maybe you're not even watching for the race. Maybe you're just trying to find some entertainment on this Saturday night. We've got everybody in the press box. Big shout out to everybody who has helped the Lynchburg Hornet Sports Network, all the camera people. You saw Porto on the far side. There have been rotations today, so a lot of different people have come on and had shifts just to bring this meet to us. The directors, everybody, even the meet directors. It has been such a fun experience. You want to make sure that everybody is recognizing their appreciation in the process. It's been so much fun. You know, we can keep waxing poetic. We will eventually have to get off at some point, but for now, we got the women's 4x4. Colby is going to be at the top of this leg. Again, it's not that we are underprepared. They are reseeding a lot of these events, so we're trying our best to get the teams. We're mentioning it in the press box. Look at that. That's the same sky right now. Different camera filters and angles. So you see that. You got a nice little, I don't know the hues of blue. We'll say close to cayenne, light blue. And then there you go, a little bit lighter. You go into the white fade. We need to go back to the dark one, Josh. We'll have to. We do have a race coming on. We might have to go back to that. We'll try to read the field the entire way. Josh is our director at the moment. He's done a fantastic job. Hard to tell. The lights are somewhat on. They're taking their sweet time, but yeah, we're running. By that angle, it looks a little bit better on your screen, so we're going to just follow along. Colby is in front. They are out in the outside lane. There's Dennison. You got really strong form. We'll see what happens down the straightaway. So many variables in a 4x4. Requires a lot of extended efforts. Here you go, around the curve. Colby still sitting in a good spot. They have really had some nice performances. Slippery Rock got the first 4x4 heat, but not by much. It was a comeback effort. Colby made it tough. They took the second. And the dimly lit stadium running with the wind. Colby is going to be in first on the exchange, ahead of Dennison and Slippery Rock. Dennison has a few squads in this one, so don't get that mixed up. They are in the white uniforms. Really feels like a cyclone if you walk outside. Starting to shiver a little bit inside just with the window exposed. This is going to be an interesting break, too, because they are all three in a relatively similar spot. Who gets there first? Might have misjudged that. Colby does get a few steps ahead. Dennison is following, but it is a close race. How cool would it be if the entire lighting system was on by the end of the race, if we just had the timing on full display? Rolling around, an opportunity for Colby to walk away with yet another 4x4. We've just been rolling watching this team. You preserve energy, and, you know, we do obviously say it is a late meet, late event, but look at the amount of teammates out there still supporting. That's what it's all about. We talked with Sam Waneza about that stuff. The culture matters. Far side of the track is a little darker. They will emerge from the white and try to make something happen. Colby is sitting in first. You can't become too naive or you might get snuck up upon. That's what Dennison's trying to do. Use the strategy of the comeback kids. Here we go. Dennison might make that move. The question is, it's going to be this back 200 going into the exchanges. How much do they have? Great legs so far from the Big Red. Now you just got to hold on. Colby and Dennison essentially going stride for stride. Few steps in front, but a lot of ground has been made up. It's going to be another good final leg. Here comes Colby. Enough space by the finish line to really discern who is who. Here comes the move. Colby trying to get the exchange. They got it. And now Dennison going to have some more ground to make up. We did start speculating on that. It was such a good start to that leg for Dennison. Now you're really back just trying to make up ground. Cannot lose that second position as well. Don't want to concede any ground. Colby running strongly as we approach the 8 o'clock hour. Not much left, but the finish, the strut, stride, and smile for Colby if they can finish this one out. Believe this will be our final race of the day. Here comes Colby riding down the final straightaway. We've had some exclamation marks. We've had some questions all around. This one is about as certain as you're going to get. Riding it through, a nice time of about 4:06. Dennison will have to settle for second, Slippery Rock in third. That rounds out your podium. There's Alvernia entering your picture. That has been the 4x400. We're going to wait around a minute to make sure that's your final event. Think that will be the final heat from this Jack Tom's Invitational. What a ride of emotions. It has been an up and down and all around. Somehow we have found our way to the finish. Waiting to see. Think that is it. Yeah, they're getting the blocks. It's almost like waiting for the white flag. Waiting for the decision in boxing. I think the bell is ringing, folks. That is just about it. The Jack Tom's Invitational is going to come to a close, and officially right at 9 hours later, we are finishing up. So much fun. It has been an awesome opportunity to take you through it. My name is Evan Gates with the Lynchburg Hornets Sports Network. Can't wait to do it again next weekend. This has been Lynchburg Track and Field. Keep on watching. If your team is streaming, you got an awesome view, and that really sums it up here at the twilight of this action. From the 434, we'd like to thank the entire LHSN crew, everyone who has made this meet possible here at Jack Tom's. And for now, we are saying so long from the Hill City.